Tornado warning now in effect for Harper County. So it's coming out of the Panhandle. We've been talking about it for the last 2 hours. That storm has been alive and well. We've had one brief tornado out of that, and it continues to move to the east. And the wall cloud getting a little more pronounced right now, and it continues to tighten up. So the tornado warning is for, again, Harper County. Now, that storm is still in the Texas Panhandle, but it will be moving into the Antelope Hills or the Ellis, Roger Mills County line here shortly. It's a supercell, and look at that. It's what we call a low precipitation cell. Look at the picture here, the video. That's from Brandon Pennell. Look at the wall cloud, or we'll call it a updraft lowering right in the middle of it, beginning of the wall cloud. That is simply, it's a pretty amazing shot for sure. That just simply is a rotating piece of air that's going on, that's coming into Oklahoma. All right, so here's the big view, talking about, here's Harper County. Tornado is going to be right back in here. It's just north of Slap Out, but it's going to be headed towards Laverne and May. It's moving east-east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour, okay? And then in behind it, a wall of rain and thunderstorms. Now, these back to the west, these are producing more in the way of big hail and big wind, all right? So any one of these storms, large hail, quarters, golf balls. We've already had baseball-size hail in Beaver. We've already had wind gusts recorded to 70 miles per hour. And again, it's a hot mess, okay? It's coming into Beaver County, moving through Beaver County, coming into Harper County. And we have Val there, we have Marty there, we have our other Brandon up in Woodward watching that. This whole thing is going to be going right down Highway 64 to Buffalo, to Freedom, as it moves across Harper, then eventually Woods County, then eventually Alfalfa County, as it makes its way to the east. Okay, let's get to our trackers here. Let's go to Marty Logan and bring Marty in here and get an update from him. He's still back here just a bit. And Marty, you're kind of in between storms. Give us an update on what you're looking at right now. I know you can see the wall cloud. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, in between is a correct statement. I'm getting very strong north winds, probably in the 50 to 60 range. I'm just not turning back south. Our danger right now may be that when these winds hit the main highway, 412 coming between Elmwood and on out this way, they may flip over a semi. Very strong winds, huge dirt curtain headed south, and we're going to get with it. Back to you.
Let's come up with a new phrase from Marty Logan, dirt curtain. That's a new one. Going to be saying that a lot coming up. All right, great job, Marty Logan. Let's go to Valcaster. He is on the same complex of storms, but on the eastern edge, now coming into Harper County where the tornado warning is. And there's Val. Amy's there with him. Val, you're looking at the wall cloud, and you're getting back in position. It's moving off to the east-southeast. It's pretty close to you. What do you think? What's it look like to you? You've already had, you and Marty had the one tornado. Looks like it's back to your west and northwest, or just barely north of you. What do you think? Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, so, David, that is exactly where the rotation is, and this is the same rotation we've been following since this storm really started. It's the same one that produced the tornado earlier. So right now, I mean, it's not as strong as we've seen it today. It's fighting the outflow a little bit. We got west winds where we're at. So it is fighting its outflow a little bit, but nonetheless, it's still rotating. It's still there, and, you know, once a rotator, always a rotator, right? So we're going to just keep following this thing on east. Every now and then, David, we get hit with golf ball size hail. We're starting to get a little bit right now. So we'll watch it. Back to you.
Okay, so minimum low wind's going to be nickels and dimes and quarters and some golf balls, but still a possibility of some tennis balls and maybe some baseballs in there. Okay, so that's the wall cloud, and that, again, is coming into Harper County. Let's do a storm track on that, and we'll go to Cassie here coming up. Cassie, do we have... Okay, Links 3 control room. We're going to take a look at the storm track on that, and there it is. So this is where the mesocyclone is. And, okay, so Laverne, tornado warning for you. If you live in Laverne, May, east of Laverne, okay, you need to be thinking about lowest level, center part of the house, right? Tornado warning, okay? This thing is not on the ground right now. Val's there, Marty's there, but there is a wall cloud. It has produced a tornado that Val and Marty had about an hour and a half ago, but this is going to keep moving east. Now, north of that, up near Ralston and Buffalo, right now, you're going to get the big hail. Okay, we're talking, so Laverne, you're going to get big hail too, but talking about golf balls, still could see some tennis balls in there as it makes its way off to the east. So Laverne at about 7:45. with the wall cloud or the area of circulation. May at about 8 o'clock. Buffalo at about 8:13. You're going to be farther north, though. The circulation will go south of Buffalo. Fort Supply, 8:17. We'll say Cargill, 8:46. Morewood, 8:56. And Freedom at about 8:59, the way it looks. Now, right now, this storm stays barely north of Woodward. It could easily build and turn south. So if I live in Woodward, I'm thinking about protecting my property, my cars from wind and hail, because if this doesn't get you, the one back to the west, the main part of this line will. Everybody in northwestern Oklahoma will see storms, and that includes severe weather. So once again, tornado warning for western, but really southwestern Harper County and possibly far northern Ellis County. Okay, far northern Ellis County, it's going to be north of Shattuck, but for, again, northern Ellis, southern and southwestern Harper County, and that's going to make its way down towards Woodward. Okay, it's moving east-southeast. Okay, let's get back to it here, and then back to Lynx 1, and you can see the area of spin. This is maximum rotation right here, just northeast of Slapout, coming into Harper County right now. There's your tornado developing. It's not on the ground. Val is right there. Wow, look at Marty's shot. Goodness gracious. Wow, look at that. Let's go to Marty's shot real quick, and look at that shot. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is impressive. Look at all the dust. Yeah, look at all the dust. Look at the wall cloud on that. Wow.
That's a dirt curtain.
That's a dirt curtain right there. And that is the wall cloud that Val's to the east of. Marty's on the back southwest side, and Marty's eastbound and down. This is dust being pulled into the mesocyclone. Also, the roof link downdraft or wind on the backside is coming in, kind of tightening up just a bit. This could produce another tornado. That is an impressive wall cloud for sure. What does shear rate look like on that, Lacey? Let's go back to Lynx 1, and wow, we'll get back to Marty here in just a second. Okay, it's right here. It's right here. Okay, are you out of DDC?
That's Dodge City, yes.
Okay, there we go. So there it is. Okay, let's go back to Marty's shot again. And one more time. There's the circulation. It's right here, just northeast of Marty. Marty Logan, give us an update. Wall cloud, blowing dust. It is spinning. Give us an update. And you're headed east, looking right at it. It's right out your front left window there. Go ahead.
Oh, my, boy, is it. And it went from a dirt curtain to a dirt blob. It is headed south at a very high rate of speed. Any semi on 412 right now will get blown over. I can see Slapout ahead of me about 4 miles. So Slapout, Catesby, that direction, that's the storm ahead of me. There's still the one that was to the north, which will be back behind me, that was coming down behind this. So there's two areas we're going to have to watch. This dirt ball is probably a half to 3/4 mile away from the highway. We will drop to zero visibility when it gets here, and it's going to be destructive. Back to you, David.
Yeah, lots of wind, damaging hail, winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. And like Marty said, dirt ball, dirt curtain, lots of dirt. That's the bottom line with this. And that's going to be making its way east-southeast, okay? So it's coming into Harper County, Laverne. You're going to get big hail. And then from Laverne down to the south towards May is where that tornado threat's going to be higher. Big hail in here. Radar showing up to tennis balls right now, okay? Up to tennis balls. And that's moving off to the east-southeast. All right, so here's Slapout. Your say again?
We know it produced baseballs in Beaver today.
Yeah, we have a picture of that, I think. So we've had some big hail already. That's what we were talking about. So big hail. All right, so that's going to Laverne. That's going to May. All right, so let's leave this storm for a minute. Let's jump south here, and then we'll check in with our trackers down south, Justin. And let's go down south and take a look at this big storm here. This is that is that picture right there. Look at the UFO. Look at the alien ship coming into Ellis and Roger Mills County. It's an LP supercell rotating. It's just a column of air that is spinning, and you can see every bit of the mesocyclone right there. Okay, that's going on to Durham, to Crawford. It's going to go right down the Ellis, Roger Mills County line. It is rotating. It is severe. Quarters, golf balls, maybe some tennis balls in here as it moves now almost due east.
And David, there is a track on 2 for that storm.
Okay, let's take a look at it here on Lynx 2 with a storm track. And again, if I live in Roll, between Roll and up to the river, right, up to the Antelope Hills in here, right in here, and south of Arnett, I'm watching it. We'll say roll 743, by side, down the line, 827. It's a supercell. If it doesn't die, it'll make it all the way to Taloga, Putnam, or Sealing. It'll make it all the way over here. It's a rotating thunderstorm. They don't just die like this, okay? It'll take a while to spin down. Right now, it's not weakening. It's just holding its own. But we'll say by side, 827, Sealing, 9 o'clock, and Canton at about 9:20, Southern at about 9:29. All right, let's go to the field here, and we're going to bring some of our trackers in. Let's go to Brandon Pennell, and then we'll do Vaughn after that. Let's go to Brandon Pennell first and get an update. And right side of the mesocyclone, left side of the mesocyclone, it's what we call a ringer, right? Looks like a bell, and then if you get the tornado, that's going to be the ringer coming down out of the bell. But that's the right side of the mesocyclone, and this whole thing is spinning from here all the way up 50, 60,000 feet. Brandon, give us an update. We're looking at it, and wow, that is impressive. It is spinning like a top. Go ahead.
Okay, David. So we've been on this storm since it was over Miami, I believe. We're east of Canadian, basically on the state line, just a few miles to the west, looking straight back to the north at it. This is on our roof cam. One thing that's changed here over the last hour since we've been on this storm is literally right in front of me right now is the first time that we're starting to see some localized lowering in the middle of the base. I'm going to switch cameras from the roof cam, dash cam, so there's going to be a little bit of a delay. But when it comes back up, with the sun being backlit like this, you might not be able to see it because it's so bright. But as I zoom in,
it's not working.
We're starting to see some circulation right in the middle of the whole entire bell. It's starting to tighten in the middle, and it's starting to lower. So I think we're finally starting to tap into some better moisture. We've been a little bit moisture starved back to the west on the southern flank of what Marty and Val are on. But as this continues east into the main body of the state, we're going to be right on the south edge of it. And in my opinion, this storm is on the uptick as far as the circulation goes, but we're right here with it, and we'll be right with it as it crosses the state line. Back to you.
Okay, so there you go. You heard it straight from Brandon. He's right there, and this is the mesocyclone. It's if you're a weather lover, if you're a storm chaser, and you're not out today, you know exactly what that is, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay. That's impressive. This whole thing is spinning from left to right. As the pressures get lower, we'll start to see some scud developing. It gets into the better moisture, higher instability, also the low-level jets kicking in. So we'll see if this thing at least tries to produce a tornado. What you'll get out of it for sure, large hail, damaging winds with that. Let's go to Vaughn Castor and bring him in. Same storm, okay, just a different perspective. He's a little farther back. You can see the updraft. You can see the backside here of the mesocyclone and the center of it right here. See how it's tilted? The mesocyclone really is above my head, and it runs back to the southwest. It's because of the atmosphere. The winds of the jet stream have tilted this mesocyclone off to the east. Actually, it's more like this, right? It's about like this, and that's the mesocyclone. Big column of air in here that is spinning, okay? And you can just look at that shot and see that this is being wrapped in and around it. One little level there, another level here. These are what we call thick pancakes. And then another level here, rotation. And this whole thing is just spinning, spinning, and spinning like a merry-go-round. Okay, let's go to Vaughn Castor. Vaughn, no tornado with that, but it continues to hold its own. Circulation still pretty intense now with that storm just north of you. You're looking right at it. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, absolutely, David. Like you said, it's got a little tilt to it. I think it's lacking something, but we are starting to get those low-level winds flowing into this at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. And I think that's one of those ingredients that it was lacking. But I'm telling you what, if you're a photographer, this is a storm to be on because you can look straight up this vault, David, and you can see it rotating all the way up. And it's an incredible sight. But it is starting to get some of that scud being sucked into it from the lower level. So people in western Oklahoma, when this hits western Oklahoma, this thing may change its game. And it may not be just a hail producer anymore, but we got to watch it. Back to you.
Vaughn Castor, of course, Val Castor's brother from our sister station in Tulsa. And we bring down those storm trackers, which we're all in this together, and they help us out on days where we need more people in the field, right? And we have, again, the largest team in the nation, and we just double down on it and double up. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and there's the area of circulation. It's going to be just west of the Oklahoma-Texas state line, okay? So here's Durham. There's Crawford, packs out of wildlife management areas right here.
It's the same area where a tornado did touch down on Thursday, David, 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Durham, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. It was that little tiny, yeah.
Right.
Coming in from the west-northwest, yeah. So same area, same deal. No tornado warning with it yet. It's not quite tight enough, but it's getting tighter. The tighter it spins, the faster it spins, and it's definitely coming up. It's going to have at least golf balls and maybe some tennis balls in that. There's not much rain with it, though. You can see it in that shot. Not much rain with it. It's called an LP, or a low precipitation thunderstorm. A tornado warning could be coming from that. It might be a News 9 tornado warning, as our trackers are right there. Okay, so southern Oklahoma, anything going on down southwest?
The storms are still struggling. They're coming up, but they're not
Okay.
severe yet. It's close, south of Altus.
Okay, they are struggling.
No, there's storms farther south.
Okay, that's legit.
Yes. But as far as what's currently in Oklahoma, they're borderline severe
Okay.
at the
All
moment.
right. Hey, Justin, why don't we go ahead and check on Tom and get him rolling on this? Okay, so here's the deal. These are having issues down here. Okay, they're super cellular looking. They are some weak shear trying to develop, but nothing crazy in here right now. But the environment is there, and the environment really becomes more conducive for larger rotating storms into the evening as we have that low-level jet kicking in. But the hillsizers are coming up now near Lake Frederick, back to Tipton, south of Altus, nickel, dime, quarter size hail down here. So these are becoming severe, and they are increasing. They're going to move, it looks like, pretty much east-east, northeast, going back to Lawton, exactly where they don't need any more severe weather. And this is going to make its way into Comanche County. All right, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. All right, let's go back to the north now. Tornado warning continues for northern Ellis County, southern Harper County, because of this large, very large storm coming out of Beaver County. It has produced a tornado, and it was weak. It was brief. We had it during our 6 o'clock newscast. And Val's right here. There's the hook. And is Val, Justin, is he in? Is he good? Okay, let's go to Val Castor. And he's right here. Right, here's Laverne to the north. Val, there's your wall cloud. Look what looks like big hail just to your north. What do you think now? What direction are you looking there, Val? What's your direction right there?
So that direction is looking straight west, David. That's from our roof cam. Okay. And I'll tell you what, this storm has not missed a beat. It is extremely strong. It's still, look at that shot right there. Yeah. That's looking northwest. And this whole thing wraps around. Now, it looks like that the rotation is kind of in the core, is kind of what we've been noticing. We keep seeing lowerings in the core, up in the core there. So still has a strong rotation. David, we have had a wind gust to 70 miles an hour with this thing, and we've also seen hail up to golf balls and maybe slightly larger than that. But the rotation right now is just to our west. It is still strong. It's a little bit in the core most of the time. Sometimes it tries to come out. We are dropping south right now, and we're going to try to stay just ahead of it, and we'll get back with you. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Great job, Val and Amy Castor. Okay, so he's on that storm that is in. It is now in Harper County, and this is kind of the front lip of it. Here's the deal. It's tightened up, and then it's kind of come back down a little. Strength is still strong, still very severe. Large hail damaging winds. The tornado warning still continues, but the area of circulation, it is still there, but it's not quite as crazy as it was about 15 minutes ago as far as the circulation. So they're kind of going up and down right now, but the strong area of circulation is just northwest of Marty, just southwest of Val. There's Laverne. There's that, again, area of spin that's going to move east-southeast, down towards May, down towards Dunlap, down towards Fort Supply Lake. Big hail in here, damaging winds 70+ miles per hour with nickel, dime, quarter, golf ball, tennis ball size hail. Okay, and it was trying to point out some baseballs there, and now we're back down to golf ball and tennis ball size hail. So if you have any interest from Laverne north and east, protect it, cover it up, wrap it up, move it in, do whatever, because you have winds in here of 60 to 70 miles per hour with very large hail, and the tornado warning continues down here. So if you're in Laverne, the tornado threats to your southwest. So if you live south of Laverne, lowest level, center part of the house, okay, you got to go there now, but because the area of circulation is right here. And it's not on the ground. It doesn't look like it. Val's right there. Storm strength, well, yeah.
Hadn't changed much as far as the Vils are
No.
concerned. Velocity's not as organized, but
Yeah, it's going through a phase right now. Not quite as, at least the area of circulation, not as tight as what it was, but it is still a big, gnarly, nasty storm. Shear rate looking for an area of spin. Let's try to paint something up here. And what does velocity data look like to you? Is anything
here.
weird out of that?
There's Dodge City.
Okay. It's right on top of them. Oh, hang on. That's what it's picking up on.
Yeah,
See
new
that?
area.
Yeah, Justin, you see that to the north? Yes. New area. Oh, look at
it's
radar.
wrapped up. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can see it when you
Justin.
look at reflectivity.
Yeah, is he going north? Yeah, Justin, let's go ahead and get Val north, or at least east. Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Okay,
going to get
so
him to 46.
okay, so here's the deal. Area of circulation on the old areas here, and I want to point this out. Let's stop the laps just for a second.
Okay.
And go ahead and zoom on in on this. And this is pretty interesting here. See how this right here? Watch this. Okay. So I have the purple and the black that comes around right here, and now it's starting to wrap in, and it comes to this little, looks like a scorpion tail, little scorpion tail going on, and it comes back to a point right here. See that right here? This is all big hail. Big hail in here, damaging hail, golf ball, tennis ball size hail. Now, let's go ahead and put shear rate back on.
Okay, well, give me 1 second. I'll switch
And
radars.
okay, it's
There you go.
there it is, right? Matches up right where the scorpion tail is. Now let's go to velocity data, and let's see what we have here again. And we'll switch, and there you go. Okay, so that's a new area of circulation. Here's a problem with this right now. It's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see this. This is spiraling back, and it's wrapped in rain. I'm looking at Val's shot right now, and it's just a wall of rain in here. So if it does produce a tornado, you're not going to see it. You're not going to be able to walk out your back patio and look off to the west 2 or 3 miles and see it.
We're getting a debris signature. Let's look at correlation coefficient.
I see that. Okay.
There is a debris signature as well.
Okay, so it's on the ground.
It sure looks like it based on radar.
Okay, so this is new. This is going to be, you folks in Laverne, okay, so you folks in Laverne, this is a big deal. Look how fast that happened. Tornado is on the ground. This is damage. That's debris in the air. Listen up, folks. This is debris in the air. That's Laverne. Can we take off the
signature?
Yeah, just for a
There you
second. Okay, that's debris. That's debris. Moving almost due east, but you folks in Laverne, how far are we from Laverne to the debris? And by the way, it's right about here about now anyway, but how far?
Let me measure it here.
Yeah.
We're talking 5 miles.
5 miles. It's going to be about 4.5 now. It's moving east-southeast, Laverne, lowest level, center part of the house. Need to blow the sirens in Laverne if you're not doing it yet. Whoever, city manager, mayor, I don't care. Somebody blow the sirens in Laverne. It's just west of town, 5 miles. It's moving east-southeast. That is debris in the air. Go ahead, Justin.
They are blowing the sirens in Laverne.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good, great job. All right, awesome.
And there is a track ready on Links 3 for
Okay.
that tornado warning that is now moving into Laverne as well.
Okay, so folks, this is a big deal. We have debris in the air. We'll go back to Val here coming up in just a second. Tornadoes on the ground right here. Look at the swirl. Look at the swirl coming into where you see a void of the purple and the black. That is a problem. That's the beak on the eagle, right? We always talk about. That's where you don't want to be. Okay, wow. Okay, Laverne, lowest level, center part of the house. We have debris in the air, being lofted in the air. Let's go back to Val Castor and get an update from Val and bring Val back in here. Val, we have a tornado on the ground about 4.5 miles, 4 miles west-northwest of Laverne. We have debris on radar in the air. It's wrapped in rain. What do you think? What do you see right now? Go ahead.
Okay.
Have a shot here. Let's drop that. Let's go back to Links 1, and we'll go back to this again. And once again, the tornado is going to be right here. Here's Laverne. It's now closer to Laverne, right? And this is going to be East Road 210, which goes west of town, and about North Road 1730. It's going to be right here. All right, go back to CC.
All right.
See what we have on debris detector. Okay, so back it up. Let's see what you got. What's it look like now? 750. That's okay. That's it. Okay. So this is going to be debris lofted, and hopefully this will weaken, and it's still a bad storm.
This is out of Vance. It's just a later scan, so you can kind of see a little bit more of the direction of where this is going.
So it's right here. And what does CC show out of okay, there's velocity data. It's coming into Laverne right now. Not seeing that out of Laverne, not seeing debris out of Laverne, but it's a little further, out of Vance. It's a little further away. If I live in Laverne and north of town, safe spot, lowest level. I'm already there. Take your phone with you, stream us live, no big deal. Go to your safe spot, center part of the house. If you have a storm shelter, fine. Take your phone, keep us streaming. We'll give you the all clear once this thing moves by Laverne. But it's moving east, and we've seen debris being lofted in the air from radar. Look at the hook wrapped up. Look at the hook wrapped up. Okay, let's jump out of this just for a second. Once again, tornado warning for you folks in Laverne and north of town. And I'll tell you what, Lace, let's do a mile on this. How far is that from there to there, give or take? What do you have? I mean, you can...
From right here?
Yeah, so just I'm trying to think how far north of town that is.
Sure, yeah.
So it's 4 miles, 3 to 4 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're in Laverne, or if you live north of town, let's round it up. Let's go to 5 miles north of town. You need to go to your safe spot. Laverne, north of town. It's moving due east right now. Okay, Highway 149 goes east of Laverne, and it's going to go on and just north of 149. Okay, we've had debris lofted in the air. We've seen it on radar.
Okay, this is the latest out of Dodge City.
Okay.
So we're going to switch.
Okay, so
it does not.
Nope.
Can't see the debris signature now out of Dodge City either on the latest scan.
Yep, it's weakened. Okay, see how the blue goes away? The blue, that's debris. That's debris that's being lofted 10, 15,000 feet up, 5 to 10. It depends on how strong the tornado is, how high that'll be. But look at the circulation here. There's your tornado, but it looks like it might have lifted, might be briefly, might be for 5 minutes, or we might get right back into this. But if I live in Laverne or if I live north of Laverne, now here's the deal, Laverne, it's not going to be, you're not going to see it. It's not like what you had or what we saw a couple of days ago where you can see these tornadoes 20 miles away. This is wrapped in rain. That's your tornado right there. That's about 1.5 miles, 2 miles northwest of Laverne. It's going to be crossing 283. It's going to go probably just north of Laverne, but if I'm in Laverne, I'm in my safe spot. I'm in the lowest level. I'm in my safe spot. If I'm in Laverne, that's the tornado. That's velocity data. Right where my finger is where the tornado is. What does shear rate look like?
Let me get that.
And,
here you go.
Okay, right where it should be. Shear rate lines up along with velocity. Confirmation again. Okay, and what about max rot? Let's see what it looks like. Just curious. This will be a big red spot, and there it is. Okay, it's just updated. It's coming across the highway 283.
I'm just looking
right now.
On the location there of what this is near for folks in Laverne on the north side of town where it looks like this is headed. Yeah. Where this looks like it's headed to, and it looks like it's a oil field supply. Another Laverne Farmers Co-op is there. There's several things here. Of course, just north of Laverne, and folks there will know exactly what I'm talking about. That's the area, and that's how far north of Laverne it looks like the circulation is going, at least as of right now. Yeah, great, awesome, great job. So Laverne and north of town, 1, 2, 3 miles. East-west 20 road.
East-west.
Road.
Is there, okay, there's 149. East-west is right here.
Yes, I'll zoom here. Let me see if I can get it to come on here. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
So it's east-west 200 road, or locally east-west 200 road.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and the tornado is going to be right here. Okay, go back to velocity data one more time.
Okay.
Just to see if we've updated. Okay. Is that out of Dodge?
Yes, this is out of Dodge.
Okay. All right, base. What about SRVs? Does it look worse, better?
Let me see.
Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, so, yeah, ooh, yeah, wow, okay. So, tornado, right now, it was on the ground. We know we had debris. We could see debris by radar. It was lofted. Now, we don't see any more debris, but the strong circulation now, just northwest, just north now of Laverne. It's going to be crossing 283. All right, so let's back out of this just a second, and let's see where our trackers are. I see Marty's shot. Where is Marty and Val? Okay, I see where they are. Okay, And Justin, are they going to make a turn back to the north? Yes. Go ahead. Yes. Okay. All right. So once again, here's Laverne. You can see the swirl here in the radar in the reflectivity, right? See the swirl? Looks like the sink drain right here, right? And that's a bad sign. This whole thing is rapidly rotating, and in the rain and the hail are rotating around the mesocyclone, which is right here. All right, and this is going to go on and just north of Laverne. Tornado warning for you. And right now it's moving almost due east, but it could make a little more of a jot to the east-southeast. And if that were to happen, well, that'll bring it down towards, areas to the south, obviously.
There's the latest.
Okay.
Dodge City.
Circulation.
You can see on precip, it looks like it's right over Laverne.
Right over, yeah. Right.
Velocity data is definitely very broad.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so good news. It's not as tight. Tighter is bad. So it's not as strong circulation-wise. But see how the reflectivity comes around and you see a weakness where you have all the purples and the blacks, and we go back to the red. See the red here? That's the mesocyclone. Now that looks a little different. That looks like it's trying to fill a little bit. Okay. What does velocity data look like on that? Okay. It's on 149. It went right over Laverne, basically. It moved east-southeast. It kind of moved east, and then it kind of did a little bit of a jog, kind of lunged down across Laverne, and then there.
It's almost tighter gate to gate now than it was.
Yeah.
When it went right over Laverne.
Yeah.
Became a little disorganized.
Yeah. And some of the winds in here on this wrap. What are your winds in here? 46, okay, 50, okay.
Yeah, May's getting wind for sure.
Yeah, coming into May. All right, let's go to Val Castor. He's right here. Let's get an update from Val. Ooh.
That's Vance.
Okay. Did you see negative CC?
No, not
okay.
not the right spot.
Okay, might be seeing things. Okay, let's go to Val Castor. Bring Val in. And Val, circulation again, just now east of Laverne on 149. Big hail, tennis ball size hail in and east now of Laverne. Go ahead, Val.
Okay, so when we look up in that direction, every now and then, now there's just so much rain, the circulation is going to be in the rain. It's real hard to see, but every now and then we can see enough to see a lowering inside the rain, really, really faint. So, if you live in Laverne, if you live east of Laverne and you're looking for it, you're really not going to be able to see it until it's just right on you, because it's completely wrapped in rain. That circulation is wrapped up, but it's in the middle of the rain. It's trying to do what we say, occlude. But anyway, every now and then, like I said, David, we could see a lowering, and that's about all we could see looking through the rain. Back to you.
Highway 7. All right, there we go. Great job, Val. So Val's in the far northwest. I want to talk about what we're going to get back to the tornado warning. Just want to talk about what's going on down south. This is a supercell down here, and we have Jeremy coming in from the northwest. We have Tom coming in from the east, developing a hook on it. And I want to point out, now, again, here's Lawton, Mount Scott, Medicine Parks up here to the north. Right now, this is going to go south. This is going to go south of Medicine Park. It's moving almost due east. It's just to the east of Lake Frederick here, the big hail core. And now we have tennis ball size hail down here. Big hail. It is a supercell. What does shear rate look like? Big hail now, east of 183. Shear rate, nothing extremely tight, but it's definitely there. Okay, it's right there.
It's so close to the radar site in the scan.
It is, and it's not gone to beast mode yet, but it's there, and I think it's interacting with the storm down over Hollister. This is having some impact on this bigger storm. That storm will eat that storm. It'll gobble it up. Sometimes it can go left, right, go the other way. So we'll see. Do I see dust on somebody's shot? Marty Logan's shot? What am I looking at? Okay, never mind. I thought I've seen some dust there. Okay, so Lawton and Lawton South. Get ready for more hail and wind. Wind's down here 60 to 70, quarter golf ball, maybe some tennis ball size hail. On and just to the west and north of Chattanooga. Lawton South. Right now, you folks south of Lawton will have the bigger hail. This is north and east of Frederick. This is south of Snyder. There's your hail core. Another big hook. Look at the hook on that.
Yeah, the Texas storm is in beast mode.
Golly. What does velocity data look like? Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, what does shear rate look like on that? I'm just curious here. Hang on. Okay. All right. Wow, boy, that's got a heck of a wall cloud on, I promise you that. Okay, but I want to point out, folks, that's moving due east, and that's going to make its way over towards Ryan. Okay, just a little bit later.
And a new storm going up south of Rainlet.
Okay, yep.
See it right on the Red River, too.
Yep, and that's going to be moving off to the east-southeast. Okay. So we're watching these storms down south. Right now, these are going to be mainly wind and hail producers, big wind, big hail. But these could ramp up, and we could get a spin up down here. So again, Lawton, Walters, Marlow, Duncan, Comanche, you're going to get more severe weather. You might get a tornado. You're going to get wind and hail for sure. Okay, and then from there, it's going to Davis, it's going to Ardmore. Okay, going to Sulphur, going to Ardmore, going east. Going east. Okay, let's jump back into northwestern Oklahoma here again. And by the way, this is the beginning of our big complex that's going to come into Oklahoma City here later this evening. This is kind of the beginning of that unfolding. But here we are at 8 o'clock, nothing going on in the metro. We're doing good.
David.
But yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Val is going north on north of May. He's going into the core. He has quarter-size hail, and looking at radar, the circulation is just to his north.
Okay.
So he's getting into that circulation and that core right there.
Oh, I see what okay, does he have a road east of that when he gets up here? Just curious.
I believe so, yeah. Yes, he does.
Okay, not going to Buffalo, right? He's got a way to get east?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so look at this now.
Yeah, the hail cores come up.
Yeah, look at this. So Val, watch him update. He's northbound and down. Play that song. And he's lifted north. And look at the hail core wrapping it around the hook. Circulation is going to be right here. What does shear rate look like on it now? And, okay, there we go. That is, and see the S shape on this? This is shear, speed and rotation. This is showing us areas of spin. Right here, tornado warning. This is going to be east of Laverne, north of May. And Val's right there. He is in it. And what about velocity data? How much have we changed? Everything's always changing. Oh, max rot, right there, right where it should be, coming right down to 149. Okay, so, oh, wow.
That was Vance. Here's Dodge City.
Okay. He's going to drive in. He's going to drive right under the circulation. Let's go to Val Castor, and let's bring Val in here, hopefully. There's his shot. And Val, the circulation is coming up at Highway 46 and 149 right now. It's just to your north, about a mile. Go ahead, Val.
Okay. Yeah, David, we've got west winds, torrential rain. We've got close to golf ball size hail and west winds of 45. You can see my wind data right there, what kind of winds we're getting. These winds are straight from the west. Now, if when we pass under the mezzo, we're probably going to see a shift or a change in wind directions here in just a minute, probably to the east or maybe the north. But right now, it's all straight west, really hard to see anything because there's so much rain. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's completely wrapped in rain, and it's basically would be impossible for someone in a town or a resident to see what it is here. But I'll tell you, if it's here, we're going to find it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Val and Amy. So they're in what we call basically the bear's cage, and no one wants to be there, right? Not a good place, not a safe place, unless you're a professional veteran storm chaser like Val and Amy Castor certainly are, and all of our trackers, obviously. Okay, so he's right there. I mean, if it were on the ground, he'd have power flashes, or his winds would be stronger than what they are, okay? But he just went right under the circulation. Okay, let's get back to it here, and there you go. Big hail. We're still showing pockets of, well, lots of nickels, dimes, quarters, golf balls, and then every now and then we'll ramp up and see the red. Those are going to be little pockets of tennis ball size hail. All right, so let's back out of this just a second, kind of give you the big view. By the way, Jeremy's shot is incredible looking off to the southeast. So this is making its way east. Remember, this whole line in here is severe, right? This whole line is severe. Now, good news at this point, this is all wind and hail in here. No tornado warnings, nothing along this line to get a tornado warning.
It's a very solid line, too. It's not broken up at all.
Yeah, so, and that's good. Now, can we get what we call QLCS tornadoes possibly a little bit later this evening as we get a low-level jet to kick in? Yes, that is a possibility. But as far as a classic, deep, long-lived mesocyclone, this is the only game in town we have right now. And the storm south of Arnett, it continues to gradually weaken. Is it still weakening, the Arnett storm?
Let me take a look.
I get, it looks like it's shrinking.
Definitely does.
Okay, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. So that storm's been severe. It's been an incredible storm to look at. And you can see the shots there. We have them up from Vaughn, and Brandon's there. But it's going to make its way to Camargo and Leedy. It's a supercell. It'll spin all day, all night until it goes away. And right now it's weakening. We'll see what it does. It's come down some. It's right along the Ellis, Roger Mills County line. Not tornado warned, but it is severe. Quarter golf ball size hail with that. And notice how we're losing the yellow. We just lost the yellow pretty much, now going to green. And that is a weaker storm. Okay?
No, I don't see any storm.
Siri.
Thank you, Siri.
Very helpful.
She goes, thank you, I don't see any storms.
You're
wrong.
Where she's at. She is not in Oklahoma.
No, she's not from here. Okay, so look at the hail
now.
Wow, that's a big, devastating hailstorm going through Harper County.
That's out of Vance. Here's Dodge City, but still.
Yeah, it's still bad.
A little bit more elevated on Vance, but.
Yeah, Buffalo, get ready. Get ready for a lot of wind, 70 miles per hour, and tennis ball size hail in Buffalo. That'd be the largest, but still, you might get some tennis balls. Quarters, golf balls, yes, and up to tennis balls. Tornado warning continues. Val is coming out on the north side of the circulation here. And, okay, there's your hook. It's wrapping in. It's right here. Val is just on the north and northwest side of it. Okay, so that's going to be moving off to the east. Let's go to Marty Logan's shop. Marty's down here on 270, west of Dunlap, east of May. And Marty Logan, mesocyclone is still in there. We know we had a tornado about 5 miles west-northwest of Laverne. We had debris in the air. We could see it on radar. We're checking into that. And once again, that area of circulation is still moving east-southeast, Marty. And it still has, yeah, go ahead, Marty. So still the mesocyclone?
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. I just talked to an OHP trooper. I'm going to send you the picture. Tornado was on the ground, 2 west, 2 north of Laverne. He said, Marty, can I go check my neighbors? I think there's a destruction north of me or northwest of him. So Trooper Cresswell, I just talked to him. Is there any more rotation northwest of Laverne?
4 miles.
David.
Yes. No, not now. Not now, Marty. There was.
Okay.
Yes.
I got to call him back and let him know. They're going on search and rescue. That was Cody Cresswell, trooper, Oklahoma Highway Patrol trooper. I just talked to him. I'm going to send you the picture of the tornado. That was 2 west, 2 north, exactly where you said it was. There is destruction in that area. Back to you, David.
Okay, so there we go. And we had that debris being lofted. There was a lot of rain around that, but Marty, we're going to get this picture and show you what it looks like. But folks, that's a problem. And if you're looking right at it, you'll see it. Sometimes, if there's a ton of rain, all you're going to do is hear it and feel it if it's going to hit you, right? So that's why these storms wrapped in rain are so dangerous. So we'll get that pic. And again, we had debris lofted. We could see debris on radar. That big blue eye looking back at us. You don't want to see that. We knew we had debris about 4 miles west-northwest of Laverne. And Marty Logan just confirmed that with damage confirmed now northwest of Laverne. So that's another tornado of the day. That'll be the second one that we've had today. There's that big cell now going up in southern Oklahoma that Jeremy's getting in on, and Tom Pastrano is getting it. Look at the hail, wow.
I know. Vance is still about 1,000 feet higher, so we're still cutting a little higher than this shot, but that just tells you that hail's there. It's just lofted.
Yeah, and it's got to come down. All goes up, comes down. Go back to Vance again.
Okay. There you go.
And look at the hail core.
And let me go to the...
It's fine. Okay, yeah, it's showing...
Well, it's pegging the scale right now.
Yeah, we're off the charts here at tennis balls and baseballs. Damaging hail at 149 on Highway 46. I mean, this is the kind of hail, folks, that's going to bust out your west windows, your north windows. It's going to bust out car windows. It'll destroy your roof, siding, things like that. It's going to do all of that, right, in that area. And once again, it's moving off to the east-southeast. That's going to be a devastating hailstorm for anybody that's along and east of that. We'll get a storm track on that coming up. Okay, wow. Okay, let's come back south now. Let's talk about the, quickly here, the storm down south. What's it look like? The one we had going on? What, is this thing?
radars here.
Yeah, sure. Is it? Yeah, it's going away. It's shrinking. Let's go back to, we have Brandon shot. Hey, Justin, let's go back to Brandon and get an update from Brandon on that cell that he's looking at to his north. Brandon Pennell, give us an update. Your storm is shrinking. It is weakening. Go ahead, give us a quick update on that storm that's still rotating.
Yeah, David, that's right. It has really weakened here in the last 15 minutes. You know, it looks really, really good. And it's looked good for an hour and a half or so. But like Vaughn was saying, you know, it must have been missing something because since we last talked, you know, it's really become disorganized. The base looks nothing like what it did earlier. It's really risen. Now, that's not to say that it can't get off to the east just a little bit to a better environment and completely go gangbusters again. So we're going to stay with this right on the south side east into the heart of Oklahoma. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job there, Brandon. Well, that storm is lifting northeast, and it is weakening. So if it keeps weakening like this, yeah, it's not going to be severe any longer. Now, that's the Ellis County storm that's going to be south of Arnett. Let's go to Links 1 and show you what I'm talking about here. This is weakening. It's supercell, rotator, no doubt about it, but it is, yeah, it's weakening, okay? So that's good. That's good. And it just continues to weaken. Crossing 283 now south of Arnett. It's going to hug the Antelope Hills, the Ellis, Roger Mills County line. Right now, it looks like it's going to probably Camargo, on and just north of Camargo between there and Visay. A couple small storms trying to bubble up near Mutual. We're not worried about those right now, but we are watching those. Let's go back to Val. He is in the thick of it, and he's pretty close. Wow.
Whoa, he's about to get big hail.
Yeah, go ahead, Val. Give us an update on the wind and the hail right now.
We were getting tennis ball size hail. We still are, David. I don't know if you can hear the hail hitting, and I just got a brand new windshield yesterday. Still not cracked, though, but tennis ball size hail in the core. So, David, about probably 3 or 4 minutes ago, before the heavy, heavy rain hit, and you can see how low the visibility is. We can't hardly see. I'm having to drive real slow, but we had a significant lowering straight east of us, which is where the circulation is. So we're trying to get as fast as we can. We just can't drive and stay out of the ditch, you know, very fast here because this visibility is so low. There's hail, there's tree limbs and leaves and dirt and stuff like that and mud blowing. And it's just a crazy, crazy storm. So you can see my wind, if I've got it up right there, 48 miles an hour. And I reset it after the 70 we had earlier. So extremely strong wind. Man, just a crazy strong storm out here. And I know there's bigger hail than tennis balls in this thing. We just haven't seen it yet. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. And great job, Val. And folks, he's got tennis balls. And he had his windshield cracked from 2 days ago, and now we might do this whole thing again. So anyway, S-shape, there's your inflow notch into the mesocyclone. And this thing is alive and well. It's breathing. It's pulling in very warm, moist, and unstable air into the mesocyclone. And, yeah, big hail, tennis ball size hail. Val's in it, and it might be actually a little bit bigger than a tennis ball, maybe some baseballs just to his northwest. And Lacey now going into volume mode on this. We can take a look at the hail core. Here's Fort Supply. And this is just the hail core. The storm itself goes up to 50, 60,000 feet. The hail core is a 30,000 foot line, and it's over 30,000, so it's 35,000 foot. That's the hail. That's the gargantuan gorilla hail.
That's Val's chase truck. You can kind of see there.
Where's Val's truck?
You see it right there in the center, putting the mouse on it right there.
Oh, yeah.
So there it is.
Yeah. See,
underneath all of that.
And see how this, look at that. Wow, that is incredible. Go ahead. Come around this front side.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hook, right? Look at the hook swinging around. This is what this storm looks like right now. That's a volumetric scan of that storm. That is incredible. If you're a weather junkie and a weather dork like us, you have respect for that. And again, now this is the biggest hail.
Yeah, that's the biggest. I took off everything else.
She took off golf balls. And now we're left with tennis balls and baseballs.
Coming
And,
just south of Buffalo.
Yeah, just south of Buffalo. Val's right here. See him showing up? He's right there. Wow. Okay. Let's get to it here. And I want to go back. I tell you what, Brandon Wells is in. Hey, Justin. I'm going to go to Brandon Wells now. Okay. All right. Let me get an update from Brandon. And I do believe he's in Woodward, if I'm not mistaken. He's looking off to the northwest at the whole line is severe now, coming off to the southeast. Brandon, we have that one area of circulation to the north of you, but the whole line is severe, and it's a stout line, big hail, big wind in Woodward, and it's headed to Woodward. Go ahead, give us an update, Brandon.
Yeah, David, this thing's a monster. We've got, right now, we're just going to be actually in the town of Woodward here on 412. We've got about 25 to 30 mile an hour sustained inflow into this, with sometimes gusts near 40 miles an hour feeding into this big old MCS, David. But right now, we're just going to kind of sit out ahead in front of it and see what this thing does. Back to you.
Okay, great job there, Brandon. So Brandon's going to keep bringing this east, and Brandon's going to move through this whole storm across northwestern Oklahoma and take it all the way to eastern Oklahoma this evening and tonight. How about that? But look at the front lip of that. That shot tells you everything you need to know. It's got wind, it's got hail in it, and there's a chance of a tornado. So here's the big view, big complex of severe storms running from, again, southwest Kansas into Oklahoma, back out towards Pampa. We have another big, gnarly, severe storm down here near Lawton. That's moving east. Tom's going to get in on that. Jeremy's coming in from the west, and behind that, that's Jeremy's shot right there. Jeremy will be there here in the next little bit. And then the Tom is going to come down I-35 and get in on this. So if you live in Jefferson or Stevens counties, Comanche, Cotton County, getting hammered right now. Large hail, damaging winds. And what switch radars here on you and show you what we're talking about. Let's see. There's the... Okay, so this doesn't look too crazy to me right now. It's going to Waurika. It's going down Highway 70 to Wilson to Ardmore. That's nothing too crazy. This is a much stronger storm. And what do we have here?
Yeah, that's the area of circulation I was telling you, just south of Chattanooga.
Yeah.
So it's really embedded right now.
It is. Okay, what is... Oh, okay. So, ooh. Okay. All right, so south of Chattanooga, it's going to go on and north of Highway 5. And unless it moves east-southeast, it's going to move right due east down Highway 5 over to and just, well, we'll just say Walters. You're in the line of fire with that. Not a tornado warning yet, but that is getting a little bit stronger. Hey, are we recording on Brandon, Kylie?
I'll find out.
Okay.
And that's also a very similar path that storms on Thursday took. So it's a very similar area. We were talking about just north of Cookietown, back to Walters, with a brief tornado earlier. So that's another area, again, not a tornado warning, but the circulation there is definitely getting tighter. It's getting more organized, and that storm is rapidly strengthening. So big time hail again, golf ball, maybe up to tennis ball size hail with that storm. And we're watching the storm south of the Red River as well, as trackers are closing in on that location, David.
Yeah, okay, so this storm's coming up. It's going to be a wind and hail producer, mainly small hail with that, like she said. This area is area of spin now near Chattanooga. Right, we're keeping an eye on that. It's right here. And then this is a big supercell down here with a big, gnarly, nasty, mean hook on it that we're watching there. Okay, so, but that's going to stay along and south of the Red River. But if you live in Ryan, Ardmore, if you know anybody, it's a Saturday night at the casino, okay, at the WinStar, down in Thackerville, down here on the red. Give them a heads up, call them, text them. There are hundreds, if not thousands of cars in the parking lot, and it's Saturday night. There might be a concert going on there. Concerts are there, it seems like every other day. And there's a bunch of other casinos down here as well. So, but we're just pointing out, people get in there, they get unplugged, playing it and doing your thing, and this comes ripping through, okay? All right, so let's go back to northern Oklahoma, and let's talk about this. And this is still the main show. Tornado warning continues for Harper County. The southern Ellis County storm is dying, no longer severe. This is all, we'll call that junk, which sometimes junk's a good thing, right? These are just little showers trying to bubble up, not a big deal. They're probably going to be eaten by this, but what's going to happen? And by the way, storms over near Alva and Tacoma, they're developing, they're lifting northeast. These are going to get pinwheeled into Kansas, and then this thing is going to do one of these, right? You're going to watch this whole thing. This is going to become the main event for this evening and tonight as it makes its way from northwest to southeast down towards Oklahoma City. Okay, let's go back to Brandon Wells, and he's in Woodward. I want to see his shot. Let's bring him back in here. That's the shelf cloud. And Brandon, there it is. Winds probably going to be 60, maybe 70. It'd be nice if you could sample some of that for just a minute as it gets down on you. And that's coming right into Woodward here shortly. So what do you think looking off to the northwest there? Boy, that's a big, nasty, gnarly storm.
Yeah, David, the knuckles on this thing mean business. I mean, yeah, we're going to sit here and try to sample some of these winds as this storm rolls up on us. Right now, we're going to be just to the northwest side town of Woodward here along 412. And, David, this storm means business. I mean, it looks gnarly, it looks mean, and the knuckles on it are very, very smooth and lavender. Back to you.
So Vaughn and Jeremy, you know what I mean? Excuse me, Brandon. Yeah. Okay, great job, Brandon Wells. Good job. And, folks, he's in basically Woodward. Here comes the wind. And that's coming into Woodward here shortly. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Area of spin now is north of Marty. East of Val, it's right here. It's just barely north of Marty. I'm looking at Marty's shot. Boy, he's in some bad driving conditions there.
Well, it was 5 miles north of Fort Supply.
Okay, yeah, there's Fort Supply. And wow, look at that. Oh, man, that's a mean storm. Big hook on it. Still have the hook. What does velocity data look like here? What is it?
This is out of Vance and then out of Dodge City.
He's right there.
Okay, Brandon's hollering. Where to Wells?
Wells just reported 70-mile-per-hour measured winds at his location.
Let's go back to Brandon Wells. And go ahead. And by the way, where is Brandon exactly? He's northwest of Woodward, right? Go ahead, Brandon. Give us your exact location. Take it. You're hot.
Yeah, they're going to be just to the northwest of Woodward here on 412. We've got a measured wind gust of 70 miles an hour about 3 minutes ago. That's 70 miles an hour winds coming into the town of Woodward. So if you're in the town of Woodward, you need to be hunkering down and take this storm very serious, David.
Brandon, yep, so there we go. Measured on his chase truck, 70-mile-per-hour wind. He just had that wind gust. It's sliding southeast from Woodward to the north. You're going to get that wind, and also to the west and south eventually. But he just had a wind gust just northwest of Woodward of, again, 70 miles per hour. Okay, so let's go, and I'm going to talk about the new watch is out.
I'm updating until 2 a.m.
2 a.m. That's for the counties in blue. I want to point this out. There still will be a tornado threat in this watch box. It won't be as high, okay? And we need to watch it. This is going to be for mainly wind and hail, but there will be a tornado threat. It will be lower than what it is with the main line coming in right now as everything slides down to the southeast, okay? So the tornado threat is not zero this evening and tonight once it hits the box. And Oklahoma City, that's up until 2 a.m. The storms will be in Oklahoma City long before 2 a.m. So this is the mean monster we have in the northwest. Big hook, big hail, tennis ball size hail, back along 183. Val's here, Marty's right here. Brandon is in between Fort Supply and Woodward, but your tornado warning does continue. And we know we have damage at least northwest of Woodward. If we have that picture.
It's in on 2.
Links 2.
Cassie put it in there.
And this is what I think the trooper, Oklahoma Highway Patrol, what the trooper took of the tornado. It's raining at his location, and you can see kind of the left side of the tornado and the right side. And it's back in the rain. It's kind of ugly. It's kind of hard to see. It's not a classic elephant trunk or whatever you want to call it sticking out. It's not. This is the tornado that was about 4 to 4.5 miles that we had debris in the air on radar. That's the tornado when it was about 4.5 miles west-northwest of Laverne. That was about 30, 45 minutes ago. That's the picture from Marty Logan that was given to him by one of our finest, Oklahoma Highway Patrol.
And Marty's in the thick of it now, the circulation with that storm.
And there's the trooper's car right there. Okay, okay, let's go back to it. And, well, Marty is in it. Okay, let's go to Marty Logan. And, wow, he is in the thick of it. Here comes Val to the southwest. Marty, be careful. What do you think? What's your wind and what's your hail look like? Circulation is not very far from you. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, it's pretty rugged out here right now. I'm moving east. I'm going to get over to the Selman Blacktop, and then that will bring us out 11 miles north of Woodward. And, yeah, we are in some tough winds right now, four-wheel high, driving along here. A little bit of hail, probably in the dime, nickel size right now. So hopefully we can get out of this pretty quick. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So Marty's in it. He's in it to win it. Wow. Okay. So here's a problem. Here's one of our problems here. See this big bow beginning to form? Lacey, go ahead and lapse this. This is going to be a ball of wind. It's going to be a wind bag, right? And this is going to move easterly across northern Oklahoma. At the same time, it's going to propagate and develop off to the east-southeast, okay? So Fairview, Cherokee, Helena, yep, you're going to get it, Taloga, Putnam. You're going to get this line. There's no way it doesn't hit you. And when it does, wind is going to be 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, okay? Across northern Oklahoma first, and then eventually down into Oklahoma City. By the way, if you guys get a minute, go ahead.
67 mile per hour wind gusts in Buffalo, David.
Okay, 67 in Buffalo.
We're starting to see some outages now, of course, through Beaver County and Harper County, nothing extreme, but
Okay.
some power outages right now in the Panhandle and also up in Harper County.
Okay, how many power outages do you have?
285 in Beaver County. Right now, county 7 in Harper County.
Okay.
They're just coming in Harper County.
Okay.
As far as outages go, 67 mile per hour wind gusts in Buffalo.
Okay. All right, nice job. Okay, so, and again, we're going to get many more areas are going to be without power. You get winds 70, 60, yeah. Power lines, they'll pop, they'll wave, might bring some down. You get to that 70 to 80 threshold, really kind of starts to change the landscape a little bit. You get that 80 mile an hour gust or 75, and it blows like that. It all depends on the duration. You'll start to get power lines popping, coming down. We start to lose more power, okay? But you can see this S shape developing right here, and this is going to be a big wind and hail event as it moves through every square inch of northern and western Oklahoma. So the supercell and Brandon have been on, it's basically gone. It died, but this is not dying. This is what is taking over. What does Amarillo look like on this line down here? Just to get a better perspective. Okay. So it's a thin line. And by the way, what's some of the high-res data?
Still says the complex to the south interferes with metro storms once this gets here.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
So we can kind of talk about that.
Okay.
Some of the data says this stuff down here, because there's a low-level jet above our heads, that this disrupts, and there was a chance of that today, disrupts what's going to be coming into the city. And if that were to happen, that would possibly give us less severe storms in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, still rain, still storms.
Still rain, still storms.
It's just not as intense if that happens.
Okay, if that happens. Okay. So how much rain does it give us, ballpark, on your latest? Oklahoma City. I'm just talking for the metro.
Sure. South side of the metro, dry.
Wow.
1/10 of an inch to about an inch on the north side.
Okay.
If that happens, yeah.
Okay.
Power lines and some loose debris.
Okay, let's go back to Brandon Wells, and he's in the northwest. Again, he's right here, northwest of Woodward. And he's back in Woodward. Brandon, go ahead, give us an update. You're moving through Woodward. What's your wind, and what have you seen here in the last 10 minutes since our last update with you? Go ahead.
David, if I would have guessed our wind speeds as we're moving right now, I would say easily 65 miles an hour. We've got power lines arcing in Woodward proper. We've got a lot of debris blowing across 412 from our northwest to the southeast, a lot of road debris, a lot of awnings and stuff like that being blown around. So an ongoing wind damage event occurring right now in the town of Woodward.
Okay, nice job, Brandon. Brandon Wells, again, in Woodward. And he had measured 70, and he's going through Woodward saying he's had gusts 50, 60, maybe 65, with power lines arcing. You're going to get some power outages in Woodward and around Woodward, and also you're going to get some tree limbs coming down. You're going to, whatever's not tied down is going to blow around and blow out in the street and things like that. So severe storm, lots of heavy rain. You'll take the rain in Woodward, but the problem is that the big hail's to your north. Let's lapse this. I think Woodward is not going to get, I'm pretty sure, they're not going to get the big hail. Let's see. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's
not
easterly now.
Yeah, it was moving like this earlier, and now it's swinging through. This is the beginning of what we call like a little comma head on a piece of energy. All right, so the tornado warning continues. Again, if you live north of Woodward, east of Buffalo, let's go ahead and zoom back into this area and talk about the area of circulation. Lowest level, center part of the house. This is a largely rural area, but farms are still here, ranches are still here, and people still live here, okay? And Marty's right there. Circulation is just to the east of Marty. And gosh, I don't know if he's ever going to get out of that. Yeah. I mean, he is in the thick of it. But the circulation, is that out of Dodge?
That's out of Dodge. Vance is lower now.
Yeah, is Vance lower then?
It is now by about 2,000 feet.
Okay, so is this Vance?
That's Vance.
Okay, so, okay. And that's Vance, correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay. So that, you know, the circulation, it's right here. A little bit of an inflow notch. Big hail. This is going to be tennis ball size hail. Tornado warning continues. The circulation is just north of Marty. And it looks like it might be shrouded in rain. I mean, obviously rain, but I mean big hail. Okay, so if you live, are there any small little communities up here?
Between Selman and Woodward.
Not really. We have Freedom to the east. By the way, Freedom, tie it down, buckle it down. It's coming. Wind and hail for sure. Damaging winds, damaging hail, going to Freedom. Going to Winoka, you might miss the big hail, but Avard, you're going to get it. Freedom, you're going to get it in and around Freedom as you leave Woods County, Woodward County into Woods County.
David, there is a track ready on 3 for that storm.
Let's do it. Let's go to Links 3 and look at the storm track. And yeah, so pretty intense. Also, Cass, let's go ahead and jump it back to the north here so we include Capron and Byron at least. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to, again, moving east. Cassie, what's your speed on that?
I'm going to go between 30 to 35, 32.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so moving east, 30, 35 miles per hour. So Cargill, 836. That's on the leading edge of the wind and the hail. The wind will come first, and the hail will come in. And where you see the purple going to the black, that's going to be golf ball up to tennis ball size hail. All right, so we're looking at Freedom, 851. 851 Freedom. You got about 20 minutes. Winoka, 923. Northwest OSU. That's going to be at 9:37. That's in Alva. Alva downtown, 9:38. Tacoma, 9:55. Carmen, hang on, 10:07. Cherokee at about 10:10. And Helena at about 10:26. Okay, so big line of storms moving from west to east. Okay, this is going to go all across every square inch, square mile of northwestern and northern Oklahoma. And then the line back to the southwest is severe back out in the Texas Panhandle. Okay, back to Links 1.
And while you're doing that, David, I was just looking at the speed of the storms out the Texas Panhandle. They're easily moving 60, 65 miles per hour.
Oh, my gosh.
The line out west.
Okay.
And then also tornado warning with that storm in the southwest north of Cookietown that we were just talking about a moment ago.
Okay, so Jeremy's coming in on the back side of that. Let's go back down there. And technically, people watch us on our app. We get it. Technically not in our viewing area, and I always get lit up when I say that, but this is the Lawton TV market. But lots of people still watch us down here. They especially watch us these days online on their phone. Circulation is going to be right here. This is where the tornado warning is. There's Cookietown, right? There's your tornado crossing 277. And there's your shear. Right here's the tornado. What does max route look like? Okay, that's not crazy. What does velocity data look like one more time? Okay. I've seen more impressive tornado warnings, but it's certainly there. Looks like it might have been a little bit stronger back to the, boy, it's moving east-southeast, isn't it?
It is, yes.
This
might be because of the interaction between the two storms there that they put the warning out too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's taking a dive, and to me, it looks it's going to try to head down towards, you know, west and south of Temple. It's going to try to go south of Highway 5A. Yeah, that did. It's just going to gobble it up. So that storm is eating this storm. But if you live down, if you're on the lake, Eureka Lake, Temple, big hail down here, quarters and golf balls, maybe some tennis balls back here by the mesocyclone. I'm looking up at Brandon's shot right now. Okay, so down south, tornado warning. Once again, this is for Cotton County. Okay, this is for Cotton County. For you folks down near Walters and Temple, circulation's right there. Is that, yeah, zoom back into that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, there, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, one more time. And what's velocity data look like?
There's the latest.
Okay, yeah, it's right here. It's right here. It just went right over Cookietown. Circulation did pretty much right over Cookietown.
Looking at the atmosphere, the low-level jet, according to data, it is a little stronger there to the south and southwest. It's working its way to the north, but definitely across North Texas and the Red River, the low levels are much more conducive for tornadoes with those storms than off towards the north, just looking at the data of the low-level wind fields.
Okay.
So, but it's working its way off to the north, and it continues, latest data continues to bring that rich low-level moisture and those higher winds to the north. Despite these storms off towards the north, at least some. But like Lacey mentioned, these storms are really could inhibit the low levels from really cranking up here across central Oklahoma if they continue on their path.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what he's talking about here, remember, there's a low-level jet that's a conveyor belt of moisture and instability that's above Oklahoma right now, coming in from the south. Well, this is gobbling into that low-level jet. This is going into that conveyor belt of moisture. So as that moves into it, it disrupts it. It disrupts the flow that's trying to come into the storms in the northwest. Are they going to go away? No. But it could disrupt it. I've seen it where it does, and these are not as strong or not as crazy than other times. It doesn't, okay? We're what we call nowcasting. Not forecasting, but we're nowcasting on some of this stuff as exactly what's going to happen. We are going to get storms in Oklahoma City, all right? That will happen, and these will keep moving east, and maybe east-southeast. So Tom's going down I-35 right now, and he's going to get in position.
And the tornado warning in the northwest has been allowed to expire.
Okay, so the tornado warning in the northwest has expired. It's been spinning down slowly. Still there, though. Still need to watch it. And once again, this big mess in the northwest is making its way east, but at the same time, it's eventually going to make its way down to the southeast. And if you can, maybe, Lace, maybe get up one of our future radars here, just to show the folks, kind of give them an idea on one of our model data sets here, what we think, and what the atmosphere is going to do. And, okay, so this is at, let's jump to 9 o'clock.
Okay.
If we can. And, okay, so here's 9 o'clock, and what we're on radar, that's about what's going on, right? That's northwestern Oklahoma. This says by 9 o'clock, in 20 minutes, we start to get showers and storms to develop in Oklahoma City. May or may not happen. We'll see. So far, we're in the clean. And the storm in southern Oklahoma goes to Ardmore. This is future radar. This isn't live radar. This is what we're looking at. The latest model data is telling us, and it's doing a pretty good job. Now look at 10, 11 o'clock at night. 11 o'clock. Ponca City, down to Stillwater, down to Deer Creek, down to El Reno, down to Clinton. This is a Boeing, what we call a MCS, mesoscale convective system of wind and hail with still a low tornado threat coming in Oklahoma City. All right, let's go to midnight. And look what it does there.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Interesting.
It would be shocking if that happens, but it's very possible.
Yeah, seen it happen before. Okay, and then it develops more activity in behind it there.
Yeah, it kind of goes crazy, and even bigger storms down south.
Yeah, but the atmosphere is going to be pretty worked over.
Right.
So normally the storm is behind it, won't be as intense. Wind and hail, very low tornado threat with that second wave if that develops behind this first wave when we get through all that tonight. All right, and then there's 5 o'clock in the morning. Your Sunday, Father's Day, looks great. Nothing going on. This is all going to be to our east overnight, and it's out of here. All right, so again, models catching on to what's going on. So everything in the northwest, sliding southeast, and there's nothing developing close to the metro. We don't have any on IR, any cloud tops, anything looks a little weird to you on satellite? Okay, nothing. All right, Justin, okay. So we might not get showers, probably won't at 9 o'clock. I mean, 20 minutes away, or anything bubbling up. So we're doing okay. And we'll just wait on this to come on in here this evening. So once again, the tornado warning, that's been dropped for northwestern Oklahoma, and which is fine. But it's just a big wind line of, again, wind 70 miles per hour, maybe gusts to 80, and quarter golf ball and up to tennis ball size hail as it moves east. Freedom, you're going to get absolutely hammered in Freedom. You're going to get wind, you're going to get hail. It's going to be a west wind. You might lose some windows, and you're going to have roof damage. You're going to have some car damage. You're going to get big hail in Freedom. Okay? So let's go back to Marty, and he's fine. Wow, he got out ahead of it. Let's go to Marty. He's on the southwest side. He's making his way to the east. And Marty Logan, what do you think? You're out of it. You survived. You were in the thick of it there for quite a while. Go ahead, Marty. Your hail core is just to your north, just a couple of miles. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be where we came onto the road, 11 miles north of Woodward. That's the Selman Blacktop. We are headed south to Woodward with rising dirt in the town of Woodward right now. Now, do you want me to go ahead and give you the report that I got from Trooper Cody Cresswell on the damage at Laverne? I can go ahead and do that. I gave it to Justin. Let's go ahead. I just talked to Cody a little bit ago. He said that north and west of Laverne, from what he can tell so far, no injuries or deaths. Also, there are numerous down power lines, a barn's destroyed, and other outbuildings that he can see so far. He's going into Fort Supply with heavy equipment to help with, I'm going to say, search and rescue or just moving debris. So it sounds like there possibly more stuff down in Laverne. I'm not going to confirm that, but he's going to go to town to see if they're going to need, let's just say he's to town with heavy equipment and see if they need help in town. But we are going to confirm, just as you said, wrapped in rain, tornado northwest of Laverne did cause some damage. Back to you, David.
Okay, well, there we go. And Marty Logan right there, just northwest of Laverne. Like he said, power lines, power poles down, barn destroyed. So that was a tornado, folks. We had debris in the air on radar. And Marty has confirmed that with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. Some of our finest up there. They live up there. They know everybody. They know everybody. And they know how to get into these hot spots and find out what's going on. So that just came from that trooper to Marty Logan. So that is a confirmed tornado from a couple of hours ago, about an hour and a half ago, I guess. All right, so the big hail, it's, again, going to Freedom. Going to Freedom. And Brandon Wells is busting east. And Marty, and then we have Val making his way. Val's in Woodward. Okay, so Marty's going to keep moving east with this. Hey, Justin, we're going to get Brandon over to Highway 281.
Yeah, Brandon Wells is going east, then he's going to work his way, stair-step his way back north.
Yeah.
Ahead of it, and then Val and Marty are working their way back to the east too. Because we couldn't take them north because of the core, because of the river right there. So they all have kind of funneled to the south, and they're going to spread out. Yeah.
Question here, what's the speed on this thing now? Because Brandon W. needs to know the speed of that if he doesn't. What's the speed of that? What do we think that is? To me, it looks like it's
every bit of 45 probably.
Yeah, it's 48 to be exact at the moment.
Nice job. Okay. It's moving. That's pretty fast. So, hey, Justin, make sure he knows it's moving east at 50. It's not 25. That's a whole different deal to chase. Okay, so northern Oklahoma, prepare for damaging wind, damaging hail. And this is going to be a pretty big event that's going to cover up a lot of real estate. We'll have wind damage up here. We're going to have power outages up here. And this is going right down Highway 64. It's going to go down right down Highway 281. And the main hail core is running from Highway 64 down to, well, let's kind of the east-west 281 here. That's a lot of real estate in there. That's a big hail core. And that's going to be tennis balls and maybe some baseballs in here. But here's Freedom. And so this is what? How far is that? 10 miles, 15 miles from Freedom?
From Freedom.
Back to the depth of that. Back, yeah.
Where were you measuring further? Okay.
Well, no, you're fine. You're fine. Okay. That's it. That's it. The front lip's 5, and the back edge is 11, 12, 15. Yeah. Okay, and then down here it's going to be the biggest hail at this point. It's going to go south of Freedom, but you're still going to get some damaging hail in Freedom. Quarters, golf balls. Okay, going to Freedom, and moving east, going to Cora, going to Alva. You have plenty of time, Alva. We'll do a storm track on that. Cassie, do you have a storm track on the northern storms?
I do. I've got it going at 50.
Okay, and you're on 2 or 3?
3.
Okay, let's go to Lynx 3. And take a look at the storm track. And she's done the whole line here from the Kansas State line back down to south of Woodward. Woodward had a wind gust just northwest of town of 70 miles per hour. So Quinlan at about 8:50, Alva 9:03. Okay, Alva 9 o'clock. Cherokee 9:25, Helena 9:39, Fairview 9:45, Lahoma 9:58, 10 o'clock, Medford at 10 o'clock, and Enid at about 10:12. So you're doing all right. You got a good hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes before that gets there. Okay, let's go check in with our trackers again. Jeremy Carter is down south. Before we go to Jeremy, let's go to radar first down south.
Okay.
And no more tornado warning in the northwest right now. That could change. The whole line is snaking back into Ellis County. Might have some localized flooding developing in here. And anytime you see this training, might have a little flooding going on. And but this line, so is that still moving at 60? East-southeast? God, that's fast.
Well, let me take it back 30 minutes and I can play it in just a second.
What happens is, as you get a big complex like this, it just starts to, it gets faster. You get what we call a cold pool, rain-cooled air, and behind it, this thing starts to accelerate. The jet, a low-level jet on the backside, starts to come into the backside, starts to accelerate it. So these things start to pick up speed. So you pick up speed, you have stronger winds that come from the mid-levels down to the surface. It's just one big, ferocious circle of life.
It's about 45 at the moment.
Okay, 45.
45 to 50, yeah.
Okay, so they're all moving about the same speed now. So that'll help us some. So Cheyenne, Roll, Dempsey, Elk City. We'll do a storm track on this line too, and we'll bring that in, all right? So we're gonna go down south here and to talk about the tornado warning and the hook. The dangerous part of the storm is right just north of the river here. Look at that hook down there, West Wichita Falls. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom in here. Any reports of anything you guys have seen? Anything?
I have not from the southwest, no.
Okay, and Jeremy's coming in on it. And Tom is coming in from the east. So tornado warning now for you folks in Cotton County. Here's Temple.
Kind of looks like it's getting pushed to the southeast because there's so much convection right there.
It is. It is, right there. Right there. It's weird. This thing came into it, and then it did a big plunge. So if it goes any farther southeast, it's going to be in Texas. The hook is. It's right here. Here's the area. Here's the inflow notch right here, just north of Taylor. There's Ranelette, Taylor, Oklahoma. This is Highway 70. Tornado warning for you. Lowest level, center part of the house. If you're watching this on your phone or your computer, okay? And again, this is all, how big is the hail down here? What's radar showing? It's not as big as what we've had in the northwest. How big is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's quarters.
Quarters, maybe some golf balls. Probably some golf balls coming into Cookietown and Walters. And that's going to Warwick Lake. If you know anybody in the lake, they got to go, they got to get out. You can't be in a camper, you can't be in a tent. It's a bad idea. Winds to 60 to 70 in a tent. Oh, and a driving hail. Quarters and golf balls. We'll see what it looks like when it gets here, but that's going to go right over Warwick Lake. That's where we were 2 days ago. And there's Loco, had the big tornado, had the EF2 tornado 2 days ago, just outside of Loco. Did some damage there to a house. EF2 damage, to be exact. The storm at the backside, not worried about it. The hook down in Texas is moving. That stays in Texas. Yeah. That Wichita Falls storm looks like it stays in Texas, moving east-southeast. And so, folks, that's going to go across every square inch of Stevens and Jefferson County, Ardmore, Love County. It will make its way to Sulphur. So I recall the kiddos at Falls Creek on a Saturday. I have to remember, I think they arrive on Saturday.
Yeah, maybe a transition day. I'm not 100% sure now.
Okay. Haven't been a
But I'd imagine it's active there one way or another.
People, we just go week after week. So there's people there. We know that at Falls Creek. And that's going to be on the north side of this severe storm. So Falls Creek, you might fare okay with this because this is pretty much moving east, almost east-southeast, but more, we'll call it east for now. And it's going to go to Hennepin, Milo, Falls Creek, Sulphur. You'll be on the north side. Connerville, Reagan, Tishomingo. If you live anywhere around Tishomingo, the Tishomingo Wildlife Refuge. Okay, so last night, Jen was telling me it's the last night of Falls Creek. They're gearing up for week 3. And I guess they arrive on Monday.
Okay.
I guess. Sunday? Monday? We don't know. We don't know. We're trying to figure. Anyway, there's people there. May not be any kids there tonight, but there's people still there. And okay, so we're going to keep tracking this. Once again, going to Falls Creek, Gene Autry. The tornadic part of this is back here near Ranelagh. Okay, and it's going to Warwick. Let's go back to this one more time.
Okay.
Tornado warning continues for southern Cotton County. It's going to move into Stevens and Jefferson counties. It's going to go right down Highway 70. The hook's back here.
And that warning is dropped.
Okay. And it was weakening on that last scan. Let's go back to shear. It's right here. Yeah, definitely come down.
Yeah, from what it was earlier.
Yeah.
It's a far cry from that.
Okay. Good news with that. Boy, the moisture down here is rich and thick, and it's got the low-level jet, and it could easily ramp back up.
Someone talking to you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you got quiet on me.
Sorry. No, I'm just daydreaming.
Okay.
Jen just told me that they posted on their Facebook or social media that they have a facility down there that will hold all of those kids.
Yes, they have talked about that for a while, yes.
New to me. Did I know this? Have we talked about this?
Yes, I believe so. I can tell you when this happened.
No,
but
that's fine.
Yeah.
It's great. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Because when I was there back in the day...
Well, that was a long time ago, David. You got to remember.
That was about 10 years ago.
Yes. TVs are in color.
Back in the... Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I'm just saying that was a significant amount of time.
That's
and
cool.
there is a track on those storms in southern Oklahoma on links 2.
Okay, let's go back to links 2 and let's bring it in here. And yeah, let's go back to links 2. There it is. So moving east, we'll see Velma 910, Ringling 916, Hilton 924, Elmore City 942, Davis 957, Sulphur 1010, Tishomingo 1031, Medill 1033. So they're moving east. What's the speed on that, guys? 30, 35?
Going at 40, no.
Going at 40?
Yeah.
Okay, 40 miles per hour. That's pretty fast. They're not going to hang around. You're not going to get a whole lot of flooding out of this, in other words, because they're moving so quickly. You'll get a good inch of rain, maybe a little more. Quarter, golf ball size hail with that. No longer with a tornado warning on this, which is good news. Okay? All right, let's go back to the northwest and talk about the big mess in the northwest. All right, so nothing headed for Oklahoma City right now. Nothing yet. We're going to have storms here, right? 9 o'clock. We're getting close. This is coming to the city. Model data updated. Looks a little different. Anything new for the...
I haven't checked the latest one.
Latest and greatest? All right, so...
Let's see.
And we're looking at some model data here to see just what it looks like a little bit.
Yeah, there's
towards
nothing new at the moment.
I tell you what, Cassie, let's do a storm track. Kind of start where Brandon is. Kind of do this, and let's just kind of bring it off to the east-southeast towards Oklahoma City, and let's just say 35 or 40, 45 miles per hour.
Okay.
And again, that could change because what's going to happen is we're probably going to get some additional storms to develop out ahead of it.
Or Brandon Pennell or Brandon Wells? Which one?
Brandon Wells, kind of do a line like that. You know what I mean? Or north of him, bring it something like that, and slide it down to the southeast towards the city here. Trying to give people at home some idea. Now remember, things will try to develop. Storms will try to develop out ahead of the main line. Okay, so they're not there yet, so we can't do a storm track on it. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, man, that's any reports from Freedom? They just got hammered.
I was just checking the Mesonet. Still no report from there yet.
Okay.
So should be coming in momentarily of exactly what those winds are doing.
Yeah, and we can look at the wind here. What about we're getting pretty close on velocity data. So it's coming down Highway 64, Alva, get ready. Alva, Winoka, Tacoma, Cherokee, Byron, Jet, Nash, Hillsdale, it's coming. Winds, low end, 50, high end, 70, maybe 80, right?
Okay, David, the track for that whole line moving into Oklahoma City eventually tonight, that's on links 3.
Okay. And, okay, we'll get to that here in just a second here. Some of the velocity, wow.
This is Vance.
Goodness gracious. Oh, my.
So this is still about 3,000 feet up.
Okay. But, man, if it's showing
It's
70.
even close to that, yeah.
Yeah, folks. Okay, this is big time. If we're showing 85, that's at 3,000 feet up. The radar beam's straight, right? The Earth's curve. The Earth is not flat. despite what John, you might think. I'm kidding, John. So the radar beam is straight, so that's about 3,000 feet, but we're on the ground, but you can easily get winds. You have 70 to 85 miles per hour. You could see winds 70 to 75 down on the deck, down on where we are living. Okay, so Alva, prepare. I'd say prepare for 70 to 75, gusts to 80 in Alva. That's damaging wind for sure. Okay, so it's going to Alva, going to Winchester, going to Avard, going to Tacoma, Carmen, Cherokee, and then you throw in winds to 70 to 80, and you throw in golf ball size hail. It's a west wind. It's a wind-driven golf ball size hail in that. So that'll be a horizontal wind with golf balls in it, 70, 80 miles an hour. That'll blow out your west windows. Not everybody, but for some of you, that's what's going to happen if the wind stays that high.
David?
And yeah, go ahead, Justin.
I was just talking to Brandon Wells, giving him an update, but also I was looking at the velocity, and there's some little kinks in that Freedom storm.
Yep, I just saw it right there.
Yeah, just southwest of Cora, just east of Freedom.
Yeah, and also, Justin, there's another one maybe near Winoka.
Yeah, northwest of Winoka, yeah.
Okay, so a couple things going on here. We're kind of losing the classic supercell like we had initially out in the Panhandle. That's what we thought was going to happen. We're ending up with a quasi-linear convective system. It's just a line of severe storms. Jet stream is ripping in here, right, from the west. The low-level jet is coming in from the south. So you have winds doing this, right, or just, opposite directions. So what do you get? You get something to spin. So we look along this line for little areas of spin, and they start to show up, these little tiny pockets. Look at that shot right there.
That's unbelievable.
Wow. That is really, really pretty. Man, I could stare at that all day. All right, but see this right here? A little bit of appendage. And, some nights we have what we call QLCS, mesovortices, quasi-linear, convective system, little spin-ups on the leading edge. That's what we're transitioning to now. And a little bit of some spin here, a little spin there, a little spin there. Now, I'm going to hold my finger here, and let's go back to reflectivity here. Okay. Look at the backside, underside of the anvil. It's beautiful. See that little hook? Just to the west and north of Winoka. Okay? That might tighten up just enough to give us some problems. And that would be a small, normally, on average, usually a weak tornado, usually, but still a tornado. And that's going to go right down 281. And it's right there. It's there. And then another one up here. Okay.
David, on Links 2, what you're going to see are some damage pictures coming in from Laverne.
Okay, now is this northwest of Laverne? This is from 4 miles?
Well, they didn't specify. Okay,
this is, because Marty said they had a barn destroyer. This is probably it. Let's go to Links 2. And, okay, great job, Cassie. From Laverne, that's from Kaylee DeBose. We'll go with that. I'm sorry if I didn't say it right. DeBose. And there's the roof of the barn, part of the barn, the roof, the side. Windows blown out. Look at the cars here, folks. Gone. Remember, glass in a car is a piece of glass, piece of film in between it, another piece of glass. To blow out an entire window like that, usually you'll just put a big, looks like a spider web, right? Big fractured mark, big, scattering of the glass. But to blow it out completely?
David?
Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Brandon Wells is going north on 281. He's just south of Winoka. He has 60 to 70 mile per hour winds as the gust front just hit him. Okay. And he's seeing power flashes possibly northwest of his location. So that'd be just near Winoka or just northwest.
And that's where that hook is.
That's where that little couplet is. But at least the gust front has hit him with the west winds of 60 to 70. Okay, here's the deal. Okay, let's go back. Let's take Brandon Wells' control room. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon Wells, here's Winoka. He's coming. He's just south of town, folks. You folks in Winoka. Brandon, go ahead. Brandon, here's the deal. There might be a QLCS vortex just west to northwest of Winoka. Right now, I'm looking at it on radar. That might be what you're seeing. What do you think? What do you see? Take it, Brandon.
Yeah, David, I totally agree with you on that. We are getting probably 65 to 70, maybe even stronger than that winds here on our location. We're going to be probably about 1 to 2 miles south of Winoka. About 2 minutes ago, looking to the northwest, confirmed power flashes. that could be associated with the strong winds, but even possibly a QLCS tornado in there. So the people in Winoka really need to take this very serious. David?
Okay. Nice job. Go ahead, Kylie. All of Ellis County?
Yeah, they're saying there's a major power line that was damaged near our net. So the outages just spiked in Ellis County, over 2,000 customers without power.
No power in Ellis County. We said we'd have power outages, and it's going to be weather related somehow, some way. I mean, it could be something else, but okay, that's a problem. No power.
And some lines down in Fort Supply also.
Okay, power's okay, all right. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so we're just talking to Brandon Wells. He's right here coming into Winoka. He's coming in right now, and that's what I was talking about. So here's shear rate.
Brandon.
What? Go ahead.
He's talking to Brandon.
Okay, so right here, little appendage. It'll update here for us. There's Winoka. There's Brandon. He's coming into town. He said wind 60 to 70. Get ready, Winoka. You're getting it, and you're going to get more. And then that's going to go right down Highway 281. Wow, that's a big wind.
And that's right on the end, kind of the bookend there.
Bookend.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Man.
northern Woods County.
That Alva, Capron, Winchester, south of Winchester. Man, lock it down or lose it. Lock it down or lose it. Wow. That's big wind. Okay, what is base showing on it? 79,
yeah,
73.
70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming into Alva.
Okay, and what is SRV show?
That's base. SRV is about, we've had some 60.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, well, SRV is going to be what we're looking at.
Okay, so when this went through Freedom, it was measured 77 miles per hour. So that is every bit of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds confirmed coming into Alva.
Yeah, we're going to have so many power outages across Woods County. All right, so Brandon's getting there, and he'll get out ahead of it, and Brandon's going to take it all the way through.
Wells has power flashes.
Let's go to Brandon. We might have a tornado here. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon Wells. Brandon, do you see a lowering at all? You have power flashes. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we've got power flashes. We've got limb debris blowing all over 281 here, obstructing the road. I would definitely say we've got a tornado probably embedded. David, I cannot confirm if we have a tornado on the ground, but with all the evidence that's going on right now with me, I would definitely say we have probably a QLCS tornado northwest of Winoka. David?
Okay, there you go. So, folks, let's go back to, great job, Brandon. His GPS isn't updated. He's through Winoka, right? He's, ask him, Justin, if he's through Winoka.
I'm now east on 281 going out of Winoka.
Okay, again, cellular GPS, it's not updating. I just want to make sure. Okay, so he's eastbound. Okay, so folks, let's go back to Lynx 1. We might have to issue our own News 9 tornado warning for this. This is what we're talking about right here. It's not going to be a very big signature. There it is. Is that out of Vance?
This is Vance.
It's right there. I mean, it's right where it should be. Okay, this might be a tornado. It's so close. We know we have all kinds of damaging winds in here, but what he's describing, yeah, we might have a tornado developing, and it's going to go right down 281, east of Winoka. Yep, there's the inflow notch. Man, and by the way, he's not here. He's over here now. He's east on 281. He went right through it. Okay, so, yeah, okay, so northern Oklahoma, damaging wind event, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Could see some gusts higher than that. Alva, get ready. You don't have much time in Alva. And see, there's even the wind field's got a kink in it.
Right.
I mean, man, look at the bow here. Boy, Alva, you're going to get just absolutely hammered. You're not, right now, not showing winds to 90 or 100 miles per hour, but we're showing every bit of 75 to 80. And like Lacey said, had a wind gust to, what was it?
77.
Yeah, I mean, folks, now we're breaking stuff off. Okay, Cass, if you can, give me a storm track. And what's the movement? It looks like to me it's accelerating. It's starting to gust. It's a bow echo now. Now we've got a full-on bow in here.
Which means it will speed up. I'm going to take this back. That's a 30-minute update.
Okay.
And now Wells is east,
60
and he has a
miles
strong
per hour.
southeast wind.
Okay, moving to 60, moving east. Okay, this is moving at 60 miles per hour. So Cassie put it at 60. Take it to Ponca City. Okay, so see this in here? This is a high-end wind event moving through Woods County, going to Alfalfa County, Cherokee, Lambert, Byron. Get ready, 73, 83, Avard. Yep. Not good. You're going to get hammered. Okay, Brandon's going east, and then he's going to go back north.
The tracker's ready when you want it.
Okay, let's go back. 2 or 3?
3.
Okay, let's go back to Lynx 3. And
Wells is back into the inflow, and he has a strong southeast wind now.
Okay, I believe that. And we'll get back to him. Okay, Alva 9:07. What time? Okay, 2 minutes. Wow, we're close. You might have it. Yeah, well, she's got a little bit ahead of the line, which is fine. That's probably 9:10, 9:15. We give you a little bit of lead time here, but Alva 9:07. Let's go with that. Cherokee 9:26. Enid about 10 o'clock. Medford 10 o'clock. Billings 10:18. Ponca City 10:38. Medford, Billings. It's just easier for me to say Grant County, Alfalfa County, Kay County. You're going to get the worst of the wind here. You're going to see winds 70 to 85 miles per hour, okay, in northern Oklahoma. Okay? Kay County, Grant County, Medford, Cherokee, Ponca City, Blackwell, Brayman, Newkirk, Renfro, up in Grant County. Okay? Big wind event.
Hail sizes have come down some, which is good. I mean, you don't want baseballs with that type of wind, but hail sizes have come down, maybe quarter golf ball at this point.
Okay, quarter golf ball with winds still, 80. That's taking out your west windows in your car and in your house. Not for everybody, because not everybody's going to get golf balls, but you combine a west wind at 80 to 85 and golf balls, it's taking out windows for you folks in northern Oklahoma. Nothing in Oklahoma City right now. Nothing in Oklahoma City. This line is still moving off to the east. Data still brings it into the metro. Have you seen any new latest and greatest? Okay, so it's a wind bag, and it is barreling through Woods County. This is moving at nearly 60 miles per hour now, so it's developing what we call a cold pool. It's just running and gunning, and it's moving due east. Lots of rain, lots of hail. Justin?
I was just saying, definitely an interesting little kink on the north side of that near Winchester.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the very north end of the the bookend there.
Yeah, it's called the bookend vortex, or an area of low pressure that begins to develop up here. We get low pressure that develops sometimes on the north, even on the south side. Oh yeah, it sure is. Wow, I'm looking at velocity data. Okay, so a little area of spin here. All right, so Marty's making his way east as well. And we'll keep Marty going east, going to Alva. Brandon's gonna go east and make his way north. And Justin, is that his GPS location? Yeah. He's still good? I mean, he's going to make the turn, right?
No, it's been updating, so yes.
Okay.
He's still good.
Man, he's going to have to bust north to get to Alva.
Dewey County, 76 mile per hour wind and ceiling.
There we go. Okay, let's come back to the west, and let's do a storm track once again like we did a little earlier.
Okay, southern Woodward County.
Let's go back to Dewey County, and we'll get a storm track. And folks, I mean, you're looking at radar, you're thinking, where's that coming from? But the wind is now undercutting this and coming out, so it's a big wind event, which it's a good thing. It takes down on the tornado threat, it lowers it, and it would be more of a wind threat. But the thing is, the wind's going to impact more people than a tornado would, okay? Because the wind is going to cover up a lot of real estate, a lot of acreages here, a lot of miles. Okay, so you said ceiling just had a wind gust to 70?
Ceiling had 76,
okay.
David.
Well, let's go to Vaughn Castor. Justin Rudisell. Let's bring in Vaughn. And control room, let's go to Vaughn. Vaughn just had a wind gust at the ceiling mesonet side of 77 miles per hour. 77 miles per hour, pretty close to ceiling. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, it's blowing hard here. We're right here on this gust front, right on the leading edge of it. And that seems to be where a lot of these winds are coming from, is that leading edge, which is really incredible because these storms are really strong. But this gust front, this part of it, is really producing some fierce winds with it, David. But yes, I can confirm that. I'm fighting to stay on the road right here. I'm just north of Sealing right now. Going to head north and then back east. Back to you, David.
Okay. All right. Great job. So here's the deal. I had a wind gust of 77 in Sealing. So this is what we were talking about. Wind 70, 80 miles per hour. We'll have some gusts to 85. All of northern Oklahoma, northwestern Oklahoma. And eventually this is going to come out and into near Cheyenne. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And this whole mess in here is just a big, big line of severe storms. And the whole line up here on the north side is moving east at 60. So if you're in a car 60 miles an hour, I mean, folks, it's hauling. It's going to go to Medford and then Ponca City and Billings and Perry and Pawnee and Newkirk. It is moving east. So Vaughn's moving east as well. And we're going to get Vaughn in Fairview, and then he's going to keep busting east with this. Okay. So, hey, Justin, we need to get Val headed off. We need to get him out ahead of this. He's playing in behind the line, and I know he's moving east, but we need to get him east and then south.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We got people up north. Unless we're thinking something different here. Okay, so velocity data, these are miles per hour, obviously wind speeds that we're seeing pretty much on the deck now. This is going to be less than 2,000 feet up. So, but we're getting confirmed winds, again, gusting to 75, 77, close to 80 miles per hour. So the radar is not off. It's not lying. It's right on the money. Okay? Moving from west to east at 60 miles per hour. So you folks in Alva, wind damage will start any minute, at least the potential. The strongest winds are just west of town. Are we in sales up there?
I can check.
No, it's fine. Okay, here comes the wind now. Here comes the wind in Alva. If you're in Alva, give us a social media reach out here and tell us what you're dealing with. Because look at there, 88, folks. 88 mile an hour wind gust. I mean, hurricane force, 73, 74. So these are well above hurricane force winds. And again, Alva, it's coming through the door right now. It's coming through the door right now. You open the front door up and it's coming in whether you want it to or not. It's going right down 64, Capron, Burlington, Ingersoll, Cherokee, Byron, the Great Salt Plains. You might be camping out here tonight. If you know somebody who's camping out, give them a heads up. You can't be in a camper. You can't be in a tent with winds 70 to 80. It's the kind of wind, if you're in a camper, it'll blow it over. If you're in a mobile home, if you get winds to 90 miles per hour, like I have behind me here in the blue, it'll blow it over, okay? This is a high wind, dangerous event right now with winds of 75 to nearly 90 miles per hour, just along and south of Alva, west of Alva, okay? And moving east quickly, going to Ashley, going to Burlington. Okay, so how close is, God, we got to get Brandon back in there. We got to get Brandon back in position here. He's in position, he's just making, oh, so he went east, Justin.
Yeah, he went east because there was a little construction right there, and with the wind and the rain, it would have slowed him down. He would never have made it. So
I agree.
We just went east, get ahead of it. Also, Val's GPS hadn't updated. He is west of Clio Springs, so he's ahead of the line there.
Oh, okay. All right, very nice. Okay. Okay, and so tell him if he can reset the GPS, that would be good.
He is doing that right now.
Okay, let's go to Marty Logan. Marty's in Bouse Junction here, and Marty's making his way east. Let's go to Marty. And Marty Logan, what do you have on your wind? There's a wind back going on to your north. Dangerous wind event to your north, Marty. What have you seen here in the last 10 to 15 minutes? Again, near Bouse Junction, south of Winoka. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are just clearing Bouse Junction to the east, and we've got some pretty good strong north winds, a little bit northwest. Just sent a picture to Justin a little while ago, came with the fire chief at Cherokee, looking back at that storm at Winoka, and it kind of goes along with our I think it was Brandon was 4 east of Winoka, kind of confirms what he was feeling. You can look at that shot, and it was a monster storm that's headed eastbound. So from there down to here, strong north winds just east of Bouse Junction. I'm going to say, when I say strong, I mean, I've been in 70, 80, maybe 90 mile an hour winds. I'm probably in 40, maybe 50 gusts out of the north right now. Back to you, David.
Okay, all right, but hey, Justin, thank you, Marty. Great job. But here's the deal: we'll need Brandon down towards Cheyenne and all through there as it comes down I-40, and if it's yeah. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, thank you, appreciate it. All right, so lots of wind damage. Any update, guys, on the power outages? See any numbers up there? Anything? You said Ellis County is completely without power.
And Val just had a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Let's go back to Valcaster. Let's go to Valcaster. And Val, give me your location. Your GPS is not working. Maybe we can reset that. Look at that wind gust there. That's live on his truck. Just had a wind gust of 71. Go ahead, Val. Damaging wind, 71 miles per hour. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that wind is live as it's happening. And so we just had a 71 mile an hour gust. We are right on the leading edge of the gust front. And so we're going to be about maybe 7 or 8 miles of Orienta over here on Highway 412. And, I'll tell you what, it's pushing me all over the road. There is dust. I don't know if it's hard to really see in my shot, but the whole horizon is just a dust storm ahead of us here. We're pretty close out front, but, you can see the 45, 48, 46. Every now and then it'll gust up into the 60s, and even that 71. By the way, that is the strongest wind gust I've had since we got that anemometer put on a couple months ago. So anyway, that's, it might even get stronger before we get out of this thing up here. I know it wraps in up to the north. We're going to stick with it. Back to you. All
right, Val, just showing a wind gust. You had a wind gust just 10 seconds ago of 57. Now you're back down to 48. So Val's got 50 to nearly 60 right now, and he is in Orienta. What's that, Val? Go ahead.
Sustained. When you see it staying at 45 and 50 and stuff like that, that's a sustained wind.
Yeah.
Long duration.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And, power lines, tree limbs, things like that, you can handle a gust 45 or 50 for a couple of minutes, but when it blows like that, it starts to weaken things, and you get a quick pop to 70 or 75 or 80, and then it finally just breaks loose, whatever that's going to be. Tree limbs, power lines. Okay, so let's get back to radar here. Okay, let's go back to Lacey.
That's one.
Links 1, control room. And 2,500 customers without power, 2468, 9,000, 10,000 customers or people without power in Ellis County, nearly all of the county. 700 in Woodward, 100 in Harper County, 400 in Beaver County.
Yeah, we're up to about just over 8,000 customers statewide.
Okay. And this is from what's going on today. And this is what's been going on today in the Northwest with severe weather ongoing down south. All right, let's go back to links. There we go. And all the blue on this, all the dark blue, it's all damaging winds, 70 plus, 85, 76. Alva, wow.
So the Mesonet in Alva had a 59. Okay. That's the max so far just at the Mesonet site.
Right, and remember, winds vary. A mile away, you get 80. Mile north, you get 59. It varies like that. So when you're looking at a big wind field like this, you go with the low end, 50, high end, 85, to maybe a gust close to 90. 85 has been the pretty good number in there. We've had some gust, we saw earlier, one gust to 88, at least on radar. Okay, so the wind now is going to be running from just barreling through Capron right now, west of Tacoma, back down to Carmen, and there's Brandon Wells. He's out ahead of it. He's going to make his way. Is he going to go northeast out of Carmen up to Highway 64?
Yeah, he was going to go to 64.
Yeah, he's going to head northeast. Okay, so it's knocking on his door. I want him to get, he's going to get a little farther north. Okay. By the way, check on where Sequoia is, other trackers out of Tulsa, and where Bob is.
Okay.
Just for fun. Just see, I know those guys were going to come west and northwest. Let's see where they are.
Okay. There's Sequoia. Let me turn on Bob.
Okay. Just want to make sure, just want to get our locations here with the other trackers. So we're bringing in other trackers from eastern Oklahoma, okay? All right, that's what we do here at News 9. We're bringing in reinforcing storm trackers out of our Tulsa sister station, and we're going to bring them onto the east. Okay, so they're going to help meet this line as it heads off in eastern Oklahoma, but they're going to make their way off to the west. Okay, let's go ahead and let's jump back. By the way, let's try to figure out what some of the winds back in here. Maybe go to Amarillo,
okay,
or whatever you think. What's your best? What's your favorite here? Okay. Yeah, and for looking at storms, it's just kind of hard sometimes. The data is in between radars, and there's an area where there's a little bit of a weakness. So with radar data sometimes. But these are all severe storms, okay? Any one of these winds 60 to 75 miles per hour. Could see some gusts in here, close to 80. Roll, Leedy, Morewood, Putnam.
Camargo had a 54.
Camargo had a 54.
And David, on links 2, there is some damage out of Camargo. A couple of pictures on there.
Okay. Let's go to links 2. And, oh, man, that's an old building.
Oh, man.
I know, right? Man, I mean, that's a beautiful picture. I hate the fact that it's kind of leaning over. Think about, here's what's crazy.
The next picture, it's not leaning anymore, it's down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it had done this. I was like, oh, no. Okay, never mind. Now I'm totally depressed. Yeah, and look, it looks like they had it propped up. Maybe, I don't know. I may be seeing things. Don't listen to me. Yeah, wow, it's gone. Okay, so it blew it down. What is that, 80, 100 years old? 100-year-old barn?
Man, hard to say.
It's been through all of our wind and tornado events, and tonight, it's the beginning of the end. Took it out. Toppled it over. So it went from that to that. There you go. That's sad. That's sad. So, man, some great barnwood in there if you're into that kind of stuff. Great barnwood for sure. All right. Let's get back to it here. Links 1. And
oh, here, hang on.
You're fine.
There we go.
Okay, so we have our trackers lined up. Vaughn is west of Fairview. Let's bring back Vaughn. He's right here. And here's Fairview, and it's coming into Fairview here shortly. So let's go to Vaughn Castor. Folks up in Major County, damaging high wind event, winds 70 to 80 to 85 miles per hour. Vaughn Castor, what is your wind? As you come down, as you're west of Fairview, you're headed down Highway 60. Go ahead. What kind of wind have you had right there in the last, let's say, 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, David, I'm headed into Fairview, and I'm telling you what, like all the other tractors are saying, it's really difficult to hold the vehicle on the road because of the front. It's amazing how wide a swath is going to be. I'm sure there's going to be many power outages. Probably 65-mile-an-hour winds from the northwest. So get ready, buckle down right now, Fairview, if you're in the line of this. Back to you.
Okay, so yeah, he's talking about just a lot of wind and damaging winds. Okay, 60, 70. As you get a little farther north, winds are stronger, and that's coming into Fairview right now. It's going to be west of Fairview, but it'll be there shortly. Let's go back up north now. Let's go back to Links 1.
If you look, the gust front's just moving through Fairview right over Canton.
Okay, yep, and I just saw that. Canton Lake. Remember, if anybody's on the lake, man, I hope you're out of there. If you're in a tent, whatever, you got to get out. There's not a tornado threat with this right now. It's a damaging wind threat, not a tornado threat, but it's damaging wind, okay, from Canton Lake down to Canton. It's going to O'Keene. It's going to go right down Highway 51. And again, we're talking about damaging winds, 60, 70 miles per hour. And up north, we're talking about winds along this line, 80, 85. Another storm, which is trying to go severe now, is northwest of Medford and Renfro. A little bit of a appendage hanging off here. We need to keep an eye on that.
And the hail sizes still have come down from Alva, right in where it was the most intense over Freedom, and then kind of took a downward turn, which is a good thing. Hail sizes have really gotten smaller as this is moving towards Cherokee and eventually off towards Medford.
Okay. But, folks, this is going to impact every square inch, every square mile of northern Oklahoma. Alfalfa County, Major County, Grant, Garfield, Ponca City, talking about Kay County, Noble County. It's going right down 412. It's going right down Highway 60. Moving east at 60 miles per hour. Let's go back to Brandon Wells. And he's in between Tacoma and Jet, just south of Cherokee here. And let's bring Brandon Wells back in. Brandon, you are eastbound at a big at a big race here out ahead of this thing. What do you think? And what have you, I know you've had wins 70, 75. What have you had here in the last 10 to 15 minutes as you head off to the east?
Well, David, I would definitely say our winds have come down now that we're well out ahead of this, but the inflow is still very strong, 35, 40 mile an hour inflow feeding into this out of the east-southeast. And we appeared, just looking off to our north towards the town of Alva. I don't know if I can pan the camera around here. Man, we've got a large, looks like a large wall cloud or a large lowering right there on the leading edge. I'm trying to pan the camera around right there so you can see the shot. I don't know if you can really see it there, David, but we're watching it very closely. But right now, David, we're going to get to 64, and we're going to kind of hold up there and get a sample of the winds as they come to us, David.
Yeah, great. Yeah, once you get up there, yeah, like you said, turn your camera to the west. We'll get that shelf cloud coming in. Could have another lowering in there. We'll have to keep an eye on. But right now, man, this is a shelf cloud running from Kansas to, I mean, all the way to the Texas Panhandle. And you have the strongest winds in the state. So, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Head north. And when you get back a little farther north there, when you get back in that wind, we'll come back to you. All right, let's come back to Lynx 1. Lacey?
Yep.
Okay, Lynx 1. And these are the wind gusts. Look at the wind. Look at the wind. And these are max. And this is just the last several hours. Look at the blue on this map. Winds 50, 60, 70. We've had gusts up here to
and Val just had some power flashes.
Close to 80. And this is all spreading east and southeast and spreading east. Let's go back to Val Castor. He was up near Clio Springs earlier. Let's find out exactly where he is. And Val, your winds right now don't seem to be too strong. What did you just have? Give us an update. And what's your location right now, Val? Give me a ballpark. Where do you think you are?
Okay, we are a mile south of Clio Springs on the highway, and David, we just saw 3 very big power flashes lit up the whole sky, and that would have been in the vicinity of Clio Springs. So I'm thinking it had to have come straight from the town of Clio Springs because it was in that direction. I mean, 3 successive big power flashes, and they were the red ones, not the green ones, the red power flash. So anyway, and the wind, I think we're pretty close to the leading edge of the gust front. We've been, I don't know, sustained in the mid-50s for a long time with gusts to 71. Right now, looking at 25, 34. It varies with the terrain, obviously, but it's cranking. This is a mean storm, David.
Okay. All right. So once again, Val, near Clio Springs and off to the east, looking back, just saw power flashes. So we're going to have somebody without power. Might be Clio Springs or just at least people in the vicinity of Clio Springs back to his west. So let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and I'll see what you're looking at there. A little bit of an appendage.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a shower being pulled into that or if it was actually protruding out.
Right.
Kind of difficult to tell.
And you can, I mean, okay, that looks a little interesting.
Right.
Yeah. And he's over here now. He's east.
Yes.
On 412. He's in here. His GPS is locked up. Justin, has he tried to reset his GPS? Okay. All right. All right, so damaging winds, 70 to 80. Now coming into Alfalfa County, just west of Cherokee. Buckle it down, Cherokee. It's coming. This is going to be a high wind event for you. Let's take a look at some of these wind speeds in here if we can. Also, we'll do a storm track. And then also, Cassie, let's do a storm track up north, and then we'll do one further west. So we have pockets where you see the light blue. Those are winds 50 to 60. And where you see the dark blue, 75, 83. 71, 77. And notice how large this wind field is. So it's not like you get a wind gust for a minute. It goes to 70 and it stays at 70 or 75 or 80 for several minutes. So we start to lose power lines and tree limbs that break off, hit power lines, power poles come down. But 34 miles this wind field is right now, running from Kansas, just over the state line, all the way down to Carmen. The strongest winds here. And again, Cherokee, Alfalfa County, Byron, Medford, Jefferson, tie it down, tie it down, tie it down. Renfro, and then eventually, yes, Ponca City, Blackwell, Bremen. This is, we're calling it the wind ball, going right down Highway 11. Right down Highway 11. Okay, big wind event here, covering a lot of acreage. Okay, so, by the way, latest data, are we still talking about the...
Still weakening metro storms.
Okay.
Let me see if this is the latest update. We get these updates about every hour, so.
Yeah, I know. I keep, getting
let's see.
patient. Keep forgetting.
Well, I was just telling folks at home. Okay, it does look like this complex weakens some. It actually has new storms developing about 2, 3 o'clock that come through.
Okay. Oh, so it's trying to the backside?
On the backside that comes through, and it's still very much severe.
But does it have them coming into the metro still? I mean, it looks, at this point, you're thinking they're going to try.
Yes,
so
it has this coming in still.
This first line still coming in?
Yep.
Okay, what
right
time?
around midnight.
Okay. So it's a little
11
slower
midnight,
then.
yeah.
It's a little slower.
Close to between 11 midnight.
Okay,
yeah.
so we're still, that's what we've been saying.
And David, that's what I've got the track on links 2 is pretty much the whole line that will eventually move into Oklahoma City. And it's got it at 11:49
Okay.
in Oklahoma City.
All right, perfect. Nice job. So see this?
Look at the gust front coming out now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here. See this
Back
green?
to O'Keene.
See this green line? O'Keene. Yeah. And hey, Justin.
The gust front's coming right through you right now.
Justin, is Val headed southbound? He needs to be coming southbound and down. He needs to be in Blaine and Kingfisher counties here in the next 30 minutes. So Val needs to make a right turn in a big hurry.
He's going to go south on Ringwood or
Yeah.
east Oklahoma. Because he was getting ahead of the line.
Okay.
He is going to go south.
Okay. We need to.
He is going to get south.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So Brandon's out west, and he's out here watching these storms here. How close are these to Brandon? Not too far away. Just to his north. A little shower, by the way, developing near Butler. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's out in far western Oklahoma between Allison and Cheyenne. And Brandon, the gust front's probably going to be to your northwest. When you look up there, I know you can see the shelf cloud. What do you think? What's your wind right now? You probably have a southeast wind, but look to your northwest. What do you think? What do you know? Go ahead.
Okay, David, actually, we're looking due west, and the gust front has already hit us, so it is that far out in front of that line. We've got north winds probably 15 to 20 to 25. What I will say, though, from when we were in Arnett when it first came through, way ahead of the main line there, and the winds were probably 50 to 55. So even though the gust front is still out in front of these storms, on the southern end, further to the west, it has started to weaken. It's not near the push that it is up north. So as these storms continue to come in from the Texas Panhandle, they're not going to have to battle with that north outflow. I mean, we're still at like 75, 77 degrees, even though we have a north wind. And like I said, when it initially came through, it was about 25 miles an hour, and now it's slacked off to about 10 out of the north. So it's not near the push that what they're having off to the northeast from me. So we're going to sit right here and wait on this line as it tries to develop and moves in across the state line. We're right here with it. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Brandon. And Brandon, again, he's way out west. Let me show you where he is again. And he's on the tail end. And this is what we call tail end Charlie. This is, anyway, it's a chaser term. But this is a southernmost storm, a new one trying to go up east of Pampa. And this is all going to come into western Oklahoma. So Allison, Cheyenne, we'll show you that storm track. Cheyenne, roll. Folks, it's coming. And this is going to be a line of big hail, quarters and golf balls, okay? Quarters and golf balls. It'll go through Allison, Texas. It's going to Cheyenne, roll, Morewood, Butler, Foss Lake, get off the lake. This is what's coming from the west. Now, let's go back to Links 3. Is that right, Cass? Links 3 or Links 2?
Links 3 is on the northern storm. Links 2 has almost the whole line.
All right, let's do the Links 2. And again, this will change some. We might have, again, some showers and storms develop out ahead of the line. But this is going to run from Fairview to Logan. Basically, we're kind of snaking along here. And Watonga, 10-11. Cheyenne, 10-19. You can kind of go through your cities here. Kingfisher, 10-38. Elk City at about 11 o'clock. Sayre, about 11 o'clock. Guthrie, 11-12. Clinton, 11-14. The Water Zoo Park at Clinton, same time. And have you guys been there? I know Amanda loves that place.
No.
Oh.
I have not. I mean, I've heard it's amazing. I would love to go.
That's what I've heard.
Right.
Amanda loved
Yes.
it. I mean,
it sounds fun.
Yeah,
Maybe
we did a
weather
story. Yeah,
team.
we've been. I mean, she thought it was great. Anyway.
Have you been?
I've been by it 1,000 times.
Okay.
Storm chasing, but we need to go out there. Remember, do like a weather team thing on a weekend. We'll all go out there.
There you go, Cannonball.
What's that?
I was just saying, cannonball. You know, we'll have a good time.
Yeah. Hey,
By the way, Brandon Wells just had a 68-mile-per-hour wind.
Wow.
With the gust front.
Okay, all right. So Edmond, we'll do this quickly. 11:30, El Reno, 11:21, Chandler, midnight, Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma City, obviously. So the Metro, East Side at midnight, and El Reno at 11:20. So in between 11:15, 11 o'clock, and midnight, like we've been saying, is when this big glob moves in from the west and the northwest into Oklahoma City. Okay, let's go back to Brandon Wells up north, and he is just south of Cherokee, and man, he's not even in the highest winds. Yeah, it's just gust front. Wow. Okay, Brandon Wells, go ahead. The highest winds are still to your west of 80 plus. Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, sorry, David. My service dropped. Hey, so yeah, we're right here at 8 and 64. Excuse me. And when we had that gust front, just the gust front alone, 68-mile-an-hour winds. That's not even including the winds that's wrapped up in the rain, David. So these are some very, very strong winds, damaging wind event, and we're going to make our way east on 64. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So yeah, Brandon's, he's getting winds of over 70. And by the way, he's on the gust front with the west wind, northwest wind at 70 plus, but behind it, the winds actually tap out into the low 80-mile-per-hour range. And so you're going to have winds of 70 that stay at 70, and then they ramp to 80, for 10 minutes. It's a lot of wind, and that's a long duration. Okay, back to Lynx 1, and this is where Brandon is, and he's got winds 70, 75. And back in behind this, we have winds 65 to 70 to 75. So it looks like the winds have come down just a bit.
Yeah, and if you look at the velocity, or look at reflectivity, David, and look at the gust front out ahead in advance of the big storm complex, it has advanced. So advance out of the west some. You can see that, that line, that green line that you see from Byron back down to Jet, back down to Helena, that's the west wind rushing out. So not to say the wind threat has come down significantly, it's come down a little bit. What that also does is help squash any QLCS tornado or brief spin up tornado threat. And that's what this is helping to limit. Now, it does still wrap back into the storm up to the far north of Byron, and that's where we still have to watch for circulation as this heads towards Renfro and eventually off towards Bremen. But the gust front is kind of pulling out ahead of it, and that's a strong west wind, and you can't really get the inflow, you can't get the southeast wind into it to get a circulation. So it's lessening the tornado threat for far northern Oklahoma. There's still areas where it looks like it's trying to pull back in. David, watching the area near Val, where the gust front is kind of tucked in. These showers gone up there, and look how the gust front's sticking out now from O'Keene back down to Canton, which means you're going to get the west wind. How many miles? Let me pause this before you even get rain.
Yeah.
You're going to get about 10 miles ahead of the storm.
And the winds in here, are going to be 60 to 70, give or take, 50, 60, 70, and then you get the wall of wind and rain that comes in behind it, just like she's saying. So, what does Val have on his wind, Justin? He's right there. Let's go to Val. He's right here now, and he's updated. He's going to be in between Ringwood and Lahoma. And Val, your live wind doesn't show much, but what have you had here in the last little bit? The gust front's right behind you. It's right behind you. Go ahead, Val Castor.
Yeah, David, we just came out of it. I mean, literally just a few minutes ago, and our winds dropped off to, well, you could see it, 10 to 15. And you see the peak gust of 71. That happened, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago, and that was just a little ways behind the leading edge of the gust front. It wasn't right on the very front. The strongest winds are a little bit behind the gust front there, but it's strong, and I'm amazed that it still continued this strong. I don't see any let up in it. So what we're going to do, David, is we're going to go up here and we're going to turn south, and we're going to head down because the storms are forming down actually towards the metro. I think this thing is going to come into the metro tonight. So we'll keep you updated.
Also, Val, I want to point out there's a little bit of a weak area of spin. Marty's behind you, so we'll keep Marty going east. We're going to watch this, and let's go back to Lynx 1. Val, it's going to be north of Ringwood. Don't go after it. That's like telling him not to, like a, yeah. He's going to be like, what?
Much too late.
Well, I know. Well, it's nothing crazy, but there's a little bit of a mesovortice developing in between Helena and Ringwood up Highway 58. Marty's coming down the backside, and it's not crazy. Oh.
You can see it spinning. I mean, it is turning, and look how that's that one area where the gust front is pulled into the storm. It's very interesting right there. It's a little kink.
Yeah, and you know what? That's been there the whole time.
Just off and on,
Off
yes.
and on.
Yes.
But I mean, that's been that same area. That can produce a quick, fast tornado.
And that is headed towards Enid, at least the north side of town.
Hey, listen, that's where we saw the power flashes. I guarantee you, it was that feature that we saw the power flashes when we were back at Clio Springs.
Yeah. Okay, do we have a CC? Did we see anything? Val, we're going to look at, yeah, Val, you're right. That might have been a brief spin up. We're going to take this back here and look for any debris lofted. Oh. It goes yeah. Okay, so take it back and then go to, okay, and then, yeah, go to shear rate. See what it does. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things lined up right, but we can't for sure say that.
It's tighter now than it was then.
Absolutely.
For sure.
It's becoming a donut. I mean, you can see that, folks. You can see that clearly turning. And again, you're looking at shear rate, and that's moving off to the east-northeast, right? It's going towards, well, yeah, it's going to Enid. The Enid gets the storm. That area of spin, yeah, it's going to go up to the north sides of Enid. And if anything you can get out of this, if you don't get a weak, brief tornado, it certainly can enhance your damaging wind threat. So Enid, get ready. Winds are going to be 50 to 60. Could see some gusts close to 70. Damaging wind coming down 412.
Cherokee had a 58 mile per hour gust.
Cherokee had a 58?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's back out of this and take a look at some of our, kind of the big view. Oklahoma City, still clean and green, still quiet.
Now there's a new tornado warning north of the border, which is right that area we were talking about.
Yeah.
On the north side where the gust front's tucked in.
Yeah.
Kind of the bookend of it.
Yeah, we might, and again, we might have a developing, and we could, okay, so tornado warning just into Kansas, but this is the same line, and what we're looking for, these little spin-ups along that line.
And Val does have a lowering looking to the northwest of his spot.
Let's go back to Val. Yep, he's in Lahoma. Let's go back to Val Castor. He's looking off to the northwest. He's looking right back in here. Val, what do you think? What do you see? Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, David, it's there. Lowering, and I was talking about a while ago, that was the very same feature that came across Clio Springs, possibly maybe right over Clio Springs, I think. And as Amy has the camera panned back to the west-northwest, this is looking kind of west-northwest, there is a lowering up there. It's there, and I think it's legitimate, David.
Okay, so Val, I'll tell you what, it's still there. I mean, you're looking right back at it. Look at the shelf cloud. So look back, watch the lightning here. We'll give this a second. There's just a big, big shelf cloud. And then on this shelf cloud, he might see a little, you'll see something that's kind of lowered down here. And, but yeah, right now it's, yeah, there's, and again, it's better when you're in the field looking at it. It's pretty good from his camera for sure, but you'll see a little bit of a lowering there in the lightning flash. And he's looking right where he should be. Okay, let's go back to radar and taking a look at some of the hail sizes. By the way, the hail overall has come down nicely.
Yes.
Nickels and dimes, quarters, no more tennis balls, no more baseballs like we had up in Beaver County earlier. We had pictures of that, and our trackers had some of it too. So the hail sizes have come down. Still some pretty big hail in the Texas Panhandle, but not a big deal. But it's all nickels and dimes and quarters. You might have some golf balls in here. This is turning into a wind event with some damaging hail scattered along this line. But here's Edmond, here's Guthrie, downtown Oklahoma City, and you can see the leading edge, and see this green line? That's the actual gust front, right? That's the actual gust front right there. Also, maybe, Lace, look at Mesonet here and bring up Mesonet wind.
Okay.
Just to show current winds or the past hour. Or no, yeah, show current winds to show where the gust front is.
Current winds?
Yeah, just like the arrows and maybe some colors on there.
Okay, let me get that for you in just a second. There's the...
This is maximum. These are what the mesonets Mesonet weather stations have reported, but our storm trackers on their vehicles have had 70 to 75. And these are other weather stations that are, 65, 70, 75. Ellis County, a lot of Ellis County without power. It's a big deal right now.
Here it comes. Loading. There we go.
Okay, so these are current live wind gusts. 58 in Cherokee, 40 in Putnam, and southwestern Oklahoma. Some wind down here with those storms currently. But see how the winds are coming in from the southeast, and then the winds behind the line are from the west and northwest. And this ball of wind will scoot across northern and down through central Oklahoma.
And just to show you
the
this
next
map,
couple of hours.
where the rain-cooled air is versus the north wind versus the heat that this is building into,
Mm-hmm.
you're going from the 80s to the 50s.
Yeah, yeah. It's 59 right now out near Arnett and Roll. And look at 56 in Guyman. Yeah. So 70s and 80s, warm, moist air. The air is still very unstable here. They've not got any they've got, no update on the lowering of the numbers of people without power in Ellis County.
No, and it's still about 9,000 customers, 9,300 customers statewide without power.
Okay, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. It's quite a few. Most in the Northwest. All right, so big complex. By the way, Buffalo, you're out of the severe weather threat. Woodward, you're pretty much out of the severe weather threat. It's to your south and east. You're fine. You're good. Raining in Woodward, raining in Buffalo in May. And back out the panhandles, our panhandle, Beaver County, we're out of it. It's over with for you. But man, if you live in, again, Kay County, Grant County, Garfield County, Enid, Noble County, Perry, Ponca City, Blackwell, Renfro, Medford, yep, it's coming. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on in. And let's take a look one more time. Here's Medford, Jefferson, Pond Creek, storm up here earlier. It's lifted north into Kansas. And okay, the winds in here are not as strong.
That was looking at SRV. Here's base.
There we go, yeah. Still, the wind field, it's weakened here. Not as strong on base. The blue is much higher on the wind here. So, and it's going right down Highway 11. So that's going to Medford, going to Blackwell, going to Renfro. It's going to be a west wind, so you got to move away from the west windows. If you live in a mobile home and it's not exactly tied down or tethered down or anchored down like you think it should be, might want to leave the mobile home, especially if it runs north-south. If it's positioned north-south, it's going to be a west wind. And mobile homes can be toppled over. So what are some of the winds in here, Lace? What do you think?
Pause it.
I'm just right in, see those dark blues. 76.
So approaching 80. The area is just shrinking, which is nice.
Yeah, it's smaller and not as strong. Still severe, still damaging wind. Still will bring down trees and tree limbs and power lines because it's going to blow for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We're talking, this is a large wind field in here. Just a big wind bullseye moving across just about every square inch of Alfalfa County, now going into Grant County. They're going to get all of it there. And the leading edge of the gust front's right here. This is where the wind goes from a southeast wind to that line right there is the leading edge of the gust front. Okay? That's where the wind changes directions, and you get a slamming west wind in from there. Marty Logan's in behind the line. Let's go back to Marty. And he's behind the line. Let's get an update. Marty's right here, just west of Lahoma. Marty, you're behind the gust front. You're in Lahoma. What do you think? What are your winds right now? What are you looking at? Give us an update, Marty.
Yeah, blinding rain, probably 50 to 60 out of the north, maybe some gusts a little higher. I mean, I'm driving, trying to get out ahead of this thing, and it is rapidly moving to the east. I don't know if I'm going to get to it before we get to Enid. It's moving that fast. But the winds are ferocious right now. It's really moving me around. Kind of concerned about the couple that you were talking about earlier, but I think I heard Justin say that kind of leveled out. So that's good news. So I'm going to keep going east to Enid. Hopefully I can get out ahead of this thing. Back to you, David.
Almost there. The worst is behind you, Marty. You are getting some. Once you get a little bit further, like 10 minutes from now, you'll be in pretty good shape. Another 10 minutes or so, and you'll be east of it. Okay, back to Lynx 1, and here's Marty's location. And he, again, is going to be
And Vaughn just had a 50 in O'Keene.
Okay, so we'll check in with Vaughn. Here's Marty in Ringwood. Here's Val west of Enid. Val's about ready to make the turn. Has he made the turn yet? Is he coming south?
He is turning right now.
Okay. Yeah, to get him south. All right. But Brandon Wells is up here in Nash. Let's go to Brandon, and then we'll go to Vaughn. Let's go to Brandon Wells. He's here on Highway 64. The gust front just went through him. Brandon, give me an update. The gust front just came in on top of you. West wind, what are your wind speeds right now? The gust front now is about, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles to your east. But you should be in some wind right there, at least a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. Yeah, we were just talking about how we believe this gust front just lunged out east and well ahead of the main body of the MCS. But I would say our winds, David, right now are probably around the 50 to 55 mile per hour mark. We're not quite to the gust front. Where earlier back at Highway 8 and 64, we experienced 68 mile an hour winds just with the gust front alone. So we're going to get out here ahead of it, David, and see what it entails. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. Mine looks like, yeah, that's what mine looks like. But no, that's not mine.
No,
mine has a straw.
Mine has a lacy on it.
Well, that's not mine.
He tries to take my drink every time we get into severe weather mode. I gotta stop his little hands.
I have a couple of times. I'm like, you might want to get a new straw. Sorry about that. My bad. My bad.
You can,
what now? Go ahead, Justin.
Oh, you can see the wind in Wells shot now.
Yeah, let's go back.
We go.
Yeah, let's go back to Brandon. And looks like some pretty good wind blowing through. He looks like he's in Nash. He's east of Jet. Go ahead, Brandon. What are your, Brandon Wells, what's your wind there?
69. 70 mile an hour winds right here in the 76 mile an hour winds here in Nash right now, David, in the town of Nash. 76 mile an hour.
Wow. Okay, so now again, it continues. 76 mile per hour wind going through Nash. Power's still on. Brandon Wells is going through Nash. He's going down 64. He's going to Pond Creek. And he's moving east at...
Power's gone out.
Oh, there it is. Power just went out. Okay, so Brandon, wow. Okay, so folks, you folks up in Nash, if you're watching us with your phone, you can still hear us and see us. It's all good. But it's moving east now. And Nash is without power, and Brandon had gusts to over 70. Brandon, what was your strongest wind in Nash? You said 70, what was it, 78, 76?
76.
76. Okay, so damaging winds in Nash. Jefferson, Pond Creek, it's coming your way. Okay, so Brandon is going to leave Nash. He's headed off to the east. Let's go back to Links 1. And, wow, that was crazy. Just had the power go out. Right there, live on the air. All right. Wow, look at the lightning from Jeremy's shot. Can you guys see that? Jen just said.
There it is, yeah. Yeah, that's continuous.
Okay, that's a storm down south. Let's go to Jeremy Carter. Let's bring Jeremy in.
Good night.
And Jeremy Carter, I know you've been down there. You're way down there in southern Oklahoma. Thank you so much. But, oh, hang on a second. That's not the lightning. Jeremy, can you hear me?
Yeah, David, I am, and I'm driving up 44, and I have my roof cam pointed to the southeast, and that storm down there, right along the border, is throwing out just absolutely incredible amounts of lightning. I mean, literally, it's been continuous for probably 15 minutes. David, back to you.
That is incredible. Wow. I mean, it is a ferocious lightning storm. Let's go back to Links 1. Jeremy's down here. He's looking off to the southeast, and yeah, look at all. It's a lightning storm. Wow. There's going to be people without power due to the wind and also due to the lightning. Gene Autry, Ardmore, severe storm for you. Winds 60, maybe 70 down here. Lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain, just ripping through Ringling, going to Wilson.
Ringling just had a 57.
Ringling did?
Yes.
57, and they're kind of in behind it a little bit. So 50 to 60, some gusts to 70. Let's come back here, go a little farther north.
Okay.
And Falls Creek, you're getting storms, but right now they're not severe. They're going to be on the intense side with some gusty winds, some smaller hail. And then new storms going on near Hennepin and Davis. That's now starting to fill in Sulphur. And this is going to keep moving east of I-35. Okay, so severe storms. Well, you got to get down here into Carter County. Okay, so Wynnewood, nothing severe for you right now. Davis, Falls Creek, nothing severe for you. Davis, Sulphur. These are just thunderstorms. Yes, lots of lightning. And I don't see anything crazy. Nickels and dimes, quarter-size hail, wind 60, maybe 70. Ardmore, Carter County, Love County. Going to Lake Texoma. People camp out, anybody at the lake. Once again, we did this 2 days ago. Give them heads up. Tell them lightning, winds coming, wind 60, maybe 70, quarter-size hail. Okay, let's come back to the north now. And Brandon's out in western Oklahoma. And I'm going to keep an eye on that. Okay, that little Clinton cell is trying to come up. So, severe thunderstorm warning now. It's, as expected, obviously coming into western Canadian County. That's going to be the West Metro. And this whole thing is going to be sliding down to the southeast. And this will make its way into the Oklahoma City area from the west and from the northwest. Okay, so Justin Val went on to Enid. It looks like he didn't make the turn at Drummond. Not Drummond, but just west of town.
No, he's going south on 81.
Okay, he is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's got to get down here.
Yeah, he passed Drummond because of that circulation. He just decided to stay east, and now he's going 81, blasting south.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, and Cassie, make sure, include all of Canadian County if you can. Just take it a little farther east. And we'll get that cleaned up, and then...
which one are you talking about, the northern storm or the whole line?
I'm sorry, the whole line.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. All right, so here's your gust front, folks. This is going to be where Brandon's been. Marty's here, and this is the gust front running from the Kansas state line, right, down, and let's see here where it stops. West of Pond Creek, down to just west of Enid. Winds in here are going to be 60 to 70 to nearly 80 miles per hour. Brandon Wells had that wind gust to 80.
And just measured it. It's moving every bit of 60 miles per hour still.
Moving every bit of 60.
Yes.
All right.
Racing off towards the east.
Yeah. And Marty Logan's, he's just about ahead of it. Marty's right here.
Yep.
And he is on the gust front. Let's go to Marty, get an update from Marty, and see the gust front coming in on him. See the red? That's the gust front now. And that's the gust front. Marty Logan, go ahead, give us an update on the wind that you have there. Lots of wind going on, but it's probably right behind you. What do you think? What do you have?
I think you were coming to Marty. If you were, here I am. I'm coming into Enid. I'm on the west side, about 2 miles out of town. David, you were spot on when I last hit. You said you're fixing to clear it in the 2 miles I was out of it. I'm actually in calm winds and dry pavement, and I'm just coming into Enid. But Brandon's talking about that storm up north of town. I can see striations on the leading edge north of me, and I can see that shelf underneath it. It is massive. I mean, literally, I see 1, 2, I see 3 bands of striations on that storm to my north. That thing is a whopper, and it's going to hit hard, probably on the north side. Yeah, the striations are coming on down here to the road where I'm at. So it's going to wallop, especially north side of Enid, and then on up north of Enid. I'm looking in there too, rain shafts. I'm trying to make sure that's what I'm seeing, but man, it's just a block straight up and down on the leading edge. Back to you, David.
Wow, nice job, Marty Logan. So Marty, again, coming into the west side of Enid. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And this is a gust front right here. Marty's winds are calm. That's going to change right behind him. He's getting out ahead of this. He'll get into Enid, and we'll set him up in Enid, and we'll see what happens in Enid. But if I live in Enid, Kremlin, up Highway 81, I'm tying it down, I'm roping it off, or I'm bringing it in, because it is going to blow. And this is a west wind. The wind, you can easily see the blob of wind here in red moving from west to east, okay? And with that, we're talking about winds 60 to 70 to at times approaching 80 miles per hour in a few of those gusts, okay? So winds 60 to 70, gusts to 80, all right? Going through Grant County and Garfield County, moving off to the east. Okay, let's go back to, hey, Justin, let's go back to Brandon Wells up north. Let's go back to Brandon Wells up north and get an update. Now, Brandon's up 81. He's just west of Pond Creek. The gust front has hit him again, and I'm seeing some pretty good wind right behind him. Brandon, winds behind you are really starting to pick up a little bit. What have you seen so far in the last 10 minutes as you head towards Pond Creek?
Well, right now, yeah, we are just to the west of Pond Creek at the 64 junction. Our winds right now, here, I'm going to come to a complete stop here, and I'll let you know what they're gusting to. Well, right now, they're about 25 to 30. That gust front, I think, is still behind us. So we're going to sample those winds as soon as that gust front comes. But as Marty alluded to, the striations, we haven't had time to turn around, but the striations on this squall line. Here we go. Here are the winds coming up behind us. We are pushing 50. There's 68.
Right behind you.
70, 76. 76 again, David.
Again?
76.
76.
76. 76 mile per hour wind gusts, and wow. And he is in Pond Creek, coming into Pond Creek. He's at Highway 81 and Highway 60. 76. Look at the stoplight here. That's at Highway 76 and Highway 81. That's up in Grant County. 76 mile per hour wind. Get ready, Medford, Renfro, Jefferson, and Pond Creek. It's coming into Pond Creek in the next 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, Pond Creek. You got about 5 minutes, Kremlin. Okay, here it is. This is a big wind field of damaging winds. It's pretty close to the radar. What do we see? Anything crazy out of that when you're querying data?
Here, I'll pause it here and we'll query it. Take a look.
I mean, he's got an anemometer on his car, on his truck, on his storm truck. So 66, yeah, we've got. So here's the deal. It's a big wind of low end 50, high end. We get these little shades in here of pink. Those are 70. And notice how they're not widespread. So not everybody's going to get 70, but you're certainly going to get 50. Most of you will get 60, and you'll get, if you're living just wrong, you'll get that 70 to 75 to close to 80. Renfro, all the way east to Narden. Yeah, Newkirk. Yeah, it's coming. This is it right here. It's coming up on Highway 81. This is your gust front right here. Right here. Okay. And go ahead.
Just looking at the area of circulation where the gust front's been pulled in time and time again. This is going to be to the west now of Renfro.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little finger sticking out there.
Hang on.
So.
Okay.
That's trying to wrap back on itself.
Yeah. That just did that. Man, that happened fast. Okay, so watch this again, folks. Look how fast that formed. Do you see that? So what's the time on that? 9:50 to 10:02.
Look at the circle. Oh, it's a complete circle now.
Yeah. Donut hole. Took 10 minutes to go from a wall of nothing, except a lot of wind, to that. Okay, shear rate. Yep, lines up. Let's go to shear rate, see what it looks like. Yep. Yep. We might get a tornado out of this.
Can't see debris with it.
No, but it's right there.
Right.
It's right there. It's going to Renfro.
Wow.
Yeah, see this hook? It's not like a normal classic supercell mesocyclone. It is a mesovortice. There is a mesocyclone. They're smaller, shorter, all the above. And they're not as intense normally. The El Reno tornado from a couple of years ago was a mesovortex, if you will, on a leading edge here, and it was an EF3. They're usually not that strong. They're usually not that strong, but that is something we have to watch. Oh, wow, that's moving due east.
Lahoma had a 67. That's us coming into Enid.
Wow.
That has to be pretty close.
Hey, Justin, have Marty, there's some kind of a carnival, some kind of a fair going on in Enid. Have him stay there for now where that is, because that's going to go ripping through there. And hopefully won't do anything, but Marty, are there people still out riding the rides? You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, he's going to check that out.
Are they still? No way. Okay. Well, okay. What? Jen. Chisholm Trail Expo Center. I'm all for it, but everybody needs to be off the rides. I know that. How far is this? How far is the line, the lightning, to Enid right now? Let's go ahead and zoom on in.
Yeah, and I've been watching the Enid cam. I mean, the lightning is tremendous back to the west.
Okay, is he in Enid? Is his GPS a little bit behind?
He's on.
Oh, he's on the west side. Okay, so okay, Lacey,
Yep.
Lacey, turn the lightning on.
Okay.
I'm just curious. Okay,
Mine's
what's the distance between
to
Marty?
lightning.
How far is that? Between Marty and the lightning, 10 miles. Yeah, that needs to be shut down.
It's less than 10 miles for some of the strikes, 7 miles.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Lightning can strike 12 miles away. Let's go to Marty Logan. Let's go to Marty Logan here. And hey, Marty, are they getting off those rides? Because if they're not, they need to be in Enid. Lightning can easily hit this area. Lots of metal, and yeah, those things. Yeah, I would not be riding a ride at this point in Enid. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update. Lightning about 10 to 8 miles away. It's too close to be on the rides up in Enid. Go ahead. We have Marty?
He said he was going to go out and talk to them.
Knowing him, he's out there.
Did.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
he hit the red button for him to get him off the ride.
At the Cherokee Strip Regional Heritage Center.
Okay.
That's what it is. Okay, we stand corrected. Doesn't matter what the name of it is, they need to get inside. They need to quit riding the rides. Not good. This thing's going to come barreling through here. There's going to be a lot of lightning, and you don't want to be on anything that's metal or whatever. No. Don't do it. Nope. Okay, so anyway, parents, if your kids are there, text them, tell them to get back in the vehicles or whatever. You don't want to be on the rides, okay? I'm just a dad. Okay, let's get to it. Let's go back to links 1 and, all right, so this is up north. This is the gust front where you see the red. That's the damaging wind. It's knocking on Renfro's door. That little area of spin we had is still here.
That's what I was looking at. There you go.
It's right here. And it really wrapped up on itself. It's right here still. It's going to Renfro, pretty close to Renfro. It's not tornadic, but we're watching it. And these things change so quickly. They can spin up, produce a tornado, and go away. It was pretty tight. It might have weakened a little bit. Might have weakened some. It's right here. It's going to Renfro. So damaging winds for sure on top of that. Okay, and here's your gust front. Now moving through Kremlin, back down to where Marty is. When Marty gets back in, let us know. We'll talk to him. Gust front is almost on top of Marty. It's going through him right now. Looks like the wind's picking up. Justin, Marty's back in the truck. Can you hear me? Is he ready to go?
I went in and warned everybody. The winds are hitting right now. We're going to have to turn. I think they're going to be launching tents and everything else out of this carnival.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, Justin. Okay. All right. Thank you, Marty. Let's go back to, I'll tell you what, Lacey, take this just for a second.
All right. I was just looking at the Enid cam right now, looking to see as things are hitting. It's in the town of Enid for sure. Lightning is picking up, and the winds are picking up. So here's a look on radar. Go to links 1 if you can, and we can leave Marty's shot up because I know he's checking things out there. You can see the gust front coming through. That's that green line coming from the west. It's going to be a west wind. We've had gusts all along here of 60, 65 to 70, and further north the winds are definitely stronger. But just to the west of Enid, Lahoma had a gust to 67, David, and that's what this is bringing right into Enid right now.
Yeah, so Enid, 60 to 70, and some gusts to 75. And I mean, it's coming in. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here.
Okay.
Let's see where the wind is.
Okay.
Let's go and tie it on Enid for our friends up in Enid. And Marty was telling the folks there to shut that place down. And they need to be. So this is where this carnival, we'll call it that, I guess, at least for now.
Look like, yeah.
Yeah, carnival, whatever. And here's Highway 81 and Highway 60, right at 412. Marty's here. This is the winds are just now hitting Marty. I'm looking at his shot. It's not crazy. I'm worried about the wind, obviously coming through. There's tents and all that kind of going on. And Marty said there's lots of tents still up, and also the fact there's lightning. And lightning is easily within striking range of Enid, and especially West Enid. You do not want to be outside. Lightning, we normally say like when the softball tournament was going on in Oklahoma City and we were canceling games, even though some of those games there wasn't a drop of rain, we had lightning within about 12 miles, and you clear the stands. 12 miles or less is kind of that threshold. If there's lightning, and these are lightning strikes, there's their location from cloud to ground or ground to cloud. And we've had some lightning within that 12 mile. How far is that, Lacey? How far is that right there?
The lightning strike.
Uh-huh.
Let me see here.
And Marty, up to Marty.
Up to Marty, yeah, 3.5 miles.
Yeah. So, man, no. No. Don't do it. Okay. Back to, I'll tell you what, let's see what's going on up north.
Okay.
A little farther north here with Brandon Wells. And he's going down Highway 64. He's going to Lamont. He's in Pond Creek now. Let's go back. Let's check in with Brandon and get an update. And he's in Pond Creek.
Yeah, he's about to get gas right now.
Okay, can he talk to me real quick?
I think he's still on.
Okay, if he is, let's get an update. Brandon, if you're there, give me a quick update before you get some gas. Go ahead.
Okay, David, right now, we're in the town of Pond Creek right now, and so far, our winds have only been about 45 to near 50. Give me a second. I think they're about to, here we go again. Let's do it again. We're about, here we go. Let's see, that's 57. So not near as strong as what they were back at Nash, but they're starting to come up right now, David. So anybody in the town of Pond Creek really needs to be on guard because these winds could pick up in a quick hurry.
Yeah, for sure. And like you've had all evening long, 60, 70, 75. And you might get lucky or unlucky and get a wind gust to close to 80. And that's in Pond Creek. That's northern Oklahoma. So we're slicing and dicing these storms. And these guys and gals are doing what we call precision storm chasing, where we kind of just bump the line, you get in it, you experience the wind, and then you get out ahead of it, you look back at it, and we just kind of go from town to town on the east-west or west-east roads, okay? And we're just kind of bumping the line. You get in it, you sample the wind, you get out ahead of it, and you keep going. Enid Cam on Lynx 1, there you go. And
it was bumping a lot more than it is right now.
Okay.
Right when the gust front first hit.
Okay.
It's still shaking.
That's Enid. And Marty Logan's right there. And we'll see what the winds do. Marty's, and we'll see if we start to get some power bumps or power flashes and things like that. Okay. Let's talk about Oklahoma City. And the line is making its way down towards the metro. Back to Lynx 1.
Okay, I got it on Lynx 1. Hang on.
Oh, you're fine.
Let me switch it over to radar. There you go.
And Cassie, we will come to that storm track here in just a second. But folks, this is all the damaging wind in red. All the damaging wind from Kansas, now coming into Enid, Wacomas. Here's your gust front. Anywhere along that green line, it's going to blow and go, right? From Hennessy back down to Geary, back down to Colony, and I guarantee it, the front's over Bessie and Burns Flat. So the whole line is severe. There's a little bit of a break here. I have some breaks in the line. That looks like that's beginning to increase and feed into it. So let's switch radars here. Let's see if we can get something a little out west here. We're checking with Brandon Pennell out here. So severe, that's a big storm. Wow. At Allison. Folks, that's going to Cheyenne. That's a big storm right there.
That has a lowering with it that Brandon's watching it, and a little bit of a couple. It's kind of strung out, but definitely a mezzo with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a supercell, kind of alone by itself, not a part of a line.
Yeah. And, okay, are you out of Frederick? Or?
This was TLX, and I was looking at the latest wind gust. We had a gust of 54 in Putnam, 47 in Watonga.
Okay.
Butler had a 43 and Weatherford a 41.
Okay. All right, so 40 to 50, everybody gets that, then we'll see some gusts higher. Here's the gust front now. It's going through Burns Flat. See that line right there? That's green line? That's the gust front. So that's where your winds change from the south to the north. That's a north wind. Every one of these storms is severe, big complex of severe storms, producing damaging winds, 50 to 60, some gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. And sure enough, look at that. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's out west. And Brandon, you're in Sweetwater, one of my favorite little cities across western Oklahoma. And wow, there you go. Brandon, what do you think? No doubt about it. You know there's a mezzo in that. What do you see when you look back to your west-northwest, Brandon?
Okay, David, so we're going to be setting just literally right on the north side of Sweetwater. watching this thing back off to the northwest. The gust front has come through here, but I can tell you just above my head, maybe 200 or 300 feet, I've got clouds streaming in from the south. So even though that gust front, it must have been super shallow. I've got surface winds out of the north, but literally above my head, I can see the clouds being pulled up in to this lowered base. It's so dark out here. It's really hard to tell, if it's circulating. I mean, I'm sure it is, it's got to be, especially in the mid-levels. It's probably going to struggle to make its way down to the surface, but as we've been watching it for probably the last 15 to 20 minutes as it's come east, it's strengthened and the hell core's coming up, and Oklahoma does crazy things, especially in May and June. So we're right here with it. Literally, it's probably 1 mile to my north. We're going to take it east into Elk City because, to me, right now at the path it's on, if the hell core continues to increase, it's going to impact the heart of Elk City in probably the next 15 to 20 minutes. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. I mean, it's going to go to Sweetwater, Dempsey, Berlin, Elk City, maybe as far south as Sayre. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Nice job, Brandon Pennell. And this is the mesocyclone, little area of spin here. We got to keep an eye on that. It's just now coming into Oklahoma now, north of Sweetwater. The circulation is. Now let's put reflectivity on. Little area of spin, is it showing it north of Hammond? Yeah, there's a little bit of a thing there. But, oh man, this is big hail. That's at least golf balls. Yeah. Running from Radon, down Highway 30, down north of Sweetwater, and to Dempsey. Okay, so let's, one more time, reflectivity and lapse it here, get some idea. It's moving due east. It's moving pretty much
towards Cheyenne.
Yeah, beeline to Cheyenne, and Hammond, and then Foss Lake, Foss Reservoir. If you know anybody there, they already have a north wind, but the problem is they don't see this, right? Back to the west. That's big hail. That's at least golf balls. So if you're camping out or whatever in a tent, you can't do that. Tents don't do too well with winds to 60 and golf balls. All right, so let's come back to Oklahoma City. I want to point out, get back to the metro here.
Okay.
Just show everybody at home. Like we said, the evening would be quiet in Oklahoma City.
While you're doing that, Ardmore had a gust to 69.
Ardmore had a gust of 69. So
yes.
Some power bumps or power outages in Ardmore with the line. Sulphur, storms intensified a little bit for you, running from Sulphur to Mill Creek. And it's now over Rolfe. So winds down here are going to be 50 to 60, some gusts to 70. Not a tornado threat right now. We don't see anything in that that's like, oh boy. We see a, strong, severe storm. Here in Oklahoma City, it's quiet. We've got Jeremy.
Shower taking off there to Luther, it looks like.
I just saw some shower. Yep, okay. Little shower at Luther. Not worried about it right now. Holdenville, we woke up, some showers here developing. Not a big deal, though. But this is Luther up to south of Kearney. Little shower there. This is what's going to, it almost always happens, is that this just keeps developing and just kind of makes an ooze into the metro with a line of severe storms. Just look at some of the velocity data, see if we have anything.
It's really picked up northwest of Kingfisher.
Yeah, right, as it gets to 81. That's weird. Not really.
Shocking.
Shocking. Highway 81. Okay. That was our live versus, correct?
Yeah, the TDWR versus TLX.
Okay. So 70 to 80 now, west of Kingfisher. Okay, 81. So folks, the whole line from Kansas to down to here is producing some gusts to right at nearly 80 miles per hour. This is western Kingfisher County. You know where it's going. It's going to Mulhall. It's going to Guthrie. It's going to Crescent.
And Vaughn's confirming near 70 there in Hennessy.
Okay. Vaughn is?
Yes.
Oh, he's right there. My bad. I'm sorry. I looked right past him.
Yeah, he's going east on 51 out of Hennessy.
Let's go to Vaughn Castor. He's in Hennessy, and he's making his way east. And Vaughn, yep, there you go. Hennessy getting hammered on a Saturday night. Go ahead, Vaughn. Give us an update.
Yeah, I had to stop and get gas. Val just left south of here, and right after Val left, I'm telling you what, those winds hit, and they're 60 to 70 in Hennessy, so everybody east of Hennessy needs to batten things down. I'm telling you, it's coming with a vengeance, David. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Great job, Vaughn. Thank you. So winds again, 70, and that's near Hennessy. That's in Kingfisher County. And look at the rain there. I mean, it's you know, it's a horizontal rain, right? It's a west wind and a west rain. Going to have some hail in there as well. All right. So back to Lynx 1. Here's your line. And Justin, we were just talking about how these storms are intensifying, and we'll take a look at some of our vills here coming up. But severe line, severe winds, 60, 70, some gusts to 80, running from now, coming into western Kay County, moving through Garfield County, coming into Enid. We're going to check back in with Marty, and then down to Kingfisher, Hennessy, damaging winds, and then back down to Clinton, and then all the way back out to the Oklahoma-Texas state line. So big line of severe storms. All right, let's go to Vills. Let's see what this is doing here in Kingfisher County. And yeah, it's coming up some.
Especially up northwest of Hennessy, there's almost like a new little kink.
Yeah?
I mean, it's definitely the strongest one in the state right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's going to go just on and north of Hennessy. Look at the hail core there. And these hail cores are coming up too.
Yeah, if you look, it's almost trying to tuck the gust front back in now south of Enid near Wacomas.
Yeah, look, wow. Well, the wind in here is.
And the orientation is going north to south more too,
Mm-hmm.
which we'll have to watch out from little spin-ups along that line.
Okay. Okay, so the wind now is coming into Okarche. Val's getting close. Val is in behind the line. Let's go to Valcaster. And Val is southbounded now. And now severe thunderstorm warnings. Your phones are going off at home for Oklahoma County, Oklahoma City, Edmond, Moore, El Reno, you name it. All of Oklahoma County, Canadian County, severe thunderstorm warning. Not a tornado warning, okay? That's not what we're dealing with right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City. We'll get a storm track on that, show you the timeline. For a line of severe storms coming into the metro, producing winds of 60 to 70, and could see some gusts a little higher than that. I do expect some power bumps and power outages, I think, here in Oklahoma City. I think that is certainly a real possibility. Okay, oh, there's poor puppy. All right, let's go to Val and get an update. Go ahead, Val, give us an update. Do we have Val? Okay, he's plugged in. Oh, poor dog. Okay, so if we're trying to get Val back in. I can. Yeah, I can. You're breaking up. Go ahead and give it a try. We'll see what we get.
All right, we will give it a try. So right now we are in Dover, and the winds that Vaughn spoke about a while ago, we were leaving as he was pulling in. The gust front was hitting. Boy, I tell you what, there was dust and papers and trash flying in Hennessy. That wind was around 70 miles an hour, 65 to 70 miles an hour in Hennessy and also south of Hennessy. It's not that much right now. But, man, up there, it was cranking hard. So that thing is still powerful. We're getting hit with lots of rain right now, no hail yet, and winds are about 45 to 50 at the moment from the west. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep busting you south and bring you on down in here. Yeah, I got you. I see you. I see your GPS updating. Okay, so let's go back to Lynx 1 here. And, okay, these are all the counties now flashing in yellow, severe thunderstorm warnings. It includes, well, it doesn't include Luther or whatever, Jones yet. It will, unless it just completely falls apart or something. But see how this is now starting to sag to the southeast. So this is what we talked about all day long. Storms are moving to the metro between 10 o'clock and midnight. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing with this, and that's going to be just about right on the money. All right, so crossing 81, damaging wind from Hennessy down to Dover and Kingfisher. And that's going to keep sliding off to the east, also kind of just spreading to the southeast. Okay, so the biggest hail now is north of Hennessy. It's just right behind Vaughn.
Right, it's that same little area.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of on the north side of that. Is there a little notch there?
Yeah, that's where, if you look at it, it's where the gust front is pulled into it.
Okay, hang on.
The gust front's gusted out ahead, yes.
Yeah, we got a player going on here.
Right, just south of Enid, near Wacomas. That's the area where it's really trying to tuck back in and almost form a new bookend.
Yeah, sure did. Okay, I see it wrap. It's right over Wacomas, right? It's trying.
Yes, yes.
It's trying. Shear rate's trying to catch on to it. We're looking for an area of spin, kind of on the north area right in here, near Wacomas. I'm not saying it's going to produce any kind of a tornado, but it's definitely a little area of spin. And you get damaging winds out of that. So this whole area is producing damaging winds. What is this, our live?
This is our live.
What are you showing?
It's a little hot at the moment.
Okay, 85
to 90. And then the TDWR has some 80 plus.
Yeah, okay.
Val recorded 79 on his anemometer as he was dropping south of Hennessy as that line was coming through.
Okay, let's go back to Val. Damaging winds now. And folks, if this keeps going, parts of the metro, especially north and west metro, initially, damaging winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Go ahead, Val. That's coming into Oklahoma City here shortly, at least the north metro. Go ahead.
Good night. We're getting hammered right now, David. Look at our shot. Look at our shot and look at our wind. 51,
79
53, gusts. And we had a gust of 79. The 79 occurred just south of Hennessy a little bit earlier. I didn't exactly see right when it happened, but I know when the wind was the strongest. And now we're at that little turn in the road north of Kingfisher. And David, it's blowing so hard I can't even see to drive hardly. I've had to slow down. It's flat out cranking right now. Back to you.
All right, okay. So he's on 81. He's coming into Kingfisher, and so is the wind. It's crossing 81 right now. Damaging winds, 60 to 70 plus.
David, that's our live right there. That's the live shear rate. Already passed through Kingfisher, passed through Okarche, at least the leading edge. The stronger winds are behind that some, but that's the leading edge of the gust front.
Yep, right here. So
there it comes into Canadian County.
Okay, so folks, this is where the wind is light. Now to the east and southeast, this is where it's hammer time. Right here. All right, running from right here, shows up in green. Right here, this is your damaging wind back down to the Cherokee Trading Post, to Okarche, to east of Kingfisher. There's your damaging wind. It's coming into Logan, Oklahoma County, Canadian County. So once again, your phones are going off. And you're thinking, all right, we're going to turn these guys and gals on. Let's see what's going on. Not a tornado warning, but damaging wind, okay, with the line.
Look at the little kink near Okarche. It's the gust front. It's not pulled back in.
Nope, but see that?
But look at that on velocity, David, too.
Yep, right there. Go ahead and zoom in on that one more time.
It's just these little areas that we're watching.
Yeah. And remember, we're looking for little tiny mesos that form super fast, quickly. They might produce a tornado, they might not, but you got to just watch every part of this line. So that's why we're changing modes and looking at different radars, our Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000 watt radar. We're looking at that. And she's talking about right here. And see how this wraps in and then this wraps in. So this is being pulled into this area right here. Okarche. Okay. There it is again, Chester's Party Barn. Party in there tonight. Running from Kingfisher, again, the gust front, down to Okarche. And this is all damaging winds from Hennessy all the way to Okarche. Winds are still strong out ahead of it, but goodness gracious. We're up a little bit high. Yeah, it's still 70 to 80.
Yeah.
It's every bit of 80. I mean, 75.
Yeah, and Vaughn, they're east of Hennessy, is getting occasional gusts up to 70.
Okay.
And just to let you know, temperatures are upper 70s, near 80 still.
Yeah.
With dew points 70, 71. So we're 79 over 71 with a light southeast wind coming into these storms. So
well, we made it.
Moisture-rich environment.
We made it. Folks, dew points, moisture in the atmosphere. You get dew points in the 70s. Yeah, you know, it's a high octane fuel for these storms. So the instability is still high. What's our CAPE right now? I'm just curious, ballpark. Just curious what our instability is down here in Oklahoma City.
3,000, 3,500.
Oh, okay, well, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Still 45 to 5,000 in southern Oklahoma right now.
Wow. Big storms down there. Okay. So
6,500 east of the Metroplex.
How big?
6,500 east of the Metroplex down there across North Texas.
Gee, Merry Christmas. Dew points approaching 80. It's crazy. All right, so hail, yes, we have some. Nickel, dime, quarters, and occasionally we're getting some golf balls north of Hennessy, and you might have a little bit larger than golf ball. All right, so Marty's making his way east through Enid. Brandon Wells is up north. Justin, do we have Brandon here? We're going to go down this line.
Okay.
Brandon Wells, let's bring him in, Justin. Is Brandon Wells with us, or is he with KO? No, he's still with us. Okay, let's go to Brandon. Let's bring Brandon in. He's just east of Lamont. And Brandon, you've got the gust front. What do you think? What do you know? How strong's your wind been? That's going to Tonkawa, Ponca City, and Blackwell. Go ahead, Raymond, too.
Yeah, David. So eastbound on 60 here, just to the east of Lamont. It looks like to me that the main line, this main MCS, has really pulled the gust front back in. So that tells me that these storms have, this MCS has a lot more energy to work with. But so far, David, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning as well is starting to develop. But our winds have probably been around 45 to 50 miles an hour. They haven't been near as strong as what they were when we were in the town of Lamont, David. But we're going to continue east and sample these winds as they move east, David.
Okay, nice job, Brandon. So Brandon, again, up north. He's up into K County. He's almost into K County, coming into K County right now. And that storm's headed to Tonkawa. So Blackwell, Newkirk, Tonkawa, we're talking about winds up there are going to be 60 to 70. And there might be a gust up there, roughly to 70. But for sure, 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. So that's what's going on with the line up north. The whole line is severe, right? So nickel and dime, maybe some quarters up there on top of that. All right, so let's go back down the line here, and let's check in with, I think we have Vaughn. Vaughn's
and Marty's in Enid, too.
Okay, yeah, we'll check in with Marty, too. Let's go to Marty Logan now. Let's bring Marty back in, and bring Marty back into it here. And Marty, I know you went through Enid. Hopefully the carnival turned out all right. Give us an update as you make your way off to the east. Go ahead, Marty Logan.
Yeah, we are in Enid. Thank goodness they got that carnival shut down, and looks like almost everybody was gone. They got the power off to it, so we're continuing east through Enid. And, I ran in there. They thought I was a crazy guy, but I kept trying to tell them to shut the thing down, get your kids out of there, so they did that. Now the north winds have hit in Enid. Now, I'm going to say they're not quite as hard as they were when I was out west of town, probably in the 40-50 range, but blinding rainfall. And another big thing, you mentioned it, the lightning. They have an American flag up there about 100 feet in the air. So anyway, it looks like most of the people are cleared out. We're headed east out of Enid. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Marty. So, Marty, hopefully they listened to him at the little carnival there. It was at the Oakwood Mall, and hopefully they'll figure that out. But, yeah, it was lightning and wind coming through there. Not good. Not good at all. Back to Links 1 and a couple of areas of concern. Damaging winds still, right? Garber, Fairmont, back down to Hennessy, east of Hennessy. This red is the leading edge of damaging winds, okay? The numbers on here are the wind speeds, okay, depicted by the radar, 60 to 70 mile per hour. It's a west wind blowing to the east, and there's a lot of wind. And we're going to have some scattered pockets of wind damage in there. Val's in Kingfisher, and I know exactly where he is. He's by the Loves, just east of 81, and that floods right there. Then on the right is the golf course. Let's go to Val Castor and get an update from Val. And Val, you're in Kingfisher, just leaving 81, it looks like. Go ahead, give us an update. What's your wind there?
Oh, man, David, the rain on the road, the water on the road, there's some flooding going on. And really, this is all the way from Hennessy to Kingfisher. There's a lot of water on the road, and more is coming. As far as the winds right now, we've got the anemometer up. We got the wind data up. We had a peak gust of 79 earlier when we were south of Hennessy. Right now, it just says 24. We're next to some trees. But it's been pretty much averaging 40, 35 to 40 to 45, and sometimes 50 with this gust front. Pretty continuous. And, pretty much the whole time coming down Highway 81. So now we are going to go east here. We're going to jump out ahead of the gust front and then somewhere go south right into the metro and try to catch it when it comes in. David, back to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Keep busting south. And, yeah, get back down here to Oklahoma City. And we need to check on, okay, so Jeremy's going north. Justin, Jeremy's northbound and down? Okay. Yep.
And Tom's in the city.
Okay. Tom's in the city. So let's get Tom in the Northwest Metro, like up on the Kilpatrick.
Tom's going Kilpatrick to Piedmont.
Yep.
And then Jeremy's to El Reno.
Yep. Perfect.
And then Val's still coming down, and he'll be just north side of the metro.
Yeah, and good. Okay, that looks good.
While you're looking at their position, David, just noticing the hail cores are starting to really come up all back to the west. So everything was kind of trending down with hail. It's trending up, and that's what's going to be coming into the west metro.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if the low-level jets finally is starting to
fuel back in.
Maybe kick back in after they had what was going on down south. So
some quarters, some golf balls. There are some golf balls showing up near Geary, near Dover, and then all the way back to the west where Brandon Pennell is.
Yeah.
So the cores are coming up.
Okay, so let's do a storm track. And I think, is that, Cassie, is that going to be on 3 or what do you got?
Well, I did a storm track using our live on Links 2 for just the metro.
All right, let's do that. Links 2. And now, this is not on the gust front. This is on the leading edge of the rain. The gust front, which is fine. The gust front's right here. This is where your wind is going to switch from the southeast to the northwest. But right now, the way it looks, what's your speed, by the way?
40.
Okay. Is it still moving? Did you measure it?
That's what it has been.
Okay. Hinton at about 1040, Crescent 1041, Piedmont 1051, Guthrie about 11 o'clock. Okay. Not that far away. Here's Guthrie, right?
Could you try again?
Oh, Siri.
Siri.
Just come on. El Reno, 11 o'clock. Edmond, 1105. The Village, 1110. So you get the picture here. 1050 to 11. And then we get down here, let's say...
David, I went ahead and I sped this up to about 50.
Okay. Did you guys...
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. So a little bit faster. It's starting to pick up some speed. It's developing a cold pool. So, and it just means that we have rain-cooled air. We've got a jet on the backside of this. It's going to dive this a little farther quickly to the southeast. And, folks, this is coming in Oklahoma City right now. It's all severe. This is all severe. So Hinton, 1039, Guthrie, 1053, El Reno, 1050, Edmond, about 1059, so just a couple of minutes faster. 11 o'clock, basically. Yukon, 11 o'clock. Arcadia, 1110. We'll round these up. Luther, 1015 or so. Downtown Oklahoma City, about 1115. Severe line of storms, sliding southeast, nickel and dime size hail, and pockets of quarters where you see the purple. Near Okarche, west of Crescent, north of the Cherokee Trading Post, and near Geary. Going to have some quarters and pockets in there. And this is going to just oversweep all of Oklahoma City. Moving southeast again at about 45 to 50 miles per hour.
That little area of circulation, David, that we've been watching since south of Enid is coming up some too. Vaughn's right there, but I mean, it's really starting to tuck back in.
Yeah. Let's go back to, are you on 1, Links 1?
Yes.
Okay.
And another thing to note here, David, is Lacey was talking about how all the Ville cores and the hail cores have increased. A lot of these storms have only been peaking 45 to 50,000. Now, across Kingfisher County, it's a solid 60,000 foot storm.
Yeah.
So something has happened here in the last 30 minutes with this complex there across, especially Kingfisher County with the high winds that now they're spiking over 60,000 feet, and those hailstones are a lot larger. Yeah, everything's coming up, which is not good because it's moving into the, at least one of the higher populated areas in the state. It's not good for anybody, but, it's typical classic crossing Highway 81, and it's just getting stronger. Okay, so this is what we call a bookend vortex, a little bit area of spin back near Bison. It's right here. And sometimes you can get little vortices to spin up and produce tornadoes. Right now, nothing too crazy in that, but it's definitely there. And what is base look? Okay.
Yeah, it's right over your shoulder.
And Val has quarters to $half.
Right there, David, over Marshall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was starting back there. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's where the little area of circulation is.
I was focusing on the book end.
Right. And there's actually a little appendage coming out right there.
Yeah, boy, that escalated. That happens so fast. Okay, yeah, right over Marshall, yeah.
Right, and that's right where Vaughn is, too.
Okay. All right, let's go to Vaughn. Let's bring Vaughn in. A little area of spin. Shear rate shows it. Max rot shows it. Maximum rotation. And a little area of spin there. Vaughn, it's just to your north. There's a little area of spin, so it might bring your winds up. And it's, yeah, it's a little tiny mezzo trying to form now just north of you, not by much. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that is, I was watching it before I had to get east again. There's an inflow, too, coming into that, and there's a lowering with that. So there's something to that little notch. I just could not get that far north before the wind hit me. So I'm headed east, going to get back over here to the east, and then look back at it, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So there we go. And, you know, Vaughn's right there. This is going ripping across northern and all of Logan County. All right, back to Lynx 1. And kind of give you the big view. Here it comes, folks. Oklahoma City. Heads up. And this is going to take over and move across every square inch of the city. Some of us will have damaging winds. Some of us will not. We're all going to get rain. And some of us will get hail. Some of us will have some larger hail. Some of us won't get any hail at all. Okay, so this is not a line producing winds to 100 miles per hour, but winds in here are going to be, 50 to 60, especially up in here. Yep. I think the strongest winds are going to travel across Logan County. They certainly are trying to do it. There's 60. Okay, 60, 65.
That's SRV. Here's base.
Okay. What is Val?
Base is much higher.
A new tornado warning coming for portions of Logan County.
There we go. That's
the bookend we've been talking about.
That's it right there.
Yeah,
okay.
Up near Orlando.
All right. Hey, Justin, tell Vaughn, tornado warning. Tornado warning coming for Vaughn. And it's that little spin up.
Yes.
It's tiny. It might last 5 minutes. It might last 25 minutes. But it's going to be a tornado warning, and it's going to be for you folks in Orlando. Orlando, tornado warning for you. It's moving almost due east. Let's go ahead and lapse this.
Okay, and down the line would be Stillwater.
Yeah.
It'll look a lot different once it gets there, but.
Okay, so tornado warning for northern Logan County, southern and southeastern Garfield County, right on the Logan-Garfield County line. It's right here. Okay, and it's going to be right here. There it is. God, it's really almost on top of him. Is he headed east? He's busting east, right? Yeah, he's moving.
He's trying to find an east road right now.
Well, have him just drop down to 51.
Yeah, he's going to think we were just talking about that.
I mean, if his roads, if you can't.
It's moving at 50 miles per hour.
Well, hang on. He's on. No, he's not on paved.
Yeah, he said he just got on 51.
Oh, he did?
The GPS might be behind.
Okay, all right. Let's go back to Vaughn Castor, and let's bring Vaughn in. Tornado warning where Vaughn is, right there, just to his east, crossing Highway 74 here in Oklahoma City. That is Portland. But this is, again, going to be in far northern Logan County. Far northern Logan County. And this is going to be west of Orlando. Let's go ahead and go to Vaughn. Vaughn, circulation just to your northeast. It's crossing Highway 74 right now. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I just crossed Highway 74, David, so it's directly to my north. That's exactly where I saw that inflow coming into and the lowering back there when it was near Marshall. So this thing has been developing. We're very familiar with these in eastern Oklahoma. They happen all the time. So this is a pretty dangerous situation for anybody in that line. It doesn't last a long time usually, but you can't count on that, David. So we're going to keep following it. Back to you.
All right, great job. Nice job there. So Vaughn is up on the tornado warning, right where he should be. And here it is, northern Logan County. So a couple of things we have going on. Tornado warning. Let's go back to Lynx 1. It's right here. It's right where Vaughn is. And right there, this is where the tornado is going to be. It's not back in here. It's pretty much right here, crossing 74. It's going to Orlando. It's going right down Highway 51, okay? Normally, these are low-wind, weak, brief tornadoes, okay? But if you live along and north of 51 and east of 74, safe spot, lowest level, let's just do this. Let's be safe with this, okay? Right now, it would not be a strong tornado, I can tell you that. It would be an EF2 or stronger. And let's see if it's, let's take a look. Guys, let's go to CC here. See if we have anything popping up here showing it all. No.
Not in the right spot, no.
Nope. Okay. So It's not just sticking his head out there. It's a little bit
No,
muddy.
it actually looked a little more intense about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think it might have weakened a little bit here in the last 5 minutes. But the tornado warning continues. It is short fuse tornado warning, which means, you know, it's not usually the last 20 or 30 minutes, whatever. God, look at the wind and hail behind it, though. Man, it is a wall of wind and a wall of hail. Man, golly, we're back up to tennis balls.
That area on the north end, it keeps pulsing between golf balls, tennis balls.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this is damaging hail, damaging winds, and then we have the possibility of a tornado, which is right north of Vaughn. That area of circulation has come down. So, tornado warning for Orlando. We'll get a storm track. Now it's showing baseballs.
Whoa, the hail core just came up.
Yeah, big hail core, damaging hail. That's going to impact more people, I promise you, than that tornado warning. Damaging hail running from Marshall to Crescent Springs to Cedar Valley, down here where Val is. Val's making his way east.
He's getting $half.
All right,
has for a while.
Let's go to Valcaster. He's on 33, and is he making his way south?
He's going east.
I know, but is he going to make his way? And I need him back south. And what about Tom? And what about Jeremy?
They're all flooding north and northwest.
Okay.
So Kingfisher, Piedmont, or north side of the metro.
Okay. Hey.
Kilpatrick.
Okay, let's go to Valcaster. Bring Val in. Val, go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, so you guys were talking about how the storms have been coming up in intensity and how the hail size is also coming up. We have been having $quarter to $half the whole way, pretty much from Kingfisher all the way to where we are right now. The biggest of which has been right around $half size. I haven't seen anything bigger than that, and we're still getting winds cranking out here. So you're right when you say the storms are getting stronger because we're seeing it. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, nice job. Yeah, they are. They're intensifying right now as we're coming into central Oklahoma. So the wind gust, or the wind change, the gust front, if you will. Let's go to Lynx 1. Here it is in the green. Just going through Deer Creek right now, coming in on Bethany, barreling through Piedmont. But notice the blues up here. This is where the winds are stronger. This is going to be winds 40 to 50, and this is where winds are going to be 50 to 60, and maybe a gust of 70. So we have some big hail, yes, and the wind in here is going to be, once again, a little kink here going on. But the wind is going to be the strongest now in North Oklahoma County, North Canadian County, into Kingfisher and Logan County. There's your gust front, where the wind goes from the south to the north, and it is severe. And when you query some of that, let's go through some of the radars here. What do you see? Still 40?
So on our live, yeah, we're getting some 40 to 50. Some of these are, 60, 70, 80 when you get into Kingfisher County.
Okay.
So far, Mesonet hasn't found any 60, 70, 80 in Kingfisher County that's hit the actual Kingfisher Mesonet site.
Okay. What have you seen?
So far on the Kingfisher Mesonet site, 46, but it's going to take it a second to update.
Yeah,
so.
And it varies a lot, too.
It does. It does.
Okay. So, again, you have pockets of 40, pockets of 50. You'll get a gust of 60 to 65.
177.
Okay. So is that TDWR or is it?
This is the TDWR, yep.
Yeah. So it looks similar to our live.
It does, and actually Tom and Jeremy are so close to getting into that, so they'll have a really good idea here in just a couple minutes. Just had a 63, David, in El Reno.
Okay, Justin, is he going north on the Kilpatrick?
Tom is going north on the Kilpatrick, just hit the gust front with blowing dust.
Okay, let's get with him. Let's go to Tom Pastrano now, and let's check in with Tom. Tom, go ahead, give us an update. I know you've been out here for a while. You're down in southern Oklahoma. Thank you so much. Great job today. Tom, what do you think as you head north on the Kilpatrick? This thing has got crazy wind, especially as you get into Logan County, but we still have wind coming into where you are. What do you think? What's your wind been so far there? North of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, David, right now, I just hit the gust front about a mile ago. Lots of blowing debris all over the place. Lots of blowing dust, which is surprising with all the rain we've had. But the visibility is pretty low and blowing dust. My winds are probably just about 50, maybe slightly over 50. Don't see any power flashes or anything, but It is blowing us around like crazy right now. So we're going to head north and then head east with it. Back to you.
Okay, great job. So Tom, again, is in the West Metro. He's going on the Kilpatrick Turnpike. He'll head north. He'll make the east. He'll come down eastbound near Gaillardia and Mercy Hospital, and he'll make the turn in the north and northwest sides of Oklahoma City. Not a tornado warning for Oklahoma City. We have one going on up north. That's in northern Logan County, not near Guthrie. This is a little farther north. Let's go back to Lynx 1. That's our Guthrie cam.
That's it. I just turned that on because the gust front just hit Guthrie, and we're looking due west right now into it. You see the flags picking up and blowing dust, and look at the wind coming towards the camera, just back as far as you can see there, towards downtown Guthrie.
Okay. And this is going to be interesting here.
Yeah, it's coming in right now.
Yeah, and look at the visibilities are starting to drop. A little bit of rain, but there's going to be some blowing dust too, probably. Suspended dust anyway.
Yeah, you can see the light bouncing around there on the bottom, on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, this is
on top
moving.
of the building.
Yeah.
The trees are starting to bounce.
Okay. And we can't quite see the flags.
Yeah, now the water droplets are right.
Yeah, okay.
So that's
Guthrie. And it's a blowing. And we can look at velocity data here. So the worst part of this, let's go back to Lynx.
This is at Lynx 1.
And
I'll just switch it for you.
Yeah. Okay, so just coming into Guthrie, here's your gust front. Winds are going to be 50 to 60. The strongest winds are still a little bit lagging behind, but still winds 50, 60 miles per hour. Could see a few gusts of 65. Val is in Cashion. Val's back here in the wind. Let's get an update from Val Castor. He's coming south. And Val, go ahead. Man, look at the rain. Val, what are your winds right there? What do you think? Go ahead.
We've been running about 35 to 45 on the gust. I mean, it's not as strong as it was, say, in the area maybe from Hennessy to 10 miles south of Hennessy, but we've been getting 35 to 45. But I tell you what, David, the hail, it's crazy, but the hail has been getting bigger. Actually, right after I talked to you a while ago, we had some that was up to about ping pong ball size. So the storm, I mean, that's a clear indication the storms are getting stronger. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And they certainly are. They're getting stronger now just in the North Metro up into Logan County. Visibilities are obviously very low. If you don't have to get out and about in this, don't do it. Stay home. No reason to get out if you don't have to.
Yukon just had a 53.
Okay.
Marshall had a 68.
Okay.
When it moved through Marshall.
Marshall, let's go back to Lynx. I'll tell you what, Cassie, where is, are you on 3 or 2? With the storm track?
Both. That one, it's on 2.
Okay. All right, let's go to Lynx 2. Have it on both. All computers are taken. All right, so here's the leading edge. Now, this up north is moving due east. Get ready, Stillwater, Langston, and Kearney. These storms are all severe. Ponca City, get ready, Perry. The whole line's severe. This is coming into Oklahoma City. Bethany at 10:53, and we've done a storm track kind of on the leading edge of the gust front. You'll have the gust front, the wind first, and then you'll get, was that a 63? I just saw 63. Go back to that wind gust map.
Yeah, that's the El Reno one.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 53.
No, that was, so Yukon had a lower wind gust. El Reno, that whenever it hit El Reno earlier, 63, Yukon had a 53.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I heard 53. No, so when did that 63 just happen? I mean, that's in the last little bit.
Yeah, when it hit El Reno.
Yeah.
When it did, it alerted. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So 50 to 60, we keep saying that. Some gusts of 65. So here's your storm track. Bethany now, outlet shops, the gust front's moving through just about now. Minko, just about now. Minko's right here. The gust front's almost there. Well, let's say Mustang, 10:55, Arcadia, 11 o'clock, downtown Oklahoma City, about 11 o'clock, Jones, 11:06, Luther, 11:08, Midwest City, 11:09, more about the same, just after 11 o'clock, 11:10, and then Kearney, 11:15, and Lake Stanley Draper at about 11:18. So this big blob is continuing to slide to the southeast. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1 and some of the power outages.
Also, David, I just wanted to point out big storms out by Brandon Pennell, out by Elk City, and the one southeast of Sayre has exploded, and he is seeing a light show right now. And it's right now, radar's pegging golf ball to possibly tennis ball size hail. They're just southeast of Sayre. So those big storms are still going on. across western Oklahoma. After they kind of diminished their last hour, they were on the weakening, but they have regained strength quickly over the last 10, 15 minutes. So just wanted to point that out to the viewers out to the west. Elk City and Sayre, big storms near you. Yeah, and you know, and winds, obviously wind and power outages are beginning to increase. There's that storm
21,000 is what it is.
Yeah, what was it? Ardmore, 7,000? Carter County?
Yeah, Ardmore's almost 8,000.
Yeah, that's
Carter
a lot.
County.
That's a big deal. A lot of folks in the dark right now. And Tom is seeing 60 now. They're on the northwest side of the turnpike. Okay, let's zoom into Tom here real quick, and then we'll show you. Here's where he is. There's
take
Tom.
Off some of this.
He's coming back in out of Canadian County. He's on the turnpike. He's just north of Wilshire. He's going to make the turn. That's Tom's shot, lower left. Thank you, Jen. And he's going to come right down the Kilpatrick Turnpike. He's going to make the bend right here. If you live out here, you know where this is. Everybody lives, lots of homes, and he's making the turn. Let's go to Tom Pastrano right here. He's now on the Oklahoma-Canadian County line. Tom, give me a guesstimate. What do you think your winds are right there? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, David, to my south, I was at 50 to 60. Now they are over 60. It is a blinding rain blowing sideways from the northwest. It's just relentless out here. A lot of cars just stopped, pulled off the side of the road. There's not a lot of lightning. It's just heavy, heavy rain and strong dusty winds. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, Tom, just real quick, looking at radar, it looks like, now we're going up a little bit higher in the atmosphere, but it looks like I see your wind on velocity data, but the wind might be, as you make that turn, we're showing winds of 70, 75, maybe 80, maybe, but 70, 75 out near Deer Creek and north of Piedmont, at least in pockets. So as you get a little farther east, and then maybe we might turn you to head up north on Portland and then come east through Edmond. So maybe, go ahead.
Yukon updated to a 57.
Okay.
Guthrie 58.
Okay. So, yeah, so 50 to 60. Some gusts higher, but the strongest winds are still west of Guthrie.
Yes.
And see the green on here? So the green's giving us 50 to 60. And then we have this big ball of blue showing up. And this is going to be areas of 60 to 70. And you can see Tom's shot right here. He's getting hammered. Okay, and Val is too. And Val, what's that? I'm sorry, I didn't. Somebody else is getting hammered right now. South of Orlando. Vaughn Castor has a south to southeast wind with wind gusts 55 to 60 now. Okay, that might be. He's on the north side where that bookend is. Yep. Okay, let's go to Vaughn. Let's bring Vaughn back in here. Vaughn Castor, go ahead. You're still now east of the circulation that we had. It's still there. Go ahead, Vaughn. You're north of Mulhall and going down Highway 51, almost to I-35, and that is a wind machine right there. How strong are your winds? Go ahead.
It's definitely a wind machine. I was getting pretty strong west winds as we have been trying to keep ahead of this, but all of a sudden I got hit with some really strong south winds from 50 to 60 miles an hour. So there is definitely something going on right in this area, right there where those bookends are, right there where that little notch is. So we need to keep a pretty strong watch on it. Back to you, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, this thing's moving east. Guys, still moving east at 60, you think, give or take?
That's what it's been. It's been 50, 55 over the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy. You easily get moving east at 60. I mean, you're going to get winds of 70, no problem. And that's what's coming in behind it. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And
50.
Yeah, moving east at 50. Mm-hmm. Okay, so, wow. And this is that area of spin. It's right here. Tornado warning continues between Orlando and Mulhall. Circulation is right behind him. Shear rate has it perfect. Looks to me like it might be tightening up. That's why his winds are so strong out of the southeast. His winds have gone from, not much to southeast at 40 to 50. Got nice inflow into this. So it's going right down to 51. Tornado warning continues between Orlando and Mulhall. Vaughn's there. He's looking for power flashes. This is the inflow notch. And it's what we call a little bit of a bookend vortex right here.
Yeah, but it sticks out like a sore thumb. If you zoom out and look at everything, I'm gonna turn off the warnings, got so much going on here. Yeah. But you can see that's right where it's spinning back into itself.
Yeah.
Everything else is just gusting out away from the storm.
Yeah, it's the only tornado threat right now that we're looking at. Jeremy's reporting power flashes there on the west side. All right, let's go to Jeremy Carter. Power flashes in the West Metro. He hadn't hit the rain yet. He's got the gust front, just went through him. So here we go. Power flashes in Oklahoma City on a Saturday night. Oh boy.
Jeremy Carter, you're here. Give us an update. What do you think? What do you see? And how strong are the winds? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, take a look at this wind. If you can see the grass blowing, it's blowing hard. I'm at Rockwell in 40, and I had some power flashes to my southeast. It's kind of coming through now. No rain. I'm well ahead of the storms, but the main gust line probably 60, maybe gusts a little bit higher. Back to you, David.
Okay, great job, Jeremy Carter. So southwest Oklahoma City, Jeremy's down near the outlet shops on I-40, and winds 50 to 60. He might have a couple of gusts higher than that. Stop sign wiggling, and yeah, okay. Well, we'll get that figured out. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. And here it is. This is the leading edge of the gust front. So get ready. Again, Arcadia, Jones, Choctaw, Tinker Air Force Base. It'll be there within minutes. More, not a tornado threat with this. This is a wind event. Winds are going to be 50 to 60. Might have some gusts close to 70. And Tom is getting back into this. Well, he's been in it the whole time, but he's making his way east, and then we're going to pull him back north. I want him to get up on Portland here. Justin, you have Jeremy going east on 40?
Yeah, he was playing that gust front.
That's fine. That's fine. Just have him get east on 40, then we'll decide if we head him down towards Midwest City. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's out near Gaillardia in northwest Oklahoma City. And Tom, what do you think? You're coming up on the hospital there. It's going to be on your right, obviously. What's your wind there now? What are your wind speeds, guesstimate?
Yeah, the winds aren't as strong. I'd say they're probably approaching 60. Well, earlier, I bet you we had 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Also, the power's still on. I haven't seen any power flashes out here. Lots of blinding rain, strong winds. Right now, probably 50-mile-an-hour winds here. And we're about to get off of Portland and head north. Back to you.
Okay, nice job. So, Tom, just keep going east. Just stay with this thing, and just sweep it through the metro. All right, folks, hail sizers are getting a little bit out of control again, and we'll go back into western Oklahoma. I know what's going on out west. We'll get back there. Okay, again, the whole line's severe, running from Kansas, down I-35, down to the Oklahoma City area, out I-40, severe storms in Gary and El Reno. Could have some flooding possibly developing here the next little bit in Oklahoma City. We need to keep an eye on that because the rain train's going to continue. And a big, gnarly, nasty storm, supercell down here, and it is severe west of Brandon. Supercell, big hail coming into Retrop and Rocky and Cordell. You folks in Dewey, but really Custer, Ouachita County, prepare for winds 60 to 70 and some big hail coming into Retrop, at least quarters, if not golf balls, some big hail there. So this is going to keep moving east. Again, Cordell over to Binger. You're going to get this back line here. We'll eventually make it your way. So just about everybody getting in on the storms here tonight. All right, let's go back to Logan County here. And this bow means business. And see this arcing line here? And then on the north side is where we have that inflow notch, where we have that area of spin. And Vaughn's pretty much right there. And I want to point out, lots of folks in Stillwater. Stillwater, it's a Saturday night. People are out and about. And again, I get it. Probably at Eskimo Joe's, trying to close it down. It's coming down 51. So we're talking about winds in here. Are going to be 50 to 60, gusts to, what do we have right here? Man, that is.
That.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
74. 74, okay. So area of spins right here. What does shear rate look like? Okay, so 75, yep, shear rate's right here. So by looking at it, it doesn't look like it's on the ground, but it wouldn't take much. Hopefully it will weaken a little bit. And the area of circulation is along and south of Highway 51.
Yeah, closing in on Lake Carl Blackwell.
Yeah. It's there. It's there. It's just not as strong, but we need to watch it. Okay, yeah. And what does velocity data look like?
There's velocity.
It's right here. Right? It's right here. Lake Carl, it's like you said, it's 51. Yeah. It's just not as tight, but man, the winds are still fierce with it.
Yes.
Southeast winds are strong, 40 to 50, and then behind it, 70 to 75. It's going down Highway 33. It's going to Perkins, Stillwater, Boomer Lake Place, Glencoe, Morrison. It's going to go ripping across Stillwater. Hail sizes, folks. The radar was pointing out we were having baseballs, and that's come down some, so it might have weakened a little bit, but man, the wind in here is still 60 to 70 plus with at least quarters, golf balls, and maybe some tennis balls south of Mulhall, west of Langston, and west of Guthrie. Guthrie's going to get probably quarters, but southwest of Guthrie, maybe some golf balls down near Seward. Okay, so let's talk about the city here on the hail size. Let's drop south here.
And the tornado warnings canceled with that circulation
Yeah,
being broader now.
It did. It was filling in, so that's what it was looking like.
And Jeremy Carter continues to see power flashes going east on 40 to his north.
Okay. And also power outages in Oklahoma City. That number, does it come up? And we'll see what it's got going on here.
It's a little over 200 in Oklahoma County.
Okay. Oklahoma County, a little over 200. Hail sizes in the city, pretty small, nickel and dimes, but the wind is the problem. Okay, let's go to Jeremy, get an update from Jeremy Carter. And Jeremy, talking about the wind on you, what do you have right now? And you, I guess you're continuing to see power flashes, so go ahead, give us an update on that.
Oh, yeah, David, the wind is ripping. And I'm coming in on I-40. I'm nearing downtown. And, man, there are power flashes everywhere. There's bags of trash. You know, any loose articles are blowing. I would guess we're probably close to 60-mile-an-hour wind approaching downtown. And it's really blowing pretty good. More power flashes back to my southwest now, or my southeast. So, seriously, there's some pretty high winds. People need to really take cover as far as stay away from the windows, things like that. Pretty intense storm here in the metro, David. Back to you.
Yeah. Say that again. Thank you, Jeremy. Great job. By the way, camera work tonight looks really good. Say that again, Justin. What'd you say? No, don't worry about it. Oh, okay. I thought you had something there. Okay, so there's downtown Oklahoma City, and you can see the Devon Tower here, and Jeremy's got winds, 50. Every now and then we'll get 60. He's started talking about some power flashes going through, so we're going to have some power outages here. We already do, up to 200 customers, which that's good. Not very many. That's enough, but that's not very many, right? And we'll see what it does here. Let's go back to Links 1, and there's your gust front. That green line is the leading edge of the wind going to 40 to 50, and the heavy rain now coming into the Edmond area. The hail is pretty much trying to hang from Logan County north. Here in Oklahoma City, not much hail out of this for now.
David, look at this little area south of Arcadia. It kind of started north of Edmond.
Yep.
I mean, it's another one of the areas where the precipit's trying to be pulled out into the gust front, and you kind of see the spin south of Arcadia.
Little tiny, right there. Right there, it's wrapping in.
It may still be undercut, but it's at least trying to.
Yeah, where's the?
There it is.
Yeah, no, okay. Let's watch that for another spin up, right? We don't think we had a tornado in northern Logan County with that. It was close. It was spinning, but we didn't see any debris Vaughn was there, no debris loft or anything like that.
Speaking of Vaughn, he just had an 80-mile-per-hour wind there on 51.
Let's go to Vaughn. Wow, folks, that's going to Stillwater. Stillwater. Lake Carl, Blackwell, Lake McMurtry, Payne County. There you go. Go ahead, Vaughn. Give us an update on the wind. It's blowing.
Yeah, northwest winds, 70 to 80 miles an hour on Highway 51, about 2 miles east of I-35, David. They are ripping through here right now. Visibility is down to about less than eighth of a mile. So everybody in Stillwater needs to take cover right now. I think this is going to pass right along Highway 51. If there's a little circulation here, it's going to pass right over 51, right through Stillwater. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, Vaughn, great job. So, again, like Vaughn's saying, he had a gust to 80. It's going down, going through Payne County from west to east. It's going right down Highway 51. Okay, Highway 51. All right, let's go back to Links 1 here. Here's what it looks like. See this bow here? He's on the leading edge and behind that where the winds are 70 to, again, gust to 80. Lake Carl, Blackwell, you got to get off the lake. Lake McMurtry. Talking about Stillwater, it's going right into Stillwater. That area of spin, by the way, is right here, okay? Still spinning. We can turn velocity data on. Then we're going to jump into northern Oklahoma. But it's right here. Let's see it. Watch it right here. Right here. It's right there. It's still spinning. Not strong enough to get a tornado warning, but we're still watching it. Okay, let's go back up north. Keep it on velocity.
Okay.
We can switch radars here. Let's talk about Newkirk, Ponca City. Brandon Wells is in Ponca. Do we have Brandon in here?
Yes, he is.
Okay, let's go back to Brandon. And there's your gust front. All the red. Look at the winds back by west of Perry. All right, let's go to Brandon Wells in Ponca City. And then, Brandon, what do you think? What do you know? What are your winds? And you are right behind the gust front. And, boy, the wind at behind you is blowing too. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. Well, we sat there at the junction of 177 and 60 and tried to measure those winds, and we only had about 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it's very unusual that we didn't have any wind stronger than that. Right now, we're just getting a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of street ponding going on along here in the town of Ponca City, David. But we're going to try to get advance of this rain and get some more wind samples. Back to you.
Okay, nice job. Great job today, Brandon. And Brandon Wells, again, from our sister station in Tulsa. We're all part of the same team, same company, and we share resources, and we double down. We bring down all of our storm trackers. We bring them down from there. We have Bob, we have Brandon, and we have Vaughn coming down. We have Sequoia coming down here. So when it gets a little nutty, we double it up, right? You got to bring down and keep everybody informed on what's going on.
David, just north of Ponca City up in Newkirk, the Newkirk Fire Chief is reporting the city of Newkirk is having a citywide power outage due to down power lines.
Okay, let's go back up north. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, just north of Brandon.
Just went through Newkirk.
Yeah.
Just north. Brandon is in Ponca City. Newkirk, no power in Newkirk. And winds have been, 60, 70 miles per hour. There might have been a gust to 80. The gust front went ripping through there. The gust front now going into Granola, back down west of Burbank, and into Osage County. And Brandon's going to keep chasing. He'll leave us and switch back over and start chasing for KOTV in Tulsa. And he's going to go right down Highway 60. So great job today, Brandon Wells. Okay, so lots of wind blowing into going in Ponca City, going to K County, or going through K County, going into Osage County. Lots of crazy wind in Noble County, Red Rock, down to Perry. Look at the winds right here. I know we're pretty high up, but there's a little wind field.
Yeah, that's going to be 80.
So Perry might be getting just hammered over to Morrison, but Perry by 35. And also, what are Vaughn's winds? He's kind of in some...
KOKC reported a 59-mile-per-hour wind.
Okay.
So, and Tinker, 59 as well.
59 at Tinker.
Yep.
So 50 to 60 is pretty common. Let's come back down the line. Again, winds along this line are going to be 50 to 60, some gusts to 70, might be a gust to 80. And Val is on 74. Let's get an update from Val. He is in 74, on 74, coming southbound. And Val, your winds there, they've come down probably some. It looks like the strongest winds are going to be to your east and southeast, but what are your winds there, Valcaster, as you come into just north of Gaillardia there, northwest Oklahoma City?
Yes, sir, David. We are coming south, just like you said, 74, getting ready to get on the Kilpatrick Turnpike and go east. So the strongest winds that we've had in the last few minutes have been 42 miles an hour. So that is quite a bit down from what it was earlier. So it looks like to me that the strongest winds are now to our south and east. We're going to head east on the turnpike and try to catch back up to it. Back to you.
All right, great job, Val. We'll make it up to you. It'll be all right. All right, hey, we're talking about, I'm with you. Great job. So Val, again, his winds are not crazy there. The winds do lessen up, okay? They're not going to be as strong as you get farther west and northwest, but we still have more storms to go, okay? Let's go to Links 1. And I'm going to get another update from Jeremy Carter. He's in Midwest City now. Back to Jeremy. Jeremy, your wind, you're right with it, and you're kind of on the leading edge, doing a great job. Give me an update on the wind where you are. What's your guesstimate on the wind speeds right there compared to what you had a little bit ago? Go ahead.
And David, I'll be real honest with you. I think it's every bit of 60, maybe even more. I've been getting constant power flashes. At one point, I just went through Midwest City. The power grid kind of flashed and flickered a little bit, and now I'm actually getting kind of beat up with dirt. And see there the power flashes? You can see the lights dimming. And I mean, there's a lot of debris, I'm getting peppered with like road dirt and sand, things like that, and really trash is blowing everywhere. David, back to you.
What does it have? All right, great job, Jeremy Carter. Again, moving through Midwest City. He's just pretty close, coming up on Tinker Air Force Base. He's right there. So winds are going to be 50 to 60. All right, Tinker just had a wind gust of 59. That's a northwest wind. Back to Links 1. There's Jeremy shot. He's at, you saw Tinker Air Force Base in his shot. So the green is the damaging winds, 50 to 60, not 70 to 80. Big difference. 50 to 60, you'll get power outages, power bumps. 70 to 80, it's a whole different ball game. And again, the winds have come down a little bit across the city, but winds still 50 to 60, pretty common, and some small hail here in the metro. I want to talk about northwestern Oklahoma here, and western Oklahoma, where Brandon is, Brandon Pennell, and this whole line is severe out here, and that's a big core. It's going to Rocky, going to Hobart. Let's go to Brandon. He's out in Cordell, Brandon Pennell, and Brandon's still on the squall line out there, moving off to the east-southeast, it looks like. Pretty stout line. What do you think? Give us an update on the storms out west. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, David, that's right. We're basically just traveling the front lip of this eastbound. And I'll tell you this, these storms are racing because we're doing 70, 75 miles an hour trying to stay out in front of them. And we're also battling north and northeast winds out in front of the line of winds that's probably 40 to 45 at times. And when the core catches us, the winds immediately switch to the northwest at probably 40 to 45. So it's blowing from multiple directions depending on when the rain gets there. And this line just continues to build, and that hail core is right behind us. So we're trying to stay out of that just because we're so far out here. I don't need a broken windshield to navigate. We're staying right here with this front lip as it moves through western and southwestern Oklahoma. Back to you.
Late April, yeah. Okay, great job. So Brandon, you know, he's got many storms out here he's covering, and these are all producing wind and hail, damaging winds. So we're going to keep bringing this east. And some of the data we were talking about there is bringing that stuff out in western Oklahoma back into Oklahoma City. The atmosphere is going to be a little worked over, obviously, but it's a powerful storm. Justin, we were just talking about that on satellite. This thing looks like something we'd see in late April or early May. Fairly low latitude storm. It's just a big bowling ball of energy. This time of year, the jet stream winds really start to weaken. We can still get severe, but normally if you're a storm chaser this time of year, you're going into parts of Colorado, northern Kansas, Nebraska, and the Dakotas. Not this June. This June, it's been the southern plains. Colorado's had their fun too, but everything's a little bit late. Everything started early, and everything's a little bit late this year. It just keeps going on. There's downtown cam, one of our many cameras here at News 9, and you can see the camera there moving from side to side. Winds, again, across the metro, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Some gusts close to 65.
This is the maximum wind gust in the past hour. There was a mesonet site at Spencer, had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, too.
Okay, so a 60 over in Spencer. And it's what Kylie was saying, and Jim was telling me. We're downtown now, obviously, so right across the street from us, there was an awning on one of the buildings, and it just blew it off.
Whoa, Norman Cam, power flashes on Norman Cam.
All right, let's go to Norman Cam.
Oh, it's going all up and down I-35.
Okay, let's go to Norman.
Here, let me see if I can take it. Oh, come on.
Okay, she'll bring it up. So 63, and we'll go to Norman Cam. Winds now in Oklahoma City, we're getting gusts of right at that 60 to just over 60-mile-per-hour mark. And power flashes look different. It'll be a little more of a glowing, bluish green.
Right there.
There you go. Boom. Look at that, folks. Boom, boom,
Told
boom.
you, it just keeps going up and down.
Boom.
That's I-35.
This is live. Power flashes. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so that's Norman. We have problems.
Yeah, that's people losing power.
Yeah, and by the way, no rain down in Norman. That's the gust front. Gust front's way ahead of the line.
Look at the semi stopping. Oh, there, it went dark.
Power flashes in Stillwater as well by Vaughn.
Okay. All right, so power flashes, we've been having that the last hour and a half across the metro. You just saw that live on News 9 down in Norman. Power flashes, power flashes, power flashes. Let's go to Vaughn Caster up in Stillwater. Like we said, it's going down Highway 51. Let's go to let's go to Vaughn and get an update from Vaughn. And Vaughn, power flashes going on everywhere. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, David. I'm on the west side of Stillwater on Highway 51. These power flashes came from the south side of Highway 51 to my southeast. So somewhere on the southwest side of Stillwater, we had some pretty strong winds. Just about 3 power flashes. That was about it. But that's enough to do some damage, David. Back to you.
Yes. Yeah. Vaughn, again, Vaughn's in Stillwater. Let's go back to Links 1. And Vaughn's going to chase this all the way to Arkansas tonight, right, for our sister station. And he's been doing a great job for us today down here in our viewing area. But he's here. Little weak area of spin we had earlier, still hanging on, but damaging winds coming into Stillwater. It's going to go right down 51, folks, over to Yale, and then it's just going to keep going into Tulsa. And the bow on this continues to become a little more bow shape, which means the winds are going to be stronger. So damaging winds, Stillwater. The whole area is severe. Winds along this line, 50, 60 miles per hour. Let's go to Marty Logan. Marty's now west of Morrison, just east of Perry. Let's get an update from Marty Logan. And Marty, what are your winds right there? Vaughn's got power flashes. Vaughn has power flashes down in Stillwater. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, we're dropping south on 177, and I've been listening to Vaughn. We're looking down there for power line flashes. There is just a little bit of a lowering. It's going to be just to the west of 177 as we go south. Well, just saw something else. I'm looking at it, too, right over the highway south of us. But so there's some lowerings to our south. We don't see the power line flashes from this angle yet, but we are watching that whole horizon as we drop south towards Stillwater. Now, our winds are, let me see if I think we've got north winds here. Yeah, north winds probably in the 40, 50 range as best as I can tell right now. I'd have to stop and get a true measurement on them. So we're going to keep an eye on this as we drop south towards Stillwater.
Nice job. Okay, so there you go. And Marty, he had the first tornado of the day out in the Panhandle, out in Beaver County with Val. It was weak, it was brief, but nonetheless, we did have one tornado out there today. But so Marty's gone from Beaver County. Now he's in eastern Noble County, almost to Pawnee County. It's a lot of travel, folks. It's a lot of driving. And by the way, these are the worst driving conditions on the planet, right? Can't see, blinding wind, rain. Anyway, hats off to these guys and gals at Chase Force here at News 9 because they have no quit in them. They just keep going. All right, so there's Marty coming into Morrison. The whole line's still severe. Back into northern Oklahoma. Let's jump back north here. And look at Vaughn's shot. Man, Stillwater's just getting hammered. All right, so running from Shiler to Burbank to Fairfax to Ralston. Justin, do we still have Brandon W. in here? Is Brandon still with us?
No, he just went to KO.
We just lost him to KO. Okay, that's what he's
like 2 minutes ago.
That's fine. That's what he's supposed to do. So he's going to be, that's Brandon, who was with us all afternoon, all evening. He was live. He did a great job today. He's going down Highway 60 and going over, he's going to make his way all through Osage County, all the way into northern Oklahoma. He'll be chasing near Veneta later tonight. He's into Burbank right now. All right, so this is your leading edge of winds, 50 to 60, damaging winds running from Granola to 4 Acre to Shiler to Burbank, back down to Ralston, back to Pawnee. Get ready. Here comes the wind, Pawnee, and some hail. Now let's go down the line here just a little bit and a little bit. Okay, look at this bow. Look at that bow. And this is where your strongest winds are going to be, right in here, right there. Anywhere along this bow, and especially as you get closer to the center. Just like a big snow plow.
Agra reporting lost all power.
Where'd you say?
In Agra.
Oh, okay.
Robin Marsh actually just texted and said that East Moore is out of power as well.
East Moore is without power.
Power outages are starting to go up on the website as well. We're up to about 547 only, though, in Oklahoma County, but that will likely go up pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're not finished yet. Okay. Del City without power, Jen just says. So, yes, people in the dark, no power. You can still watch us on the stream. Winds up here are still going to be 50 to 60. You might get a gust of 75. And again, everything moving off to the east, right? So, yeah, lots of wind in here, moving east. There's your gust front coming in on Chandler, coming in on Meeker. Get ready, Shawnee. There's your gust front now moving through McLeod. And now into Moore. Power outages scattered across from Oklahoma City down through Del City, down into Moore, down into Norman. We're going to have some power outages. Okay, so Jeremy Carter's right here. Let's check back. He's right on the leading edge of the gust front. Let's go to Jeremy Carter and bring him back in. Jeremy, what do you think? You're in the southeast metro there, and the gust front just went over you just a few minutes ago. What do you think? What's your wind doing right there?
Well, my wind ain't as hard here as what it was earlier. I think there's some stronger winds back to my north, but I've been watching my camera, and I'm shooting it back on the metro, and I mean, as the lightning was earlier today, continuous, so have the power flashes been as I look back at this storm and look what's going on. It's knocking the power out just about everywhere. There's power lines. You know, there's going to be bumps. There's going to be power flashes. Everybody's going to have to really just expect that, David. Back to you.
Jeremy. And he's moving east and southeast bound down towards Southeast Metro and eventually down in towards the Shawnee area along I-40. So we'll keep him moving east with this main severe line. I want to point out there are additional storms we've been talking about out west coming through Clinton. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And this is on Lynx 1. I'll show you the big view. This is the first problem we have, right? This is the first problem. And Big Bow Echo, folks, this will be in Tulsa here the next hour and a half. It's moving east at 60. It's going to hammer Tulsa like it did Logan County and Payne County. Winds 70 to 80. Might get a little stronger than that. And then we have more action going on from Clinton, Cordell, Carnegie, back to Hobart and Mangum. These storms are all severe. Winds 50 to 60, might have some gusts of 70, right? And it's moving due east. So these will come into Oklahoma City. But if it stays like this on the map, Cobra, a little thunderstorm they're trying to develop, these go over Carnegie, Gracemont, Norman. This will, again, Oklahoma City gets this too, but I'm talking about this back in here, which is a little bit stronger. Pretty good hail core. Yeah, look at that, man. All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell, and he's in Colony, and his wind, let's see, has he had the other gust front? Let's go to Brandon. Brandon, what do you think? Are you behind the gust front? Are you out ahead of it? Which I know you're just east of, or north of Carnegie there. What do you think? You're just southwest of Colony.
Yeah, David, I mean, we just continue with this strong north winds. I mean, times that I'm gonna say at times it's 50 to 55, and we're still pretty. I mean, we're well ahead of the main line. At times it's so dusty, you know, you can only see probably 100 feet because of all the dust blowing off the fields. A lot of lightning back to our west, and Justin and I were just talking about that. It looks like there's some spin starting to develop. Maybe it's going to try to form a little complex just on the northeast side of Hobart and probably pivot at some point. And we're trying to figure out exactly when I need to drop south to get in front of that when it comes probably pivots up and maybe to the south metro. Back to you.
Oh, that's what it says? Okay, great job, Brandon. We're talking about data here, what we think and what's going to actually happen and what some of the data is showing. Let's go back to Lynx 1.
While you're looking at that, David, Perkins had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, and Norman a 62. 62
in Norman. That's about what we've had in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
63, 64, 65. This is another complex of severe storms down in southern Oklahoma. And the model data had this earlier. It's kind of gone back and forth on this. Does some of the data still have this? I mean, there's a lot going on down here.
Right.
No, the 3Z doesn't have that complex at all.
Oh, wow.
It didn't even develop convection west of 81, south of 40.
Wow. Okay, that's impressive because that's a wall of severe storms and a lot of heavy rain. Man, it's great rain for western Oklahoma. This is so good.
And could easily keep the rains going across central and here across the metro.
Yeah, yeah, it'll
expands bigger complex.
Mm-hmm. So I tell you what, Cassie, let's do a storm track.
Power outages just bumped up to 40,000 across the state.
Yeah, power's out of east side of Stillwater per Vaughn.
Okay.
As well, going with those power outages.
All right, so there you go. And you can see clearly where the line is. We had storms down south. Okay, those are down in southeast Oklahoma. And then this is all the new activity coming through right now with all the power outages there. So, 20,000. Is that the total number you came up with?
Statewide is 40,000.
Statewide is 40.
It's doubled in the last 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah,
so these numbers will just keep fluctuating.
Yeah. Oh, right. Sure. Sure. But the crews, they can't just go out and run out in the lightning storm and start messing with. It'll take them a little while. And the storms just keep going. So if you've got storms going on, here's your big view. And nothing in the north and west now. You're out of it. You're out of it. It's over with for you. But Lawton, this thing might try to come down towards Lawton. I know through, obviously, northern Comanche County, Grady County, Caddo County. This is what's coming your way, and this is all severe. Moving off to the east, and right here, the big high wind, damaging wind event is running from where Vaughn is, back down to, into Lincoln County, moving into Creek County. It's going to Tulsa. So solid squall line here, called an MCS. And then we have severe weather in the southeast. Some big storms down there going on. But this is pretty impressive, man. That's a pretty stout line of storms. No more severe weather for you in Enid or Fairview or Kingfisher, you're going to have some more rain there. But here in Oklahoma City, we're going to have some more storms trying to build back in coming down I-40. Or this might stay along and south of I-40 and kind of impact the South Metro the next couple of hours. All right, so let's go back to Vaughn. Is he still in Stillwater? Is he still with us, or has he gone to KO? He's still with us. Okay, let's go to Vaughn Castor on the east side of Stillwater. And wow, man, visibilities are nearly zero, or at least very, very low. Vaughn, what do you think on the wind there going through Stillwater?
And I tell you what, David, for the last 45 minutes, I've been battling 50 to 60, sometimes 70-mile-an-hour gusts. All of the east side of Stillwater is out of power. The west side had power. So east side is without power. A lot of rain. I'm telling you, not only battling the wind and being able to see down the road, but then all of a sudden you hit a puddle that's got, 6 to 8 inches of water in it, and it just driving is next to impossible if you're not going about 40 miles an hour. So that's the state of the roads right now. Still a lot of wind right here on Highway 51. I am east of Stillwater now on Highway 51.
Okay, all right, a little bit of some still problems there, but he's had winds 50 to 60, gusts to 70, power's out east side of Stillwater, power's out on some parts of the west side of Stillwater. And again, he's up on the east side of Stillwater, the rain there. And he's making his way east down Highway 51. Okay, let's come back to Links 1 here. And you can see the wind field. It's about ready to come into Shawnee. Jeremy where's Jeremy going, Justin? Why is he headed off to the north there? What's he?
He was going to sample the winds going north.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go
through that core.
Yeah, let's go to Jeremy here. The winds are a little bit stronger as he gets farther north here. Jeremy Carter, let's bring him back in. I know you're making your way back. What do you think there on your winds there as you make your way back to the north? Go ahead.
Oh, David, we probably got every bit of 60, maybe even a couple of gusts approaching 65 to 70. And I'm out here at, of course, I'm on the Kick-Free Turnpike just past 29th Street. And really the power flashes are still all across the countryside, coming from everywhere. So main thing is everybody's getting a big windstorm tonight. And the best thing to do is be careful while they're out and about. Back to you, David.
Yeah, if you don't have to get out and about, don't. But if you have to, like Jeremy said, take it easy and, just give yourself plenty of extra time because the rain's going to go on for quite a while here in Oklahoma City. It's going to go on a lot longer. Okay, let's go to Marty Logan. He's up north, and he's going to give us a couple of updates here on the Laverne tornado we had. We had that tornado. We had the tornado on the Panhandle. 2 tornadoes today in Oklahoma, it looks like. Right now, preliminary numbers could change. We'll see. Marty, what do you think? Up near Morrison, making your way off to the east. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, I'm dropping south down towards Stillwater, helping with this storm. I talked to Fire Chief Ted Bozarth of the Laverne Fire Department. They lost a communication tower over 100 foot tall. It has been torn out. They have numerous homes with damage, but thank goodness they haven't had any injuries or fatalities reported to them. Excuse me. So it sounds like Laverne is just going to be dealing with some torn up structures right now. He said as far as the night goes, he said they are set up to make it through the night. And then tomorrow they will get after cleanup and see what else they need to take care of. So thank goodness no loss of life or injuries. Just they have quite a bit of damage in the town of Laverne and also northwest of Laverne. Back to you, David.
Okay, yeah. So, Laverne got hammered. That was a big, nasty, gnarly storm up there. That was that supercell. It had a tornado on the ground, like Marty said, northwest of Laverne there. And it was wrapped in rain. We did have that one picture of it from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. It looked like he was at his house, and he could see it. It was just a cone, kind of not real visible. But hit a barn, hit a house, blew out some windows and things like that, and also wind damage up there with some big hail. So Laverne and around Laverne got hit with that tornado, and then also damaging winds and damaging hail. All right, so the main line continues to press off to the east. Severe weather moving into Pawnee County, eastern Payne County, Lincoln County, and then down into Pottawatomie County. Let's talk about our friends over in Shawnee. No tornadoes for you, Shawnee. Not out of this. We are watching it. But your gust front's moving through. That'll go ahead and end that tornado threat, by the way, there's nothing over here that's even concerning at all right now. But your gust front's coming through right now through the northern sides of Shawnee. It's going to be a northwest wind. Wind's going to pick up, and then the rain starts back near in the cloud. The question is, this rain is trying to just hang in the South Metro and then move east, but there will be more rain that comes out of southwestern Oklahoma, right here, that's going to go through Gracemont and Carnegie and Hobart. That's going to make its way into the Shawnee area just a little bit later on tonight. You still get a little bit of rain in Shawnee, but I think the heaviest will be just a little bit later. Here in Oklahoma City, our highest winds now are in the East Metro, moving into Lincoln County, southeast Oklahoma City. And the winds in here are going to be 50 to 60, some gusts to 70. Talking about Chandler, Stroud, Shamrock, Prague. And there's your leading edge of the wind. And that green blob that's blasting east, again, it was going to give you winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. And damaging winds. Could see winds in there 70, maybe 75. And notice where the bullseye is, it's going to Tulsa. So Tulsa's going to have problems here. It's coming for them shortly. And Bob is down here in Bristow. He's waiting on that. And right at the apex of the bowl, or the bulge right here near Shamrock, is where the winds are stronger. And moving east. Moving east. Okay. It's a lot of water. It's a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, loud. And what's the count up to now for power outages?
Let me look.
You're at 40,000 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, 56,000 now.
56,000. Okay.
Yeah, it's just jumping. So Oklahoma County. What?
Are you on?
Yeah. Am I? Is that mic dead?
I can't tell.
Okay.
My IFB might have died.
Am I good or is it dead?
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
My bad.
You, David. It's you, David.
Hang on a second.
Okay. 17,000 are without power now in Oklahoma County. Oh,
okay.
Okay, David. Logan County, about 845, and Cleveland County, let's see.
How much did you say for Oklahoma County?
Oklahoma County reporting 17,000.
Wow.
Yeah. it takes it a while to update. It's lagging.
Yeah, sure does. Yeah. Way lagging. But, man, that's impressive. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people in the dark. So let's go to Valcaster. And he's here in Oklahoma City. Let's find out what about, 7,500. That's behind already. We're already up to, wow. I mean, it's just escalating that fast. So quite a few people in the dark. Let's go to Val. Val, what have you found here? What's going on with this?
Yeah, so we stopped over here. There's some emergency vehicles, and it looks like a wreck. I know it's hard to see because there's rain on the roof cam, but looks like they've had a wreck over here, probably due to hydroplaning or the weather or something like that. But we just came from the north. Justin sent us up north to sample the wind. Turns out that 45 was about the highest we saw. We're headed back to the south now, possibly to catch the storms coming into the western side of the metro. But good news over here on the north side is that the wind seems to have calmed down, at least where we are right now, David.
It's calmed down big time, at least in that side of the metro. We have more rain coming tonight, but the severe weather is definitely off to the east and southeast. So great job, Val. And again, folks, of course, there's going to be accidents. People are ponding. The roads are ponding. People are driving through that, and they're sliding off, hydroplaning, and having accidents. So we got to be careful. Heavy rain, you got to slow it down. All right, so let's go to links one. So 2 areas of severe weather. This is now beginning to leave Oklahoma City, leaving Oklahoma County. We'll check in with Tom, by the way, coming up here. And then this is all just light to moderate rain, a little bit of lightning and thunder that's going to make its way down I-40. This is not severe, okay? From the Oklahoma City area, the heart of Oklahoma City, back to the west, just general showers and thunderstorms, big shield of rain. But severe weather does ramp back up once you get back down towards Fort Cobb and Carnegie. And that might build back into the northeast. It's certainly lifting northeast. And so this is moving out, and this is moving back in. And this is moving east, but notice at the same time, it's developing to the northeast. And hail sizes are kind of holding their own, nickel, dime, quarter. Every now and then we'll see some golf balls between Hobart, Carnegie. Looking at storm strength, that has weakened. It's weakened east of Rocky and east of Hobart. Still severe, don't get me wrong. But see how this is starting to lift up? That's going to come back into Oklahoma City. This right here, that'll fill back in. And then this is probably going to start to become the next MCS that's going to travel through Fort Cobb and right down Highway 62. Chickasha, this is going to hammer you in about an hour or less, right? And this is all just moving almost due west to east. Folks, we have storms all the way back to Vinson, all the way back to the Texas state line. And they're all severe back here. There's your green line. That's your gust front, right? Pushing to the south. And still, winds in here, 50 to 60. Could see some gusts to 70. But the severe weather now in the East Metro, moving off to the east. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. Tom, I'm going to check in with him, and he's in the Luther area. And heavy rain. What do you think, Tom? What, your winds, I know they've come down some. Tom, go ahead and give us an update. You're in Luther, it looks like.
Yeah, I went down 66, and I had some pretty large trees as I was closer to Oklahoma City. And as I got east, I don't see as many trees on the road. There's quite a few traffic cones from the construction. There's also lots of water on the road. So it's quite the obstacle course. But it doesn't look like it was as bad over here. Just based on the tree damage, maybe 40 to 50 mile per hour wind. So it could be just slightly weakening. But yeah, we're going to go south and then head back towards the west, towards the metro as the storms come in. Nice. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Great job, Tom. So Tom's going to keep up with this a little bit longer here. And Tom earlier had winds in Oklahoma City 50 to 60. Now the strong, severe winds in Oklahoma City have ended. It's to our east, but more back to our southwest. Back to Lynx 1. And you can see the gust front here. See the red pushing to the south, and you get over here to the radar, and this is going to be all the green. So there's your gust front right here, running from Prague back down to Tecumseh, and then from there west of Gwinnett, Wayne, Payne, and this is a northwest wind, but there's no rain and storms down here. This is just the northwest wind, but it's pretty gusty. See the green line? There's your gust front. There's your gust front. And so winds behind that, let's query some of that, see what we have. Probably not too crazy down here, more of a southern push instead of an eastern push. So yeah.
35, 45.
Yeah, that's a spring day in Oklahoma with a south wind.
Yeah,
so
that's February.
Yeah, or north wind, yeah. So 35 to 40, some gusts to 45 down here. That's going down towards Pauls Valley. Might kick off some showers and storms down here. It's a weak, temporary cool front. And so might kick off some showers and storms there, and this line certainly can. So we'll see what happens. Storms going up near Gracemont. Those are increasing, moving due east towards Amber and Chickasha. Other severe storms. Pretty good hail core north of Cooperton. And that's pretty good size. What's the hail size? What do you think we have in here? Okay, not crazy.
Yeah, it was golf balls earlier. Pulsed down just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, it was near Hobart. Okay, so that's come down. All right, so Brandon's in Binger, Brandon Pennell, and this whole thing is a little bit of a spin here. This is turning into another ball of energy that's going to move from west to east, okay? And that's going to Gracemont, Anadarko, Chickasha, Norman, Moore, Noble. You're going to get this next line, and what's the speed on that? What do you think that? I know these are moving at 60.
Going at about 45 earlier.
45?
Between 45 to 50, yes.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So let's do a storm track. Let's get the speed figured out, and then do a.
Yeah, it moved 28 miles in 30 minutes, so almost 60.
Yeah, it's still moving. Boy, it's moving. And it looks to me like it's picking up speed. I think it was a little bit slower earlier, obviously, and now it's starting to pick up speed. It's taking on another gust front here, and that's going to rip through Carnegie and up Anadarko and Cement. All right, so Cass, if we can, maybe do a storm track, not on the Gracemont storm, but bring it in from like Carnegie back down to Cooperton, and have that moving due east at 55 or 60.
That's on Lynx 3.
Okay, Lynx 3 control room, and Gonna do it.
Well,
yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, I was just because this is coming off more easterly, so I was thinking from here down to about here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and just take that leading edge, just off to the east. Yeah, right down to perfect, and then due east. Take it almost due east. Take it to Norman. Yep, all the way to, yep. Perfect. Okay, so, and we'll adjust the times here. That's at leading edge of this strong and severe storm here. So Cooperton, 11:46, Anadarko, midnight. Golden Eagle Casino, 12:11. Verton, 12:14. Amber at about 12:21. Chickasha, 12:23. Middleburg, 12:32. And Blanchard at about 12:35. And Ellick, not Alex, don't do that. Ellick at about 12:42, and Dibble at about 12:42 as well. So, yeah, just another cluster of intense and severe storms. And then once this goes by, it's still going to be severe and behind it for a while with damaging winds off and on, 50 to 60 miles per hour, nickel and dime, and some quarter-size hail. All right, so as of right now, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect, which is always a good thing. The strongest severe storms, we'll go back to Lynx 1, are moving into Creek County. And Tulsa's going to start to take over. They already are actually on this side of the state, and they're doing their continuous coverage now as storms are coming into their viewing area. But severe storms going right down Highway 33, going to Sapulpa. Look at that bow there.
Yeah, the wind within this. Let me just kind of switch this over real quick. I'll show you.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, and we'll switch radars here to Inola, which is actually closer.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, some of these
Numbers.
I mean, it's wild, some of these numbers coming out, which is still high up, but we're talking close to 100 miles per hour.
Well, you know, some of the data, that's what it had.
And that's only 3,700 feet up.
Yeah, some of the data that I had, that's what we're talking about this morning.
Right.
When we were talking to our guys and gals up in Tulsa, I was like, hey, it looks like 100 mile or 90 mile an hour winds or whatever.
Yeah, the warning coming into Tulsa from Creek County, so Bristow, Slick, Sapulpa, Kiefer, Glenpool, Tulsa, the warning is for 90+ mile per hour winds.
What? Yeah. Justin, what?
Oh, she's pulled out. Slick.
Oh,
I just had to mention.
She had to mention Slick.
I know. Well,
That's my old stomping grounds, people. It's my old stomping grounds, okay?
She grew up.
I've seen a lot of things in Slick America.
Main house was in Kiefer. Had the.
Oh, let's tell the story.
Main house was in, and then had the hunting land with the smaller cabin. That was in Slick.
Yes.
And she would spend time in Slick and time in Kiefer. So
I can't wait for her.
Everybody cares. Thank you for sharing.
Well, I think I've had people ask me because I'm not in there, and you said you're from Slick, and I go, no, you're not.
Right.
I'm telling you where you're not from.
So
anyway.
Now you've shared my life story, and I appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm telling you, this area.
Yeah.
Yes, I do know it very well. They're about to get a lot of wind.
They are, yeah. You know, I mean, seriously, 70 miles an hour. We power outages, 60. We've had that in the metro. But it's a whole different ballgame.
Right.
You get to the 80 to 90 plus. I mean, we're bringing down power poles, power lines. I mean, Tulsa, they're just going to get absolutely, they're going to get hammered. I mean, we're talking. I mean, we're going to have. It'll be worse than Oklahoma City.
Oh yeah, and there's bigger hail too. For now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nickels and dimes, some quarters.
So Oilton, Olive, Drumright. We hear from folks here at News 9 from Oilton, Drumright, Olive all the time. They're kind of on that border of watching Channel 6, Channel 9.
Yeah.
And that's where the strongest winds are right now.
Yeah, they watch us. They watch both of us. It'd be kind of cool to be able to see. But, well, this day and age you can.
Right.
Stream it on your phone. All right, so damaging winds. And Vaughn is now in Yale. And he's doing coverage over there. Bob is doing coverage now for Tulsa. Let's look at some of the wind speeds again in here.
I'm going to switch radar, so give me 1 second. There we go.
Wow, God.
Also, a quick update, since Marty's still on that map. When he drove through Stillwater, most of the town had power, and he only saw some minor flooding, curb levels flooding, and also some twigs, some leaves, and a couple cones, construction cones. But he didn't see anything significant through the town of Stillwater when he was traveling through. So some great news there.
Okay, yeah. It's great news. Okay. And you know what? Let's just do that. Let's just go back to Marty.
Okay.
And let's check in with Marty Logan. And he's back in Stillwater, making his way back to the west, kind of going back through some of the damage.
While you're doing that, David, Cushing had a 93 and then updated 98 in Cushing.
Oh, my God.
So what you're seeing on radar is happening.
Okay. How close do we have somebody in Cushing?
Vaughn's in Yale.
Yeah, Vaughn's got to keep going east.
And he's, yes.
98 in Cushing. Wow. I mean, yeah, we're going to have damage in Cushing. That's nutty. Man, folks, I mean, that's what this bow is doing. So these numbers are legit. 80, 90, 95 miles per hour. Cushing had a 98 mile per hour wind.
Yeah,
hey, Kylie,
and that
can we
came
check on
through. Yeah. That's from Steve Piltz.
Yeah, that's going to be Eastern Payne County. 98 mile per hour wind gusts in Cushing. Wow. Good morning, Andrew Adams.
Good morning.
How's your evening?
Wonderful. Nice and loud.
Good for sleeping. All right, so high end, and this is now the highest wind event of the day, moving into Creek County. And folks, this bow just keeps getting more arrow shape, more pointed shape. And man, you do not want to be on the front of that.
Yep.
This is going to trash Tulsa.
Yeah, Brandon Pennell's from Cushing. He's going to reach out to try to find some damage report.
Okay, yeah, have him.
He knows.
Yeah.
And also, I think Val's going to go up there and see for damage.
Okay, yeah, he's still a ways away though, but.
Yeah.
And just put it into perspective. I mean, that's EF1 tornado scale.
Yeah.
Just a straight line wind.
Yeah, low end, yeah. Yeah. So, like we said, wind would impact many more people today than tornadoes and hail. But wow, folks, this is crazy, and we hate it for our friends over in Tulsa. If you have any friends over here, and a lot of people work in Tulsa, live in Oklahoma City, work in Tulsa, scream up and down the turnpike every day or whatever, give them a heads up just in case they're unplugged for whatever reason, and say, hey, look out, because I mean Tulsa's going to get slacked. Winds approaching 100 miles per hour. And that is more than enough to do all kinds of damage. We're going to have all kinds of power outages.
31,000 without power now in Oklahoma County.
31,000. So
the Denver has jumped up now in Oklahoma statewide, 78,000.
78,000. So 31,000 customers. Oklahoma City, that's about 90, give or take, roughly 3 times that. So 90,000 people. Without power in Oklahoma City, 90,000 people. It's a lot. And 75,000, so yeah. We're getting up there now. So damaging winds, once again, running from Osage County, Creek County, down into Potawatomi and Seminole counties. The winds down here are not near as strong. Nothing like what we have going on in Creek County, going to Tulsa. Severe storms in the southwest, way down here near Carnegie. Those are pushing southeast, down towards Apache and Hobart and Carnegie. And let's go back down here again, talk about our friends in southwest Oklahoma and Hobart. The storms are severe, but they're not crazy severe. A little bit of it, see that right here? I know it's behind the front, so it's all good, but yeah, winds down here just are not nutty. 50 to 60. 50 to 60, there might be a 70 gust in here. Nickels and dimes and quarters, and every now and then you get a flare up like northwest of Mangum now of some golf balls. So golf ball size hail, but not widespread. A lot of this is nickel and dime. The biggest impact right now is the wind. That's what it's been the last several hours.
Marty has a tree damage there in Stillwater.
Let's go back to Marty Logan. And we're rolling on Marty, correct? We need to put all this together. And go ahead, Marty Logan. Go ahead, give us an update. There you go. There's some wind damage. Looks like some business there behind you in Stillwater. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure is. And it's a big tree limb, probably about a 12-inch diameter tree limb. Guy just walking by it, but it's right here by the fire station. We saw a tanker pumper just leave going on a run. I was going to follow him and then saw this tree that's over, and this guy right there, he's wanting to be on TV, so he is. Yeah, got part of a tree broke off here in front of a store. Can't even read what it is, but so we're going to look around, see if we can find some more damage here in town. Back to you, David.
Okay, so winds again in Stillwater, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Might have had a gust or two close to 70, but 50, 60 was a pretty good number. The power has been out, at least in some areas in Stillwater, but where Marty is right there, it looks pretty good. Lights are on, and we're doing all right. Okay, great job, Marty Logan. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and 30,000 customers now without power in Oklahoma City. That's, again, that number, give or take, you take that number times 3, so roughly 90,000 customers or people, 90,000 people without power. It's a lot. And really talk about the metro. We have 8,000 down
Cleveland.
Yeah, okay, that's in Norman and Moore. So 38, do the math, 40, yeah, 45. So yeah, we're over 100,000 now. Over 100,000 people in the Oklahoma City metro area. Over 100,000 people without power. That's a lot. Okay, let's go back to Links 1 here and, stay with that. See the wind field here? See how those winds went to and we talked about this yesterday and today, how this whole thing was gonna slide east and then make that dip. It's exactly what it's done. And winds, you can see the numbers here on the map. These are some of the numbers recorded. These are official numbers, but we also have other numbers in between that you can't see that are other weather stations in here that we've had gusts to 70 to 80 to over 90 miles per hour. And that is going to Tulsa, and it's knocking on Tulsa's door. Wow. Okay, so trackers are still moving east. Let's go back to Links 1. Southwestern Oklahoma is lit up. All severe storms here. Mangum over to Hobart and Carnegie. I think these continue to weaken down here a little bit. I think they're kind of coming down some. This one's not. That storm is not. That's, let's see, to come up? Yeah, they've come back up, I guess. No, they've come down. Not much, but a little bit. Yeah. We'll call that the Carnegie storm, closest to Carnegie. That's a pretty big storm, and that's going to go on and north of Apache, right? And then we get a little bit of a break, some small storms near Amber and Chickasha, and then severe weather now east of Oklahoma City. We're beginning to kind of settle things down here in the metro. And severe weather, big time, big time. You're going to be hearing about this tomorrow, or if you're up with this tonight. Running into Tulsa, they're going to get winds at 90 to nearly 100 miles per hour. And it's going into Tulsa right now. Lace, have you heard from they're not quite there yet.
I have, yeah. I've been talking to family actually while you're on. So I've got some family here because we had a birthday party today.
Oh, that's right.
So they're still here talking, but trying to get a hold of other family, let them know, hey, this is coming. At least get away from the west windows. Okay. That sort of thing.
But no reports out of there yet?
No reports yet. It hasn't quite got there.
It's not there yet.
Yep.
It's close. Okay. All right. So severe storms again down here, Carnegie, Apache, Oklahoma City. This now looks like it's going to go, obviously, south metro, down to Moore, Norman. These storms are strong. Severe storm, you got to get back here down near Apache and Carnegie. And then the high-end severe weather now is running from Pawnee down to Creek County, down to Welty, down to Prague. Okay, everything moving off to the east. Again, at, well, it depends on what we're looking at, but 50 to nearly 60 miles per hour. All right, so some big storms going on there for sure. Okay, so lots of wind, lots of people in the dark statewide. Just, man, lots of people without power right now, and a lot of those are in Oklahoma City, and then Tulsa's getting theirs right now. So here in the metro, no more severe weather. It doesn't look like it. You guys looked at the model data, anything coming back in for Oklahoma City?
Yeah, the model's done a horrible job on what's out there. So
they have. We're not taking this to Vegas by any means.
So as it says, we're done right now.
Yeah. So the main line that came through the metro came in up and down I-35. That's going to Green Country. That's going off in eastern Oklahoma. And it's over Prague, still severe at Prague, going to Boley. And our folks and friends in Prague, winds 50 to 60. Let's kind of go down this line and just see how far south. Down to Seminole now. Went through Shawnee, didn't hear much out of the Shawnee area. Winds 50 to 60. Might have had what you had back on April 19th. You really don't like a lot of wind, but I think we had some wind go through there. But the wind is not crazy down here. It's crazy right here. That's crazy, going through Creek County now. This down here is 50, maybe 60. Okay, and that's headed down towards Wewoka. And a little bit of rain for you, move through Shawnee.
Shawnee had a 54.
There you go.
Chandler had a 53.
Okay.
So below severe limits, enough that you're going to hear it. You're going to notice it. But.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's moving out of Shawnee. So back to reflectivity.
Okay.
And the winds in Oklahoma City, nothing going on. Our winds have come way down. Squall line running from Prague. Get ready, Seminole. Winds 50 to 60 in Seminole, down to Bowlegs, Macomb on top of you right now, over to Maud, down to St. Louis. There's your gust front, your green line. The winds will switch to the northwest, Hill sizes have come down. That storm has weakened some. And what do Vills look like on this, Lace? What do you think?
Let's see.
Just curious. Yeah,
it's almost a new tail end storm.
Yeah, but it's still not very strong. I mean, it's severe, but it's not like, oh boy. It's like, yeah. So winds 50 to 60 with that. Okay, let's go back to the west one more time. Here in Oklahoma City, no more warnings for us. The storm in the southwest, it is severe. Moving off to the east, Carnegie, Chickasha, Apache, and these have now weakened some. These continue to slowly weaken. Still severe winds. Again, any one of these storms, 50 to 60. So we don't need to put our guard down on this yet. Nothing tornadic. Gust front's gone through. So the tornado threat, this stuff's not there. And winds, again, are going to be 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go back to Brandon. He's in Anadarko. Let's check in with Brandon and get an update. Brandon Pennell, if you can hear me, give us an update. I know you're kind of ahead of that main line, but go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David. So we're headed south. We're probably still about 5 or 6, 7 miles north of Anadarko. We're going to get into Anadarko and then get right in front of this area, little area of spin that's developed that's kind of pivoting its way. See what kind of winds we can find in there as we're in Anadarko, just in case this storm was to collapse or really gust out or strengthen. We'll be right there with it. But right now we're headed. Like I said, we're headed south. Torrential rains, and really, in all reality, the winds right here where we're at, probably 35 to 40. Back to you.
Okay, I think I did. All right, great job there, Brandon. And he's bringing it on in. And, yeah, we need to put some of our video together here. And also, we need to tell Cassie to get some time lapses going on our stuff from earlier that we had out there. Maybe Kylie? Do they? Okay, we just need to make sure some of those, especially the wall clouds from earlier, get those going in the time-lapse mode. Jen, tell me what we have in my ear, and I'll play some of that. I want to just show some of that to the viewers. Okay. Anything else? All right, let me do Val. Let's just go down the list here. Let's go to Val. Let's take Val's video from earlier. And this is when Val and Marty were out here. Look at the spin going on. There's the tornado, by the way. That's it. And this is what we call the rear flank downdraft, big area cutting in. And there's a little bit of debris. It's mainly dust. Tornadoes right here. That was the first tornado of the day out in Beaver County. Right, there's your tornado. Little piece of debris. You see that? See the debris? There's your tornado out in Beaver County earlier. And him and Marty both had that little piece of debris there going on. Okay, so it was a tornado. That counts, and right where it should be, right? Right where it should be. Next piece of video, let's see what we have with this one. And there we go. Great job. Look at that, folks. You think it's spinning? Merry-go-round. That is also out in the Panhandle when these storms took off, and that is impressive. 644 near Beaver. And look at that. Merry-go-round. Merry-go-round. And that's something else. Look, it just keeps getting faster. Now, this is sped up, obviously. But you know what? Sometimes they can spin almost that fast. But there it is again. All right, next piece of video. Let's see what we have. And, the LP supercell from Brandon Pennell. Look at that. Wow, wow, wow. That was in the Texas Panhandle. Came into western Oklahoma and died. But it was rotating to beat the band. Had some big hail. And it was an LP storm. Out of all the storms today, it was the only one.
Yeah.
It was all LP. It just had some big hail and no rain out of that. Wow, great job on the time lapse. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. All right. And Vale, almost combined them again. Vale. This is what was going on earlier. He was near Laverne and he had tennis balls, golf balls, and had some baseballs in there. We had baseball-sized hail today out in Beaver. But we had a tornado northwest of Laverne. We had a tornado in the Panhandle. We had damage from the tornado northwest of Laverne. And then we had just a lot of hail. And then that tornado threat began to drop off, and then that was it. Okay, then it was mainly a wind and hail threat. We had the other tornado warning in northern Logan County. All right, so next piece of video here, that was east of Laverne. And wow, that's beautiful. Wow, very nice. Look at the lightning and the rainbow, guys. Check that shot out.
Wow.
That's impressive. Okay. All right, let's take a look at one more piece here. ring cam of power flashes. Okay, there we go. Power flashes. Okay, oh, trash can. Okay. So lots of power flashes going on. And that's southwest Oklahoma City. Next piece of video, let's just go through these. Last one at 11:52. So we've got so much video today. Man, great job. Okay, back to links 1. And then we'll start to do some breaks here, okay? So everybody.
David, that warning.
Go ahead.
That warning for Tulsa is for destructive winds. They've now put up to 100 miles per hour, and the warning for that coming into Tulsa.
Wow.
So
yeah,
it's going to be unreal, I think, the number of outages, power outages at least, but think of the trees that'll be brought down. I mean, roof damage, and any hail in that. What is it?
I bet people are out right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, can we still see our trackers? They're not quite there yet, are they? Bob's there. Bon is, man, this thing is moving at least 60 now. You see what it did? It left, it pulled away from Bon.
Oh, yeah.
And he was ahead of it.
Yep.
So I don't, what's the speed? I don't know what it is, but it's at least 60.
Let me take it back, I can tell you.
Goodness gracious. Hammering Tulsa right now. Hammering Tulsa.
Yeah, right at 60.
Okay.
Currently.
Yeah. Okay, it's a mess over there. All right, so northern Oklahoma, no more severe weather. No more severe weather for Oklahoma City. Let's jump to the southeast here. Severe storm. It is still severe now. Quickly moving east-southeast. Winds down here from Prague to Shawnee are going to be 50 to 60. Nothing like what's going on coming into Tulsa. Okay? Non-severe storms over Blanchard to Amber. Let's go back to the west. This storm is severe now. Anadarko and Apache and Cement. That's going to go right down Highway, oh, what is this down here? Highway 9, 62, and yeah, Highway 62, and then from Anadarko down to Surreal. That's severe, and that's going to be southern Caddo County, and that's going to, we said this earlier, that's going to go to Chickasha. And damaging wind, damaging hail in Chickasha, moving from west to east. Okay? All right, so, wow, it's a lot going on down here. So you get ready in Chickasha and Cement and all down through here. Moving east, what's our movement here on this now? We're got 50? It looks like 50
It looks like at least 50, if not 60.
Yeah. Yeah, it's moving. Okay, that's going to Cement. Brandon's right there in Anadarko. So, okay, so.
Yeah, it's a little over 60.
Over 60. Doesn't take much to get damage out of that. All right, so again, this is going to stay, I want to point this out, south of Oklahoma City. It might come into Norman. Norman might be on the north side of this, but Noble, Purcell, Wayne, Payne, Ellick, Noble, Dibble. This is coming your way. Apache coming in right now, going to Cement, okay? Folks, we're going to keep tracking this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back just in a few minutes, but we're going to regroup. We're tracking all of this, folks. No more severe weather, though, for Oklahoma City. It'll be to our south. We're tracking it. We'll be
Foods, making life sweeter. This is a News 9 Severe Weather Report.
All right, folks, just a quick update here, and we're getting winds now over 100 miles per hour coming into Tulsa. It's out of our viewing area. I just want to point it out that they're going to have a lot of problems up here, and it's happening right now. We've had wind gusts over 90 over in Cushing, and then right now we're getting winds. I'll show you this coming up, but this is going to be a high end and one of the biggest events, at least in a long time, that Tulsa's had as far as widespread wind damage, not in the last couple of years. And this little area of blue in here, this is 80 to 90, and see this right here? This is going to be and the radar might be a little hot, but it's not off by much. It's a 100-mile-an-hour wind, and it's going to be just west of Carbondale. This is West Tulsa. There's downtown Tulsa, and you come out of Sapulpa on the Turnpike. Creek Turnpike is here. Yeah, I mean, this is the Creek Turnpike's actually down here. This is coming into West Tulsa. I mean, that's a bad deal. So there's going to be a lot of big trees down. There's going to be a lot of trees down, a lot of power poles down, power lines down. They will be without power for hours and maybe for a couple of days, because there's going to be a lot of wind damage in Tulsa, and it's happening right now. It's happening right now. Golly. You don't see that very, I mean, we see that kind of wind when we're doing this. We're looking at tornadoes. We'll query that and see, 119 or 80 or 90, and we don't see numbers like that very often. But that's coming into Tulsa.
It's 1,600 feet.
Yeah. It's
not that high up.
No, so they're getting 100. And I mean, it's going to do a lot of damage in central and in South Tulsa. This is downtown right here. There's Jinx, right? I-44 comes up right here, right? You know where you are? Goes on to the east side of Tulsa. So big, high end.
Yeah, sounded sirens across the region. Just keep getting messages from people over there that they're sounding the tornado sirens, because it's like it's a straight line wind. Yeah. But it's the strength of a low EF1.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, hopefully they have the News 9 app or the Channel 6 app, which is our app, and they know it's coming. All right, let's come back to what's going on back here. Again, Tulsa's getting hammered. We are not. Oklahoma City, weather, just rain coming in. Some severe storms back to the southwest. Val Castor had something for us. Let's get an update from Val. He's back into Logan County, just in rain. A little bit of light rain for the city. It'll pick up a little bit, nothing crazy. Let's go to Val and get an update from him. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, so David, I just want to let you know, I just got off the phone with the emergency manager in Cushing. We had the reports of the wind there. And that's exactly what happened, David. At the EOC building on the west side of Cushing, they measured 98 miles per hour on the wind. And so I asked him what kind of damage you got around town, and he said, first of all, I'm just now getting out and looking around, and there's tree limbs everywhere. He doesn't know the full extent of the damage yet. However, there are power poles down in some spots that he's hearing reports of. Also, most of the town is without power in Cushing. Now, as far as Stillwater goes, the reports that I'm getting from the authorities there are saying 1,100 people without power in the city of Stillwater, and that's scattered around. And they also said that there are a couple of trees, maybe just a small number of whole trees that are down in Stillwater, quite a few branches down around Stillwater, and the official measurement on the wind in Stillwater was 60 miles per hour. So they're saying Stillwater pretty much escaped, the major part of it. But it sounds like to me, David, Cushing, they got it. Back to you.
Oh, man, awful. Thanks, Val, for that report and that update there from folks there in Cushing. So that's what's moving into the Tulsa area now, which is going to be devastating as far as wind damage is concerned. In central Oklahoma, we had winds up to about 60 miles per hour. That's enough to cause power outages. That's what we're seeing. Take a look at these numbers, anywhere from 25 to 30,000 customers without power. I think the latest update was, yes, it's just over 30,000 customers without power in Oklahoma County. When we look across the entire state. We're talking over 80,000 customers without power, factoring in all the regions that have been hit by damaging storms today. So it's been a lot of wind, The strongest winds that we've seen so far out of the entire day is what's occurring right now in West Tulsa. Here's a look at the wind gusts across the state today. We've had some gusts 60, some gusts to 70, had multiple gusts over 70, 75 up into Woodward County, into Woods County. Enid, a 67-mile-per-hour wind gust today. That's the maximum gust in just the last, well, when did this start? At about 6 p.m. started in the Panhandle. So this has been ongoing. South Central Oklahoma, you had that complex of storms roll through, and that's why you're seeing all those jumps there from 50 to 65-mile-per-hour gusts in that area. Okay, here's a look on radar. Taking a look where the severe warnings are, all off to the east and southeast. We've had some gusts to 55 down towards Wetumpka and Holdenville, and that's going to be that northwest wind coming out of the complex. The complex is now running from Okemah down to Cromwell, down to Little, up to Welty, so over in Okfuskee County. We're watching this, but as far as winds that are crazy, it's not showing up. So you could have some power outages for sure. There's a lot of lightning within this. And if you take a look at the hail sizes, maybe some nickel and dime size hail, some quarters possible, but we're not seeing anything widespread as far as big time hail is concerned whenever you get over into our far eastern counties. Now, a little bit further to the south, we've been watching these storms pulsing up that are down in the south metro near Purcell, near Dibble. Those are loud storms. They've got a lot of lightning with them. Could have winds 45, but the hail cores have come up just a little bit with those. So nickel dime may have some quarters, maybe low and severe over Purcell. And then the strongest storm is the one Brandon Pennell has been on, and he's right in the core now. Basically, the core runs from Anadarko down Highway 8 down to Cyril, and then all the way down to Lake Ellsworth. And if we can go to Brandon here, we'll get a check-in with him, because Brandon now in the core of this storm. So for folks now in southern Caddo County, Brandon is right there. He's going to bring this to the east. It's still moving at about 60 miles per hour. Brandon, I know you've been with this storm a long time. Give folks an update of what you're getting.
Okay, Lacey, so we're basically just north of Cyril, west of Cement. In all reality, I kind of expected more than what we're getting. I mean, obviously torrential rainfall, you can see that in the shot. But the wind just before the rain started, probably the heaviest wind gust we had was probably around 30 to 35 miles an hour out of the west. Right now, while it's raining, there's literally no wind. It's almost dead calm, and we barely had any hail, maybe some pea size. So, you know, that's good for the people that, even though this storm's racing off to the east, knowing that there's not some extremely strong winds and big hail coming with it, just more beneficial rain. So as of now, the trend is on the good side of things. Back to you.
All right, nice job there, Brandon. So Brandon, again, bringing everything from west to east. We have some tree damage here in Oklahoma City. What's the latest count on the power outages here?
It's 82,000. We just did that. Yeah,
oh, okay.
82,000 across the entire state.
Okay.
Still over 30,000 just in Oklahoma County.
So 80,000 customers. So times 3, so we're 240,000. That's a lot. It's a lot of people in the dark. All right, great job, Brandon. Now let's go back to Links 1. Here's what he's looking at. The hail sizes have come down on Links 1. Let me show you what that looks like. Small hail, nickel and dime. And back here, stronger cell here with some nickel and dime size hail there going on. These storms are severe. They're not crazy severe. Now let's put reflectivity back on here.
Okay.
And let's see what we have. So this is by far the strongest storm in the state, the one that Brandon was just talking to you about. And it's going to Chickasha, Ninnekah, Rush Springs. It's starting, yeah, it's starting to move a little bit east-southeast, is it not? Meh.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Still almost due east, but it's going to Ellick, it's going to Ninnekah, Payne.
David, 95.
Wayne.
95 degrees.
95, yep, 95 degrees. Yep, I agree. Well, that's really starting to lunge there. All right, so Tulsa's getting hammered with 100-mile-an-hour winds. And watch those numbers up there just go through the roof. And this is going to go to Chickasha, Ninnekah, Rush Springs. This is Caddo County. This is Grady County. And this might, like I said earlier, clip Norman, but it's going to try to stay along this little boundary here that's setting up. It's going to try to kind of pinwheel underneath this, which will take it on or south of Norman, down through Noble, Purcell, and Payne for sure. Ellick, Lindsay, down Highway 19, Not a tornado threat. Gust front is here. It's out ahead of it. We're watching it, but it's moving again east at roughly, is it still 60? 60 miles per hour. Man, lots of speed with that for sure. Rains are good with this, but we're paying for it. Tulsa's really paying tonight. Man, oh man. All right, so let's come back to Oklahoma City. I want to point out nothing going in the metro. Let's jump a little farther east. Just light rain here in Oklahoma City, and we are done with the severe weather for the metro. Marty's up in Stillwater, Tulsa, Sapulpa, Okmulgee, down to Henrietta.
New showers taking off Elk City, back to Cordell.
Yeah, a couple of showers there. Atmosphere's pretty worked over, but you know, things can happen overnight. Low-level jet still hanging in here somewhat. Not like what it was earlier today or what's going on in eastern Oklahoma. That's ridiculous. So Jeremy's still out, Brandon, Val. Okay, looking at our trackers here. So latest data, does it still bring this just almost due east then? Has it caught on to that yet? Still hasn't. Wow. Okay. All right, so everything moving off easterly. Checking in with our trackers. I see Jeremy. I'm looking at Val's up north. Jeremy's here. Brandon's down here. Let's go to Brandon one more time. And Brandon, you're pretty close to the heart of this. Looks like the main core is just to your east. So what have your winds been here in the last 5 minutes or so? Anything up, anything down? What do you think?
You know, David, overall, compared to what it has been over the last, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, this is really trending down. I'd say that the strongest wind we've had here in the last 15 minutes is probably about 35 to 40. Torrential rain, obviously, we could use all the rain we can get, but our biggest hell we've found here since we've got in this core is probably pea-size. Not a whole lot of wind, like we've been saying. Everything's kind of just, it overcame us real quick. We had 35, 40-mile-an-hour gusts, and the rain started. And in all reality, in the core right now, our wind is virtually calm. The rain is basically falling straight down, just maybe 10-mile-an-hour winds or something like that. So all in all, the storm strength seems to be weakening. Back to you.
Okay. All right, nice job. So here we go. Brandon Pennell on that, bringing it east. And once again, moving from west to east at nearly 60. So it's hauling. Let's go back to that on Links 1. Let me show you here. See how it's starting to bow out? That's what I'm worried about here. Ninnekah, Chickasha, get ready. Ninnekah is in the bullseye. This is going to be wind of 60 plus, maybe a little stronger. From there, it's going to Ellick and Bradley and Lindsay. What does velocity data, what are we looking at here? It doesn't look that crazy. Well, what do we have? Yeah. When you go back to base, anything? Yeah.
It's not that much.
No, it's not.
And, Brandon did not experience that much wind.
Yeah. A little bit of wind and.
Yeah, 37 in Apache.
Yeah, not doing much. Okay. So this is severe, moving east, going to Ninnekah. Rush Springs, going to Ellick, Bradley, like I said, going to Lindsay. More rain coming for Blanchard and Cole. Lots of heavy rain. Could have some localized flooding developing. We'll have to keep an eye on that tonight. It won't rain all night down here, but it will rain another several hours for sure. So we'll have to watch that flooding thread as everything kind of moves off to the east and gradually pulls out here. Notice how the lightning's intense here, and then the lightning gets much, much less as you get back to the west. Okay, so one more time on the big view. Let's jump into Oklahoma City area here. Again, want to point out the metro, nothing to worry about. Tulsa's getting hammered right now. Oklahoma City, we're doing fine. A little more light to moderate rain, moving through. And then off to our east, still marginally severe at Cromwell. Not too worried about it. And then let's go a little bit farther.
Okay.
If we can, please. And Henrietta, knocking on their door. Winds are still pretty strong here, but the big problem is what's going on in the Tulsa area. So Cushing had that wind gust at 98 miles per hour. And that's going to keep moving off to the east. So we're tracking the storms, moving into Tulsa. We're watching that carefully. Oklahoma City, no more severe weather. We'll be watching off to the south and southwest of the metro as everything moves to the east. Folks, we're going to take another break. We're tracking all of it. As always, 7 News 9.